Why don't we get started? I believe 12 council members are present. This is a work session. I think members are familiar with this. We go over what the committee reports were on the budgets before them. It's an opportunity for members to ask questions or to express some concerns. This is useful to me as chair of the committee of the whole, because as you know, I have to put together a final recommendation for our meeting next week. Am I right? Next week? No, 2 weeks. And so the sense I get today, when if there's something the committee of the whole did that was completely crazy and everybody says it was completely crazy, then I know maybe I shouldn't do that. Or there's something that the committee of the whole did that was, I thought, too crazy and everybody says this is the most wonderful thing, then I know to leave it in. So it's useful to me in that regard. I think it also is useful to members because it may be that the different committee chairs realize that they need to make some refinements or work with me and propose to me some refinements. So this is really focusing on all of the committee actions, an opportunity for the members to see what all the committees, including the committees they're not on, did, and for discussion about that. Although I'm the one who's supposed to maintain order, this is going to be largely led by Jen Budoff, the budget office, since they put together this slide presentation. In a second, I will turn to Jen to kick this off. I do want to note that we're going to take some breaks. Roughly 2 hours in, we'll take a break, and then 90 minutes after that, and then 60 minutes after that. I haven't really thought through lunch. Lunch will be, if things go as planned, after the fourth committee presentation. I'm not providing lunch, so don't anybody get their hopes up there. I tried cooking something this morning, burned it terribly, and so that's why you all have to go without lunch today. Now
there are restaurants, you know, and such.
Yes, and we need to patronize our restaurants.
Yes, yes. They order out. They take orders and you can send them to various addresses.
Yeah, and if we use one of those services, delivery services, their commission is capped, I believe, at 15%.
Yes, I capped it. Remember that. Mm-hmm.
I think we can all take credit for it because we all voted for it, council member.
Okay, but I initiated it. But you're trying to change the subject, Chairman.
I'm ready whenever.
Food.
I'm ready for my presentation whenever you guys are.
I have donuts in the Wilson building, if anyone's in the Wilson building.
Okay. So Councilmember Silverman is working against people's dental health or maybe even just nutritional health. But thank you. I may come by and get one.
I also have fruit.
Very good. What was I going to say? When committee chairs present, I'm going to try to hold them to 15 minutes. I think they were all advised us by the budget office. We're hopeful that we can do discussion about the committees in another 15 minutes, which means a half an hour per committee. I'm not so sure I'll be able to enforce that, but I will try my best to enforce the presentation at 15 minutes. Presumably, committee chairs got help from their staff so that their remarks are limited to 15 minutes. Is there anything else I want to say? This work session, because this is all council members are present, or almost all are present, is open to the public. It's being broadcast on cable channel 13, and I believe it's also being streamed live on the chairman's Facebook page. I'm not positive about that, but it's available in 2 ways to the public. And I believe right now there are, including council members and staff, 99 participants. With that, let me turn to the budget director, Jen.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Can everyone hear me okay? Okay, great. I'm going to share my screen. And since we are starting late, I promise to go through this rather quickly. There we go. So our agenda for today, which the chairman just briefly went over, is I'm just going to do a brief overview, very brief, I promise. Then we're going to go through each committee, 30 minutes for each committee. There will be a clock to try and keep us on track this year. Every year we do 30 minutes, but this year we're going to really try to stay within the 30 minutes. And we'd ask that you keep your presentation to 15 minutes. As a reminder, any BSA subtitles that were included in committee reports but were not funded are not included in the final budget. And in the following slides, all the modifications are local funds unless we say otherwise. And then at the end, hopefully we'll have sufficient time to discuss our council-wide priorities. We're right in the middle of the budget. As a reminder, our first vote is on July 20th on the Local Budget Act and the Budget Support Act. Our second vote on the Local Budget Act, and our first and only vote on the supplemental, the FY21 supplemental, will be on August 3rd. And then we'll have our second and final vote on the Budget Support Act on August 10th. The certification process remains the same. CFO is an important part in that process. They need to certify the mayor's budget before she sends it to us, and they need to certify our budget before the second vote. Our office works very closely with committees during the committee process to ensure that everything that is being proposed will not unbalance the budget and financial plan. As a reminder, the Council Budget Office's website is a great resource for you, staff, and the public as we go through the process. We have links on here. This presentation is on the council's website. We have an FY22 landing page that has all documents, all things budget. We have a toolkit with other documents that help staff. This year we have our fantastic lookup tool, which allows you to look up very granular items within the FY22 budget and see how it compares to previous years. So again, if you have a question with regard to the 22 budget, in all likelihood, you'll be able to find your answer at dccouncilbudget.com. This is just this is a slide that shows all of the various federal aid packages that have been passed by Congress and of the immense amount of federal funds that have flowed, are flowing, and will flow to the district. This chart is in billions. If you look at the 6 aid packages that Congress has passed, that's 14 billion that is flowing through the district's economy. Now, it all is not obviously going through the district government. That's the first 2 columns in this chart. About half of it's flowing through the district government. About half of the aid went directly to residents and businesses, primarily through pandemic unemployment assistance and PPP loans. But about $4 billion in grants and $2.8 billion in flexible state aid. And the funds that we have really focused on during this budget process is the American Rescue Plan Act flexible state aid, which is the $2.3 billion that we have that we are budgeting through this budget process. Now, we get to our first committee, the Committee on Human Services. And I will, Councilmember Nadeau, I will try to follow along and go to the next slide. But if for some reason I am on the wrong slide, please just let me know. And I will make sure I move the slide forward. Thank you.
I think of the 3 slides, we can probably figure it out.
Okay.
Should we start? I see the chairman is maybe. Is it okay if I begin, Chairman?
I'm sorry, I'm trying to do 2 things at once. Councilmember Nadeau, although this is an informal work session, Brianne, you want to present? There is a clock somewhere.
Oh, yeah. Will that be pinned?
Here.
It's when we've got the slides open, it's hard.
Although I
So
think I
can
can
see it.
see it where I am.
I can see
So
it.
I'm going to try to hold you to 15 minutes.
Okay, I will
Please
keep
proceed.
I will keep an eye on it. All right. So thank you, Chairman and Jen. At its core, the Committee on Human Services budget reflects the committee's dedication to preventing homelessness, maintaining investments in disability services, defending the rights and well-being of our families and children, as well as ensuring our government is transparent, accountable, and ultimately serving the residents it represents. On our first slide, you'll see our that although the committee made some one-time reductions to personnel services, it didn't cut any FTEs from its agencies. Also, we made reasoned and responsible reductions to DHS and CFSA's FY21 supplemental budgets, with a focus on identifying funds that we do not believe will be spent before the end of the fiscal year. Those funds, with the help of the Budget Office, have been rolled into the FY22 financial plan for reinvestment. The committee also made minor recurring cuts to the DHS budget for rapid rehousing for singles and families, believing that there are sufficient ERA funds in place in case the reductions will result in any shortfall. With the cuts in the financial plan, as well as carrying over funds from FY21 underspending, the committee was able to fund the following: $325,000 one time for Project Reconnect, which restores a reduction made by the mayor to a program that provides shelter diversion and rapid exit for unaccompanied adults experiencing homelessness. $205,000 to restore reductions made to multiple programs related to Solid Foundations, the district's comprehensive plan to make youth homelessness rare, brief, and non-recurring. Because the various reductions are small, the committee is not concerned that they will result in immediate programmatic cuts to youth services. However, the reductions are part of a trend of year-over-year gradual reduction in funding, which is starting to place financial pressure on various portions of the youth homelessness system. This is particularly concerning because DHS, as well as all other district government agencies, should be taking steps to comply with the Nonprofit Fair Compensation Act 2021. But we included $368,000 in recurring funds in order to add 3 FTEs to the Interagency Council on Homelessness as they work to coordinate implementation of Homeward DC 2.0 and the drafting of the updated Solid Foundations plan. $935,000 recurring to fully fund the establishment of the Office of the Ombudsperson for Children. $321,000 one time to permit the current contractor Dash to hire additional staff to help with intake of domestic violence survivors at the Virginia Williams Family Resource Center. $1 million of one-time funding to enhance funding for Emergency Rental Assistance Program. The mayor reduced funding for ERAP by $5.5 million as compared to FY21, and the committee looks forward to working with the rest of the council to identify additional funds for ERAP. $500,000 one time to fund nutrition education programs at all 10 of the CFSA Families First DC Success Centers. Finally, the committee recommends an enhancement of $438,000 recurring to for multiple enhancements of VEGA. That includes a chief of staff, HR specialist, paralegal specialist, personnel reclassification, and also the VEGA Open Government Training Portal. That wraps that slide. On slide 2, we get to transfers. We transferred in, we accepted funds for transitional housing for youth, $100,000 in one-time funds from the Committee on Government Operations and Facilities. This is in addition to the funding invested in other parts of Solid Foundations mentioned in the previous slide. And with the enhancements made by the committee, we were able to fully restore and at least one case enhance funding for Solid Foundations programs overall. The committee also received $5.5 million in one-time funds from the Committee on Labor and Workforce Development to provide payments to district residents who were unemployed at any point in 2021 and who are approved for funding from the State EC Rental Assistance Program. And I'll provide some additional information about this transfer when we get to our subtitles slide. We also transferred out, our transfers out include $150,000 to the Committee on Health to fund the Leverage for Our Future Amendment Act of 2021. More specifically, this money will be used to continue a grant that was established 2 years ago for the Nurse Family Partnership Program, which is an intensive home visiting program for first-time mothers with a proven track record for improving outcomes for babies and mothers. And the mayor did not renew funding for this program in FY22, so we did that. Then we also transferred funds to the Committee on Business and Economic Development to expand the territory covered by the Ward 1 and Lower Georgia Avenue clean teams, installation and servicing of 66 recycling bins for each of the Mid-City, Ward 1, and Georgia Avenue clean teams, which includes part of Ward 2, Councilmember Pinto, and to fund the Columbia Heights Civic Plaza Social Services Coordination Grant of 2021. This subtitle provides a grant for direct engagement, relationship development, and resource brokering to address the systemic challenges faced by some residents that utilize the Columbia Heights Civic Plaza. More specifically, for those who are aware, we have some residents experiencing who are suffering from addiction in Columbia Heights who are not receiving adequate services from DBH. And we believe this program will be more culturally competent and language specific in serving the population that is in great need there. Okay, finally, final slide. Okay, so in the BSA, first, the Medical Assistance in Immigrant Children's Program subtitle increases the District of Columbia's Immigrant Children's Program eligible household income threshold from 300% of the federal poverty line to 319% for children 18 years older, younger, and 216% for children ages 19 and 20. This increase creates uniform eligibility thresholds across both Medicaid and the program. The subtitle allows Department of Healthcare Finance to implement an income disregard amount based on family size of up to 5% of the federal poverty level or higher percentages is authorized by the federal government as an income disregard for the determination of eligibility for Medicaid. Residents determined to be eligible for the program are automatically enrolled in a health maintenance organization, but have 30 days to choose a different one if they want. The subtitle also allows healthcare finance to modify the standards for eligibility to enroll in a program to increase the number of residents who would be eligible to enroll in it. Second, the committee recommends adoption of the SNAP Reinvestment Fund subtitle, which establishes a non-lapsing SNAP Reinvestment Fund to collect unspent local funds remaining in the operating budget of DHS at the end of each fiscal year in an amount necessary to meet SNAP excessive payment error rate liability settlement agreements. Creating the non-lapsing fund allows DHS to implement error reduction program enhancements without limitation to fiscal year. Third, the committee recommends the adoption of the State EC Incentive Payments Act. The subtitle would direct DHS to issue $500 one-time payments to the first 10,000 applicants who are approved for state EC applications between August 1st and December 31st, are district residents and who were unemployed at any point in 2021. These payments would provide needed money to some DC residents hardest hit by the pandemic. The committee recommends adoption of this subtitle, but we will be working with Councilmember Silverman and Louis George to make some minor tweaks before first reading. Finally, the committee included an amendment to the Subject to Appropriations Repeals and Modification Act of 2021 to remove the applicability clause for the Office of the Ombudsperson for Children Establishment Amendment Act of 2020. So just a few thoughts. Try to keep that tight because I have a few other things I wanted to say before discussion. I want to point out a few priorities that the committee was not able to fully fund. First, despite the $1 million enhancement included in the committee's budget report, oh, hey, there you all are. There's still a multi-million-dollar shortfall for ERAP in FY22. It's been proven out time and again that every dollar invested in this program is spent despite major investments in other rental assistance programs. They're already out of money end of this month for this fiscal year. So that's with state EC in effect. So I hope with my colleagues to find up to an additional $5.5 million in FY22. Second, the committee was unable to fund the new Office of Deaf, Deafblind, and Hard of Hearing. However, the committee notes a continued high level of support for the establishment of the new office and recognizes its importance. And I plan to work with Councilmember Allen and the chairman to try to find funding for this important legislation before first reading. Third, after maintaining the funding for Safe Shores last year, the mayor reduced it once again in her FY22 budget. Safe Shores, which is administered by the DC Children's Advocacy Center, facilitates compliance with the district's law on child abuse investigations and coordinates an interdepartmental response to such cases. In short, making it a lot easier on the victims of abuse so that they don't have to be going from agency to agency, but can give their testimony in one place with the support they need. So I hope to work with the chairman to restore the mayor's $250,000 reduction. Fourth, the committee heard testimony from service providers for youth that are survivors of sex trafficking, that they've been overwhelmed with cases this past year and need more funding to hire additional staff. I look forward to working with the chairman to find $143,000 to ensure that services for sex trafficked youth are fully funded. Finally, I want to acknowledge and celebrate the Tuesday release of Homeward DC, the district's updated plan to make homelessness rare, brief, and non-recurring. One of the key but obvious takeaways is that we haven't ended chronic homelessness in the district, despite annual enhancements to permanent supportive housing and other housing resources by the mayor and the council. Unfortunately, we've never invested enough in the tried and true programs that prevent and end homelessness. This year, unlike all past years, the committee's budget contains no enhancements for these programs because the need is just too great. And I won't recite statistics or data about the number of individuals and families that are experiencing homelessness or housing insecurity, because I know we have all received literature from advocates. I won't try to describe the stark reality and constant indignities that so many of our residents have to survive every day, because we all have eyes and can see for ourselves. Personally, I believe what my eyes see, I honor what my heart feels, and I analyze what the data tells me. We have a housing and homelessness crisis in the district, and we must push forward with the hard work of delivering transformational change for all of our residents. To me, transformational change means making investments and pushing policies that transform people's lives for the better. We need tens of millions of dollars to address the immediate and life-changing purpose of funding housing. Because for an unhoused individual or family, what could be more transformational than a hand up to housing? Mr. Chairman and council colleagues, I look forward to working with you in the days and weeks ahead as we approach first reading of the Budget Support Act and Local Budget Act to develop a strategy that will deliver transformational change for our constituents. Before I conclude, I want to give a special thank you to the committee's general counsel, David Woe, Council Budget Office, including Joe Wolf, Ann Phelps, and Jen Budoff. An extra special thank you to Jonathan Antista, the committee's budget analyst, and of course, my staff on the committee. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm here for any questions.
Thank you. I'm going to lead off with a few questions and observations. I neglected to mention this earlier. The mayor sent a letter. I think she sent it late yesterday, and so members should have it. I'm going to refer to it. If I'm good, I'll do this with every committee. Let's see, the letter's like 3 pages, and then there are
Yeah, she was pretty easy on us.
Yes, but not completely. So let me see. She objects to the incentive program, the unnecessary incentive program at the Department of Human Services that could hamper state UC process. And proposed office of the ombudsman would duplicate work already undertaken by the Child and Family Services Agency and exceeds the legal authority of the council. I will note, and maybe she acknowledges that not only did the council pass that ombudsman legislation unanimously, but then overrode the veto. Nevertheless, do you want to say anything regarding those?
Be happy to dispense with the ombuds. I think we're all aware that the mayor is not pleased with the creation of an ombuds office, but we as a council, both last year and this year, have reaffirmed our support for it, and thus we identified funding in our committee from underspending in order to pay for it. I don't wish to relitigate the disagreement with the mayor, but I think at this point, all we can do is agree to disagree. It is the law of the land, and it is now funded, and the S2A language has been repealed. So we should move on and work as closely as we can together with Mayor Bowser and the new director of CFSA that we will confirm in the fall, to implement it well, and to start looking towards building out the office writ large, not just the CFSA portion, because of course, although the debate here has always been very heated around CFSA, the idea of the office itself is about the well-being of children in general and all of the agencies involved in taking care of our children. So we will undoubtedly have a great deal of work ahead of us as we stand up this office. I would be happy to turn to my colleague, Council Member Silverman, if she wishes to speak more to the state DC subtitle concerns, or if not, that's okay. I can take a crack at it, but given that you were the author, would like you to be able to speak to it from.
Well, I
where it
expect
comes from.
we'll discuss it again when we get to labor. So I would,
Okay,
rather than having Alyssa speak to it now, if you want to say anything, or we'll just wait till we get to labor.
let's wait. We'll
Okay.
save the time.
So in your subject to appropriations repeals, you have funded and therefore are repealing the subject to appropriations for the ombudsman?
Indeed.
Okay. Let me just go over a couple of things, then turn to members. So you're asking if council-wide, we can find an additional 5.5 million for ERAP?
Indeed, yes.
And how much for the Office of Deaf and Hard of Hearing?
I don't have that in my notes, but we can get that to you before we even finish
And
talking.
Safe Shores is 250,000 to restore it.
That's right.
And sex trafficking was 143,000.
That's right.
And who's that to?
That's DHS. It's a contract, a grant.
A grant.
There's one nonprofit that does this work. So it would be a very specific grant, but it doesn't necessarily need to be an earmark.
Okay.
It's it's an enhancement of a grant.
And then you didn't give a dollar figure on the homeless programs.
Oh, I'm sorry. The sex trafficking is to CFSA. No, for our homeless programs, we need upwards of $65 million.
Okay, let me turn to members. Thank you. See if they have, I see Brooke raised your hand. And then Charles.
Thanks so much. I think there are a lot of really wonderful things in this recommendation. I just want to better understand your thinking around the permanent supportive housing vouchers. This has been something I know you have worked really hard on for many years. And last year, kind of fought passionately for the expansion and asked all of us to help work with you to find expansion for permanent supportive housing vouchers. I think there were an additional 50 vouchers funded. Of course, that is a scratch at the surface to address the huge amount of need that is out there. And I agree, we need $65 to $80 million for individuals for permanent supportive housing vouchers, at least 15 million for families for vouchers. But what you just said around the need is so great, so we couldn't address it and therefore didn't include any enhancements. That thinking doesn't apply to a lot of other important issues that our city has. Just because the need is so great, we still continue to try to provide those vouchers. So I want to understand your thinking in not including any enhancements for PSH.
Sure. Great question. So the first year I chaired this committee, we found some buckets of money that the mayor didn't know about, and we threw it at PSH, and that's how we expanded it. The next year, she was on to us because we found that money. So instead, we cut a tax incentive program for businesses, and we funded the PSH that way. And then the following year, and I could be getting my years mixed up, but the point is we're always doing something dramatic to get this money. So the following year, we did some more of that, and committees sent us funding for PSH. And then we also worked with the Housing Committee to take some of the underspending. Basically, there was an issue that we have now resolved through oversight and legislation, where the Housing Authority just wasn't spending all of the money for PSH. So we recommitted that and paid it forward to the current fiscal year. So every year we've had to do some magic. This year, we didn't really have any of those tools available to us because we've used them all. There's no more money for QHTC, which we would of course be doing next week anyway. So this year, really, in order to get that PSH, my goal is to raise revenue on the wealthiest residents making $250,000 or above, so that we have a constant, steady, recurring stream of funding for those most in need, which in my mind are those who are experiencing homelessness. And so that's our goal, is that we can attempt to help end chronic homelessness by taxing our wealthiest residents.
Okay, and then just one more question, if I may. The over $17 million that's estimated to provide more local rent supplement vouchers through the LRSP program, that's estimated to help 800 families. Are you still open to working on that in the next couple of weeks to move people off the DCHA wait list?
Oh, absolutely. And so just to give folks an idea, when I mentioned briefly the oversight and legislative things that we're doing, and so I now have in this council period joint oversight of the housing authorities for their administration of these programs, because all of the voucher programs that we've created, PSH, TAH, LRSP, they all get administered through the housing authority. So through that work, we've been able to really get some transparency and push them on getting people through the process more quickly. This year, they have really hustled. And I'm very proud of that work. But the other thing is that in this budget, the mayor creates a non-lapsing fund so that any money not spent by the end of the fiscal year for these programs stays with these programs rather than falling to the bottom line. That, I cannot emphasize how big of a deal that is, because at the end of any fiscal year, you have some unspent funds because people have been matched but not leased up. The process is difficult and it takes a while, even when everything in government is working, because you're giving somebody a voucher to go take out on the market and find housing. And it's hard, even with assistance. So this ensures that money stays in the program year over year, and it gives us an opportunity to lease up more people year over year. Because what has happened in the past instead is they see the end of the fiscal year coming and they stop matching people because the money will not be there. And you don't want to match somebody that isn't going to ultimately have the money for a voucher. So I think we're in a much better place than we've ever been, which is a really good argument for making sure that we have committed as much revenue as possible to these programs, because now we have it set up so that we've got much cleaner oversight over the housing authorities administration. We've got the non-lapsing fund, and we've got this program that's working a lot better, the system that's working a lot better and leasing people up faster. So I'm not worried at all about, say, overfunding PSH or LRSP or targeted affordable housing, because we have the systems in place now to move it out the door and to hang on to it so that it's not falling to the bottom line when that doesn't happen completely.
Anything further, Brooke?
No, I've taken too much time. Thank you.
I have Charles and Alyssa.
Thanks, Phil, and thanks, Brian. I see the clock ticking, so I'll try to move fast. I'll just throw in my support as well for prioritizing finding the funding for Safe Shores, as well as for creating the Office on Deaf and Hard of Hearing. I think the fiscal impact was around $850.
Thank you.
But it's that's something that we obviously worked with, and Mr. Chairman, you worked with us as well to really create that. So I think that's a really great step for our city if we can make that step. I guess one question to you, Councilmember, is we talk about vouchers. It seems to me that part of our challenge has been, and you kind of documented this, you know, one year you had to kind of take this strategy to find 50 extra, you know, another year, kind of year in, year out, it's like this battle. And I think when we think about trying to solve our longer term problems, when we see this seesaw effect that happens year after year, it's really destabilizing to be able to create successful pathways. We see that in the Public Safety Committee, for example. The first few years of our violence interruption programs. It was this constant, will there be money? Will there not be money? Will there be money? Will there not be money? And it really destabilized the ability to hire people, move folks into positions. And now that we're in a stable space from a funding perspective, it's able to work a lot better. The first couple of years, there was actually a lot of underspending because of this constant seesaw that was taking place. Let me layer on top of that, of course, a pandemic. And one of the things that when I was looking at this, and I'm not on the committee, so forgive me if I'm missing a couple of pieces here, but as we look at the lease ups, so as we're talking about that building, it seems like partly maybe COVID related, partly maybe that just instability. The first quarter of the year, we didn't have a whole lot of action, but then really month after month after month, we're now in a place where it seems like we've stabilized the lease up. And when I think about, for example, our unhoused residents in Ward 6, where I've got many, many encampments, if we're going to be moving people into safe and stable housing, it's going to take vouchers. It's not going to be just a shelter system. It's going to be vouchers that move people into housing. So can you just talk about what you've seen over this last year? Like if I'm looking at October, November, December, and January, the numbers are fairly low, but then we really got to a better place. Like why should we look at more funding for those spaces? And what do the last couple of months give us confidence about how to be able to execute that?
Yeah, I mean, so thanks for that. And I think you're seeing what is a very common trend, right? So, we had 0 lease ups last October. We had 2 last November. We had 5 December, but then January, they really start cranking 25, 32, 65 by March, 49 by April, another 47 in May. So you can see that by giving them the confidence and really pushing them, and I'm talking housing authority, we are actually making strides here. And that's just, one program, right? They're running a whole bunch of programs at a time. So yes, that steady stream is really important. I'm glad you raised the issue of encampments. I know a number of ward council members have been really trying to address this issue and in different ways. And people ask me a lot of questions about how do we address the encampment issues? Well, of course, we don't want anybody sleeping outside. It's undignified. It can be unsanitary, and it's just, our residents deserve better. And how do you end homelessness? Through housing, right? There are folks sleeping outside, not necessarily because there isn't a shelter bed, but because whatever experience they've had in life tells them that they're safer outside. And that's really sad. So while we are revamping our whole single shelter system right now, and I'm really proud of the thought that's going into that, folks don't want to go into shelter. They want to have housing. That's got to be our focus on our homeless services system, is ending homelessness, not just sheltering people. And that's the focus that we've had in the committee. And I know that makes sense to those of you who are seeing folks sleeping outside in encampments in your wards, because you've offered shelter to them. That's not what they want. They want housing.
Thanks. I don't have any more. I know we're out of time, so I'll be quiet.
Thank you, Charles. Councilmember Alyssa.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. So first, I'm just going to do a quick take on the state EC subtitle, which was brought up. Unemployed residents call my office, email my office every day. I know they email and call yours. And, in addition to complaining about not getting their unemployment benefits, they all tell me they're behind on their rent. And then when I ask them, have you applied to state EC? I can tell you every single time I have asked, the answer has been no. They don't even know about it. And I'm just going to say, this isn't some crazy Alyssa liberal thing. Yesham Taylor and the DC Policy Center have testified to this. Yesham, and I love Yesham, but sometimes we see things differently, agrees with this, because the $5 million investment gives us $350 million of rent payments, federal rent payments to our residents and landlords. I'll leave it at that for everything else. Okay, I want to continue on the encampment issue. So we've seen the tents throughout our city, and we've seen a spike in them. And I think we all have an interest in the encampments going away. It's to the advantage of residents to be in permanent housing. I'm going to say from a business point of view, it's an advantage to not have residents living on the street. I've heard from our bids and our restaurants and small businesses about this issue. So I do want to ask you, Brianne, what is in the mayor's proposal right now to deal with encampments?
So she does make investments in housing. So I don't want to diminish that, but it is
Okay.
nowhere near the need, right?
Okay, so let's get to the need. So you gave a figure of $65 million. Is that just so the solution here, as I understand it, is PSH, permanent supportive housing?
For many people, yes.
Okay, so what is the need?
So, okay. We have, in the point in time count this year, which was, we think, a little low because of the pandemic, there's about 5,000 individuals experiencing homelessness in the District of Columbia. I'm not sure if everybody realizes that. That's a big number. The Way Home campaign is asking for about, I think it's 66 million, which would house about 1,600 people. And there's another 4 million, I believe, that we would need for families. And then there's more on top of that, right? So it's with housing subsidy right now, unfortunately, it's a more is more kind of thing. There are asks out there for local rent supplement enhancements. There are asks for targeted affordable housing enhancements. I mean, we could spend 100 million. And I don't know that we're going to have that opportunity this year, but I think if we can, my focus really has been, because we've done so much good work in reducing family homelessness through the shelter system, through the short-term family housing that we work together to build. We've seen the reduction in family homelessness. We have not seen the same success with chronic homelessness. And so really that's why I always focus my attention on PSH.
Right. So I guess I just want to say that I think the moment is now to address the encampment issue, to address the tents. Because my fear is if we don't make a big investment now, we're going to look like San Francisco and Seattle, which has tents all over the city, and they're not going to go away. And that's not going to help our businesses. So, I read somewhere where we've spent money here and it hasn't been spent. And I'm not sure what is going on there. I think we need to focus on making sure it's being spent. But my point is that if we start having permanent encampments and permanent tent communities in our city, they're not going to go away. Do you agree with that, Councilmember Nadeau? So I
do. And I just want to reassure folks that we heard from DHS that they're on track to match all the funds that we allocated this year.
So that argues for a big PSH. I know I'm over time here, so I'm just going to throw in ERAP. It runs out every year. This is in a non-pandemic year. And we know people, I've read that, State EC is going to cover it. We know people owe rent pre-pandemic. And ERAP can help with that. I'm also going to make my pitch for more LRSP money. These are the vouchers, the locally funded vouchers. When I asked Director Donald, Interim Housing Authority Director, I think she's going to be director of every agency by the time she's done in this government. When I asked her, how many people have we moved off the waiting list? It was I think that might be right, Brianna. It was 0. So we have 40,000 people on the list. List needs to be culled. But even if a quarter of them need housing, that's 10,000. I think it's households. Is that right, Brianne? So
yeah, that's head of household. Yeah.
We need to put money here, and it's a good investment because I'll just finally say that everything we're going to talk about in education, in jobs, in health is going to go down the tubes or not have the impact that we want if people don't have housing. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anybody else who wishes to speak?
I see Robert.
Oh, good. I didn't. Robert?
Thank you. Now, I'll be very brief because most of these issues have been discussed, but I do want to add my thoughts agreement on ERAP. I think we certainly need at least 14 million. I don't think we are at last year's level yet. And ERAP is a program, as Alyssa mentioned, that runs out every year. And also with vouchers, we're always outstripped. The need always outstrips the resources. So with respect to targeted affordable housing, particularly for some families as they exit the pandemic, permanent supportive housing, particularly for individuals. I know that you know this, Councilmember Nadeau, you really led the fight here. So I want to add my voice to those needs. The other thing I want to mention, not to kind of backtrack to ERAP, but there are going to be some housing cost needs that are not eligible under Stay DC because they will have pre-existed the pandemic and may outlast the pandemic. So that's another thing that we have to consider there. Thank you, Chairman and Councilmember Nadeau. Thanks to you and your team.
Thank you, Robert. I'm just going to bring up one thing, and then I'll call on Janice. Several members, I think more than who have just spoken, are interested in more PSH. So I'm looking at Brianne. I had a conversation with somebody in the executive the other day, and I don't remember who, that I think it was in the executive, might have been outside, that the DHS is just, they have a capacity limit to how much additional PSH they can do. If you can, Brianne, if you can get more information there, because it doesn't make sense if we pour $100 million into PSH if they can't get there next year. And if
Of course, that wouldn't make sense. However, they say that every year. And if we were going to give them more PSH, we would give them more FTEs, and we would call on our community partners to help. They are standing by, the same people advocating the funding are standing by and ready to assist in helping people match and lease up. So, we would have to, actually, I think we'd have to give the FTEs to the Housing Authority, but in any case, there's a plan. So don't stress about that. If we find the money, we can get it out the door.
I will stress. So if that's a conversation I'm going to want to have with you, not about my stressing, but what their capacity constraint is. Janice?
Oh, thank you. I think I just wanted to, most of my colleagues covered most of my questions, but I want to echo my support for the money for ERAP and any homelessness. And I think we have to put revenue on the table to do this and be bold in this moment. My office met with housing advocates yesterday, and I can confirm that the community partners are standing by and eager to help. And so we can absolutely get it done in this moment. So just wanted to add that to the conversation. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you. So if there's nothing else on this, let me turn to Jen again.
Okay, next we have, if I can make this go, Committee on Government Operations and Facilities.
Thank you so much. And my presentation, we did not format it exactly to follow the slides because the way I thought it was most digestible was a little bit differently. So you can switch the slides whenever you want, Jen. The committee recommended, and I want to go through this relatively quickly so we can make sure we have time for questions. The committee recommended very modest reductions to the mayor's proposed budgets to DGS, OCTO, and OCP this year that included identifying savings from vacant positions and very small reductions to non-personnel services across a number of programs and activities, largely in areas where the mayor had proposed sufficient enhancements or where prior year spending did not support the proposed budget increase. After the committee's adjustments, the DGS facilities budget would grow by about $5.7 million compared to FY21, and the committee did not make any adjustments to the proposed facilities budgets for schools because obviously we have a lot of facilities issues in schools that we have to work through. We've been working with the agency closely to make sure they are getting to those more quickly. The committee reduced the mayor's proposed enhancement of ARPA dollars in Octo's budget by $545,000, or roughly 2% of the proposed enhancement, so that the committee could fund additional housing vouchers, because the proposed plan for using the federal funding was vague and still in formation, while obviously our housing crisis is immediate and the needed intervention there is clear. Even with the committee's changes, Octo's budget would grow by approximately $36 million over last year's budget, which is an increase of over 30% year over year. With respect to the operating budget investments, we were able to make substantial investments in addressing backlogs at the Office of Human Rights and the Office of Administrative Hearings, in strengthening oversight, and in advancing campaign finance reform. Additionally, like last year, the committee focused investments on returning citizens, senior and LGBTQ residents, advisory neighborhood commissions, racial equity and public safety, housing, homelessness, lead and environmental hazards in our public facilities, and needs at Eastern Market. The committee identified 20 housing vouchers this year for returning citizens. Those will be identified by the Office of Returning Citizens Affairs, which is an increase from last year. We supported reentry housing with a $100,000 transfer to the Office of Victim Services and Justice Grants for grants to house returning citizens. The committee also maintained our commitments to returning citizens' employment by maintaining funding for our Access to Jobs program and the paralegal program. And finally, in this category, the committee identified funding to continue to support the work of the Commission on Reentry and Returning Citizens Affairs. With a focus on the LGBTQ community, we were able to fund a new LGBTQ coordinator at the Office of Veterans Affairs to meet a need for outreach and engagement identified by the LGBTQ Budget Coalition. We also continued our annual support for LGBTQ seniors with 20 housing vouchers for people identified by the Office of LGBTQ Affairs. The committee supported the LGBTQ economy by funding a new study on the economic impact of LGBTQ businesses, including recommendations on how we can strengthen our LGBTQ economy. Finally, I want to thank, on this section, I want to thank Councilmember Allen for sending funding to fund the and implement the Bella Evangelista and Tony Hunter Panic Defense Prohibition and Hate Crimes Response Amendment Act of 2020. With respect to advisory neighborhood commissions, the committee continues to strongly support ANCs this year. We targeted 2 specific investments. First, we fund a new strategic planning process for the Office of Advisory Neighborhood Commissions to engage commissioners across the city on what they need and how the office should prioritize and implement the unprecedented funding that the committee has provided to it over the past several fiscal years. We also provided funding for ANCs to be able to hire additional expert assistants like attorneys, planning and development experts, and consultants to strengthen their advocacy on behalf of their constituents. This is something Councilmember Nadeau and I have worked closely on and plan to expand further. On seniors and veterans, the committee identified funding to send the Committee on Housing and Executive Administration funding for 15 housing vouchers for seniors to move seniors off the DC Housing Authority waiting list. For veterans, we were able to dramatically expand the Vets Ride program at the Office of Veterans Affairs through a new BSA subtitle, increasing the number of available vouchers by 50% and allowing veterans greater flexibility in using their transportation assistance. On combating homelessness and expanding housing, for youth experiencing homelessness, the committee identified $100,000 to send the Committee on Human Services to restore a cut the mayor proposed to transitional housing for youth. And at the request of numerous public housing advocates, we were also able to identify $650,000 in capital funding to support the maintenance and rehabilitation of public housing. On criminal justice reform, the committee had a particularly strong partnership with the Judiciary Committee, making some targeted investments in criminal justice reform. We were able to identify $150,000 for the Office of Police Complaints to pre-fund our legislation to examine bias and threat assessments by police, which was our response to the January 6th insurrection. I also want to thank Councilmember Allen for including a Budget Support Act subtitle we drafted to task the Criminal Justice Coordinating Council with identifying the programs and interventions that successfully keep our most at-risk young people out of the criminal justice system. One thing we could not get done, but I hope we can work together on for first reading, is a study on how the district can move to a system of smaller halfway houses for returning citizens in each ward. Unfortunately, the administration claimed that they needed $2.5 million for this study, which was more than we could accommodate in the committee. But I think this is an important task for the council to undertake, given the issues that we are dealing with the large halfway house now that several council members have raised concern with. On human rights and due process, I think everyone is aware that the Office of Human Rights and the Office of Administrative Hearings have struggled with substantial case backlogs. To address this at the Office of Human Rights, the committee funded our 4 new full-time employees to meet critical needs within the office and help move cases more quickly. We also proposed and funded a Budget Support Act subtitle that will require the Office of Human Rights to report detailed quarterly statistics on their case backlogs to the committee so we can track their use of funding. At the Office of Administrative Hearings, the committee was happy to support the mayor's investment in 4 new employees to address the backlog, and we added a 5th new employee to ensure full-time staffing at the OAH Resource Center, which helps residents who don't have legal counsel navigate the complex appeals process at OAH. In addition, I'm hoping we can work together to unlock the fully funded but vacant positions at OHR and OAH tied to the paid family leave program. There are currently 10 full-time employees at OHR and 3 employees at OAH that cannot be hired. They're funded but can't be hired because they were intended to help administer the paid family leave program, but there's no demand or need for them at the moment. I propose that we find a path forward so that these people can be hired now to address the backlog at each agency and then be transitioned to paid family leave when it becomes necessary. On addressing environmental hazards at district facilities, through our oversight over the last couple of years, the committee has identified a serious and recurring problem with lead and environmental hazards in our parks, playgrounds, and across the city. To address this problem, we passed, and with this budget have largely funded, the Public Facilities Environmental Safety Amendment Act, which will require periodic lead and environmental hazard testing at our parks, playgrounds, and public buildings. We also now require transparency of test results and community engagement whenever environmental hazards are found. We still need, however, an additional $7.2 million to fund the remainder of this bill for testing for environmental hazards during building construction, renovation, and demolition. And I think, though, with some tweaks to the legislation, we may be able to bring this fist down substantially. On capital investments, the committee was happy to accept $1 million in capital funding from Councilmember Allen to help protect the historic character at Eastern Market. Working with the Housing Committee, we were able to accelerate planning for the DC Archives project at UDC by a year. And the committee was also able to accelerate capital funding for facility conditions assessments and critical system repairs at district facilities. And finally, here we were able to accept funding from Councilmember Che and the Transportation Committee to help reconstruct a covered walkway at Stoddard Elementary School. On protecting the environment, the committee was very happy to work closely with the Transportation and Environment Committee to advance our environmental goals by funding portions of the Zero Waste Omnibus Amendment Act, promoting waste management diversion at district government facilities. We also were able to identify over $2.7 million in additional capital funding for energy retrofitting of our district government facilities, helping meet our building efficiency standards. On capital campaign finance reform, to help end the practice of and perception of pay-to-play politics in the district, our budget proposal also includes an enhancement of over $1 million at the Office of Contracting and Procurement, thanks to Councilmember Allen and the Judiciary Committee, to fully fund the Campaign Finance Reform Amendment Act. When improving oversight, our committee has oversight over the Office of the Inspector General, which has been doing important work holding our agencies accountable. To support that work, we recommend keeping the mayor's proposed Budget Support Act subtitle to establish the Inspector General Support Fund, recapturing, which allows them to recapture funds generated by the IG's work and it allows them to use that money to support the office up to $2.5 million. We also identified funding to unfreeze 2 full-time employee positions at OIG, which the IG identified as necessary for the agency. Finally, for OIG, the committee recommends a $200,000 enhancement to support the OIG's upcoming comprehensive risk assessment, which we expect will put focus on large IT procurements. For the Contract Appeals Board, the committee addressed some small funding gaps identified by the board and fully funded the completion of a project to archive CAB cases, which will place the board's entire historic body of cases online and made accessible to the public for the first time. Finally, with regard to OCP, 2 separate audits have found significant issues with the practice of emergency procurements by the Office of Contracting and Procurement during the public health emergency. We have also seen significant issues with the executive's compliance with statutory reporting requirements for these procurements. As a result, we have an oversight hearing scheduled next week on emergency procurements, and I'll be seeking to move an amendment next Tuesday to bring an end to the mayor's emergency procurement authority in the current public health emergency. As it relates to this budget proposal, though, the committee recommends inclusion of a new Budget Support Act subtitle to require a robust report to the council on the use of emergency procurements shortly after the end of the public health emergency. Taken together, our committee was able to accomplish quite a bit while only making relatively small changes to the mayor's proposed budget. I do want to thank the Judiciary Committee, Judiciary and Public Safety Committee, the Housing and Executive Administration Committee, and the Transportation and Environment Committee, Human Services, and Recreation and Youth Affairs for either sending money to or accepting money from the committee this year. I really want to thank our committee members, Councilmember Nadeau, Councilmember Trayon White, Councilmember Henderson, and Councilmember Pinto, who have been particularly active members of the committee. Certainly want to thank the Budget Office and the Office of General Counsel, and want to give a huge thanks and kudos to my committee team, Sean Hilgendorf, Kirti Suri, Estelle Mitchell, and Sean Cuddy-High for doing incredible work on the budget so far, even though we have a little ways to go. I think it's important to acknowledge because they have been working on very little sleep, as I know you all can understand. So with that, Mr. Chairman, I welcome any questions council members have.
Thank you. I'm going to start out. I hate to phrase it this way because it sounds like an invitation, but there are a couple of items that you mentioned where you're looking for additional money at the council-wide. And what are those again?
They are $2.5 million for to study and develop a plan for creating smaller halfway houses across the city. $7.5 million for the public facilities bill to address environmental hazards. $7.2 million to fund the remainder of the public facilities environmental safety bill. This specifically would be for testing environmental hazards during construction, renovation, or demolition of public buildings.
Do you know the bill number offhand?
I don't know the bill number offhand.
Okay, but it's the Public Facilities and Environmental Safety
Amendment Act. Yes.
Okay. That's your list of 2? Not that
Within the realm of my committee. I have many other requests for you, Mr. Chairman, but they're in other committees.
Yes, and you can call me about those next month if you want. The other thing I want to bring up is in the mayor's letter. Now, I will note, I don't want to sound like this is a leading question, but you reduced Octo by $1.6 million. That's not a question. The mayor in her letter says Reductions to critical security software maintenance and contracts threaten our cybersecurity. And reductions to critical personnel within OCTO limit the agency's ability to fill key positions. You want to speak to those?
Yes, and let me just note, Chairman, just so it's not missed, it's not exactly a funding request, but it has a funding component. The paid family leave FTEs that I think could help the Office of Administrative Hearings and Office of Human Rights. That is something I'd like to work with you and other members on. With respect to the concerns the mayor raised, OCTO's budget is going up by over 30%. So they are seeing a drastic increase in their budget. I was trying to understand what the mayor was pointing to in her letter when she identified $945,000 that she said was for security, software, maintenance, and contracts. What I think she did, the chairman and other members, was look at a number of very small cuts, add them together, and characterize them as IT security. So this would include things like $74,000 from their communications budget, $200,000. This is the only one I really think is IT security related, but it's only $200,000. To be clear, this is from a significant proposed increase in an account that was actually underspent in previous years. So we made incredibly minor changes, all based on historic spending levels, and their agency budget is going up by 30%.
The mayor raised two other concerns. They relate to DGS, I believe, and I believe you cut DGS by 2.2 million. The concerns are reduction to the facilities maintenance budget, cuts critical funding for emergency repair and HVAC services, and reduction to HVAC repair and renovation funding will negatively impact building infrastructure and continuity of operations.
Mm-hmm.
Those?
Yeah, so the DGS cuts are offset by enhancements. The mayor also had, I think, a typo. She said we swept $200,000 from the HVAC budget. I think the number is actually $200. So there's a bit of a typo there. The facilities budget for DGS is increasing under the committee's proposal by $5.7 million. So that's actually a pretty substantial increase over last year and previous years. What we did here is we did an analysis of the capital budget allotments and asked the agencies for their spending plans. So, and we went through each of them. And so essentially we made sure that their planned spending matched the allotments, and where it did not, we swept the money. So any money that we swept is not in line with their spending plan. Two, the facilities budget is going up by $5.7 million. Three, I said it before, but I want to just make sure it's abundantly clear. None of this is within the school's facilities budget.
And did I hear you correct that what the mayor objects to, the $200,000 reduction in HVAC repair, was only a $200 reduction?
Correct.
And you're not losing sleep over cutting $200? Are there questions from members? Christina and then Charles.
Thanks, and thanks, Robert, for your work and the work of your staff on this. I just have I can't just let it slide. About this study, 2.5 million. Like, is this a real fist? Or is this a fist that they give when they don't really want to do it? I'm just curious.
Yeah, you've been here long enough to know that game. I think they don't want to do it. You know, we've heard a lot of concerns about the size of the new halfway house. You know, we got to figure out a path forward so that this doesn't continue to be a hot potato. For whatever reason, the administration doesn't want to do it. So this, crazy $2.5 million fist is, I think, ludicrous.
Okay. And the other thing that I wanted to ask you about, because you didn't mention it in terms of the conversation around Octo, was on digital equity and some of the issues that folks have had with regard to increasing the capacity at DCNet. But I wanted to give you an opportunity to speak to that in terms of for the public, value here.
Yeah. So we only took 2% of the proposed increase in what they were qualifying as digital equity. As we dug into this, some of this was a kind of an idea without a plan yet. So we weren't able to identify, nor was the agency able to articulate, this is what we are going to spend the money on. So they're still seeing a significant increase. We only took 2% of the proposed increase for something that really hasn't been fully fleshed out yet.
Great. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Charles, thank you. Charles?
Thanks. Quickly, Robert, thanks to you and your team. I think we had a really strong partnership on a whole bunch of issues here so this year in the budget. So thanks for your team's hard work on that. I'll just add my comments as well. At $2.5 million for a study. I mean, one, I just inherently don't trust round numbers. So whenever we just see a fist that gets thrown out with a whole bunch of zeros at the end of it, I think you should question that. There's no way it costs $2.5 million. So I would love to work with you and others because I think this is something, as we've had this conversation, warrants the type of serious work that we can do on that. So I look forward to working on that. Second, this is a quick point, and a third thing, which is a question. This is more just a framing issue. I think we need to stop saying the word cut. As I understand it, Councilmember, there's nothing that you've cut to the baseline budget here. I get it. The executive branch of government will want to always frame anything a change from what's proposed as a cut, but it's not, because the executive branch proposes a budget and then we decide what we appropriate. So a change in a decision is not a cut. And I don't want to repeat. I don't think we should be repeating the executive's talking point because I think that's us exercising our power to work on a budget and then put something forward collaboratively. So I'll just make that as a quick point because it sounds like this may come up for every committee. Last question I had for you is, we really focused on housing needs and how we prioritize reentry housing throughout the last year and this year. And just from the standpoint of how MORCA has done in terms of getting some of those dollars out and creating that housing connection, just wanted to see if there's anything you wanted to add around kind of, have they been able to get the dollars out? Kind of how have you seen MORCA being able to exercise that? Because I think it's an incredibly important part of being successful for our returning citizens to make sure we have the housing. And we try to prioritize that in my committee. But of course, this is another area where you and I get to partner and work hard together.
Yeah, no, I appreciate the question. So the ORCA 2 years ago, it was a lot slower than I would have liked in getting the vouchers out. I think that was the first year we were able to get it to them, but they are on track to get them all out the door this year. And so they've increased their pace every year.
Great. Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. I don't see any other hands.
I think there are two, Councilmember Silverman and Councilmember Louis George.
All right, we'll go with Alyssa and then Janice.
Great. Thank you, Robert, and your committee staff for the hard work that went into these recommendations. So I have one focus at the Office of Human Rights, and it is language access. So I want to ask your, opinion. We have had tremendous difficulty with language access. Vaccine, state EC, unemployment, it goes on and on. What is in the budget to help with language access?
We didn't do anything with language access. We have added staff to the agency as a whole.
Okay.
So I'll need to circle back with you on language access. That's been a frustration of mine as well. And I've asked them about it in oversight hearings. I'll give you what my impression is, which is that I think the administration has not sort of wanted to fully implement language access, and the agency is left in a position where they're having a hard time explaining why it's not being implemented, but I think it's over their head. So let me dig into that a little bit more and get back with you.
I appreciate that. Thank you. That's it, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Janice?
Thank you. Robert, I wanted to ask a question, particularly around OAH. And you know, I guess staffing increases and additional funding you put in, and what more it would take to help OAH function at a more efficient and more transparent level. My concerns are around in two areas, particularly. I know OAH had 14,000 open cases across its 3 clusters. It didn't meet its target at 75% of non-UI cases closed within the 120 days in the fiscal year. So it's impacting UI, but then also when we hear from DCRA as to why enforcement isn't happening, they also are now blaming OAH and saying OAH is the issue. So just could you speak to what more it will take to help OAH function, and what we can see here? I saw there's only there was a 1 added FTE, and so I just wanted to understand that.
There are 5 new FTEs. 4 of them would be administrative law judges.
Right.
The final one would be somebody who assists residents who don't have counsel. So I think this will help them start to get on top of their backlog. I did not include BSA language for OAH in terms of reporting requirements to the council because they have met all of our report requests. So we have only had a jurisdiction over them for the past 6 months. We have been very clear about the expectation of getting on top of the backlog. We have had no issues in getting data from them. So I do think that with these additional FTEs and the type of oversight that we're doing, I think they'll get on top of it. And certainly if they're not, we'll know because we have a good level of transparency and communication.
Okay, thank you. Appreciate that.
Absolutely.
Let me just jump in. With regard to DCRA, I'm not convinced that DCRA is blameless when they point the finger at Office of Administrative Hearings. I'm not sure that DCRA is giving OAH good cases, meaning cases that are complete, and that then DCRA follows up and ensures that OAH disposes of the cases timely and also presents evidence and testimony. So it's kind of easy for an agency to say it's not my fault, it's another agency. In this case, I'm not sure that OAH is to blame. It could be resolved. I can't speak for DOES and unemployment insurance, but my sense is that DCRA would do well to sit down and build a better relationship with OAH so that things move seamlessly. Not to get you off the hook, Robert, but I'm not sure it's OAH.
Yeah, I mean, there's certainly interactions that matter with other agencies. It seems like agencies have gotten better at actually appearing for their hearings, but that's something that we're tracking as well.
I don't see any other hands. Speak up if anybody wants to be recognized. Otherwise, we're going to go to recreation.
Councilmember, actually, a couple hands, Mr. Chairman.
All right, I didn't know we did second rounds, but Councilmember Bonds and then Alyssa.
Thank you very much, Chairman. And I want to just add a word of thanks again to Councilmember White for expressing his generosity towards our seniors. The special vouchers are very, very helpful, and we can take as many as we can get, as many people understand. So I just wanted to share that. And I also wanted to speak on his, one of the ideas that he has, some of the proposals that he has put forth, which we haven't really found money for, but I'll speak to those when we get to the report from the Housing and Executive Administration Committee. But thank you, personally, thank you, Councilmember White. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Bonds, and thank you for your leadership on our seniors.
Thank you.
All right, and Alyssa.
Yes, this amazing budget lookup tool that the budget office has put together can show us lots of stuff. So on the language access issue, there's $172,000 and no FTEs apparently. And just for those in the public watching, language access means being able to read government stuff in your own language, whether that's Spanish or Amharic or Vietnamese. So, this is an important law, and I think we've seen a divide based on language access. And I'll just say this seems like a small amount of money. That's all.
Thank you. All right, so let's move now to the Committee on Recreation, Libraries, and Youth Affairs. Jen, I'll start with you.
I think we're teed up. Councilmember Fran White.
All right, there we go. Thank you, Jen and Chairman. This budget expands recreation opportunities in all 8 wards in the district in many ways. For example, the increase in the operating funds in the budget DPR will include a 5.6 million of funding in the budget of DPR to expand the boost camps and DPR's pilot program, also to help accelerate learning for our youth with a nearly $400,000 to expand DPR's out-of-school programming. This budget provides over 5,000 slots for summer camp programs, over 700 slots for DPR boost camp, specifically designed to accelerate learning, and 900 slots for youth and teen career camps. In fact, I just got finished talking at one via Zoom during this conversation. It was just bad timing, but it was empowering. This budget funds multiple new capital recreation projects in communities throughout the district, including pools at Randall, Rumsey, Harriet Thomas, Upshur Rec, the renovation of Emory Heights, Jelliff, Parkview, Douglas Recreation Centers.
Email to you and then print it. Is that your printer in the room?
I'm not sure who that is.
Okay.
Is that Gray? Councilman Gray? Okay, let me finish. All right. So I was talking about the capital projects.
Just a moment, Trayon. It looks like they muted. Okay.
I'm muted again. So there is muted. Okay. So like pools at Randall, Rumsey, Harry Thomas, Upshur Rec, and renovations of Emory Heights, Jelliff, Parkview, Douglas Recreation Center, and new development of Cromell School and Joy Evans Therapeutic Center. Another important focus of this budget was to increase the access opportunities for youth, young adults, and people with disabilities. So this is why the budget includes a 3.5 million to build outdoor fitness hubs across all 8 wards, which remain open and operation during periods where the facility may be closed. 7.8 million to build 7.8 million to support ADA accessibility with commitment that all DPR facilities will be ADA accessible by the end of 2023. 2.2 million to support low cost and no cost activities at our DPR facilities. That's critical to providing what we call equity in the budget to all residents. The creation of the VOTA Academy, which is a training program for DYRS youth 18 years or older that will help youth to attain skills, work experience, and on-the-job training that's necessary for successful employment. Behavioral health programs and additional education programs, including vocational training, college courses, in partnership with Howard University and UDC. The budget also funds significant improvements and program enhancement at the DC Public Library and Office of Cable Television, which include 73 million to renovate Deanwood, Northwest 1, Rosedale Library over the next 3 years, an additional 6 million to increase support at Chevy Chase Library, and additional funds to replace Parkland Turner Library and to renovate the current Juanita Thornton Shepherd Park Library. Finally, I work with other agencies under my committee's purview to provide and to improve their work as relates to gun violence prevention. And we've seen that theme in other budgets as well, other agencies. I'm proud this committee improves public safety by funding violence interruption and prevention activities. It funds an increase of almost 2 million to support gun violence efforts. And we tried to drill down on what that looks like because it was kind of like in theory almost. Also 3.4 million to enhance DPR security infrastructure through cameras, ensuring our facilities stay safe and accessible. Funds an increased amount to Credible Messengers program at DYRS, and better collaboration will streamline the work of the Office of Neighborhood Safety and Engagement, Cure the Streets, OAG, and the newly created Building Blocks DC initiative. It also allocates funds for the administration and distribution of grants to community-based individuals and organizations active involved in a myriad of efforts to curb gun violence. In fact, they just did the first round of funding last week, and another round is coming up as well to individuals and organizations. It also funds the Office of Independent Juvenile Justice Facilities Oversight, which will regularly monitor the public report at DYRS which we achieved at getting out of the Jerry M work plan. That's very critical to DC from a previous lawsuit. So for slide one, let me see where we are with slide one, Jen. Are we on slide one? Okay, cool. Our committee made changes of $250,000 in operating funds from DPR, which $150,000 from DC Public Libraries, which was $711,000 from DYS, and transferred $250,000 to the Committee on Business and Economic Development for grants to develop a Ward 8 Community Investment Fund at DSLBD. We historically did that through create opportunities through DREAM grants. This community investment fund will support the funds to distribute grants and microloans to Ward 8 businesses. Community investment funds are capital funds that have 3 essential characteristics: local capital sourcing, local investing, local decision-making. Strengthening the support for local and resident-owned entrepreneurs is a critical component of economic strategies in Ward 8. As you know, Ward 8 is faced with extreme poverty. And one of the ways we come out of that poverty is leveraging access to capital and resources, especially for business owners and entrepreneurs, to create leverage. Additionally, $667,000 to the Committee on Workforce and Labor to fund the bill B22-950, which is the Committee on Poverty Establishment Act. That's under DOES. This is the bill that authorized to establish a commission led by residents who have experienced poverty to recommend solutions and document the experiences of those poverty experiences to help the district think about and create strategy to get people out of poverty into prosperity, what we call pathway to the middle class. The committee also reduced the allotment for the Southeast Tennis and Learning Center. I know Councilman Allen don't use reduce, so I'm gonna say transfer. Okay, that's better. Transfer allotment for the Southeast Tennis and Learning Center in FY22. As a project is near, we have another project in Ward 8, which is the Concord Heights Recreation Center, that's near ready to go. And needed another floor to accommodate a pool because of some soil issues at the facility. We couldn't expand to other areas, so we had to find money to build up to accommodate some of the needs from the community, which was a pool, a full court gym, and other amenities. And some of the specs we got from the architect originally included a half court basketball court, no pool, a field, but it wasn't really what the community asked for or wanted. And Ward 8 is one of the communities that's been severely neglected when it comes to access and recreation over the years. We've closed down nearly 9 to 10 rec, so access to recreation facilities in the last 15 years in the district, in a ward that has more youth than anywhere in Washington, D.C. Also transferred 150,000 from the Committee on we accepted a transfer of 150,000 to the Committee on Judiciary and Public Safety to provide an annual grant to organizations to plan, promote, and manage event programming for the committee in the Eastern Market Metro Park. Additional 7,000 from the Committee on Transportation and Environment to support a grant to be used to organize weekly run or walk events in at least 3 locations. We got $100,000 from the Committee on Business and Economic Development to support go-go programming at the Office of Cable, Film, Television, Music, and Environment. We got 50,000 from the Committee on Human Services. This is this slide too, by the way, Jen. 50,000 on the Committee on Human Services to support grants for regular activation of spaces in Ward 1 in Columbia Heights Plaza, 14th in Girard Park, and Unity Plaza. From the Committee on Judiciary and Public Safety, we got $1 million in FY22 for Landsberg Park improvements to implement phase 2 improvements, including the resurfacing and additional improvements. 400,000 in FY22 for Garfield Park phase 2 improvements, including implementation of a full scope of work as designed in phase 1. We also got $250,000 in fund maintenance and modernization for the playground and field at Watkins Elementary School. The Committee on Business and Economic Development sent $400,000 for TAB field improvements, $250,000 for Harry Thomas Recreation Center field and Langdon Field, $250,000 for the opening day collection at Lamont Riggs Library. The Committee on Transportation and Environment also sent $140,000 for the Palisades Recreation Center, to resurface skateboard park, $15,000 to resurface the skateboard park, $125,000 for the design and construction for a new dog park. The Committee on Government Operations and Facilities sent $70,000 for Unity Park improvements. Slide 3, please. In terms of the BSA, I recommend striking all of the subtitles referred to me because the subtitles did not have any budget nexus. Finally, the errata letter noted that the Rosedale Record Center was not included in the mayor's proposal in an error. Our draft committee report did not reflect this change. We have worked with Joe in the budget office to ensure that the capital tables are accurate and included in this project. That concludes my presentation. I'll pause right now for any questions.
Councilmember, so I'll begin. I did not hear in your presentation that you were making any requests council-wide with regard to your committee. Am I correct?
No, you're not correct. No, we're not gonna do that.
Excellent. You get 2 gold stars for that. And you spoke to the 2 issues that the mayor raised.
So I don't want you to think that we're not looking for additional money. We're actually looking to fund Bill 23-65, which is a bill I created to ensure that we have career-based mentoring for Office of Out of School Time. And that was at $10 million for out of school time. Also, we're trying, I don't know if you all know what we're doing. You walked in the walk that we did for the grocery equity walk along with Councilmember Gray to show the inequities in grocery access to fresh produce in the ward a couple of years ago. Between Ward 7 and 8, we had 3 grocery stores. And so from that, we work with some organizations to create a new community garden. It's probably will be one of the largest community gardens in DC in Oxon Run Park called The Well. We're trying to empower and work with DC Greens and Green Scheme to get residents to help produce our own produce. And that's going to be called The Well. We're looking for $1 million for that as well.
Okay. The other question I've asked to the other committees is the mayor's letter, but you spoke to both of those. With regard to the absence of I'm reading the mayor's letter, Absence of the errata letter request to include funds in the capital improvement plan for Rosedale Library. You said you're working with the budget office on that.
Yes, correct.
And then the Southeast Tennis and Learning Center, you spoke to that when you spoke of Congress Heights Recreation Center.
Yep.
Are there questions from members? I see Brooke and then Christina.
Thanks so much. This is less of a question, more of a request as we look for additional funding. Volta Park is still in real need of an additional $700,000. There are really dangerous divots throughout that people continue to be injured on, and it really needs a full returf, which is going to be $700,000. I'll just note that while we're on the topic. But thank you very much, Treyon, for all of the work, and particularly the inclusion and retaining of the funding for JLF Recreation Center.
Thank you. We do have noted that. We want to work with the chairman to help you with that. We do note that. Yeah.
Thank you.
I knew my list was going to get longer. Christina.
Thanks. Chair, I have 3 quick questions. First, I know you said you struck all of the BSA subtitles because they didn't have a budget nexus, but I noticed that 3 committees transferred money to your committee for various grant programs at DPR. However, you recommend striking the BSA subtitle that would allow DPR to give out grants. Was that a?
Well, we wasn't certain that they had a budget nexus, but we were. I'm trying to work with the chair to figure that out.
Okay. Okay.
We included with the chair.
Okay. My next question is about the libraries. Did you, I unfortunately didn't have an opportunity to attend that particular budget hearing, but did you have any conversations with DC Public Library about their hours and what it would take for them to get back to pre-pandemic hours? We've been hearing lots of conversations from folks in the community that, you know, for right now, the libraries are not open on the weekends. They close at 6. They're only doing evening hours on Thursdays. I'm just curious if you happen to know how much they're going to need to get back to pre-pandemic hours.
So yes, and we had a lot of questions about that when we asked DC Public Libraries. Their conversation were more about ensuring that we can have safety during those hours more so than budget. And I think that we are looking to follow up with them to see what that looks like. I know they did increase funding for security, but more so when we asked them, it wasn't really, from what I saw, they had the same budget they had before as relates to those hours.
Right. I just know that now, so for instance, MLK Library, they have more libraries open now than they did pre-pandemic. So
yeah, we're going to be working with them and oversight to push them to ensure that they have those hours.
Okay. And my final question is about the Congress Heights Rec Center and the additional floor that you spoke about in terms of the pool and the basketball court. Has that already been contemplated in design, or is it going to take more time now for the project to get started with this new money?
Yeah, it's in design. So without going into belaboring it, so we had several meetings with we've had more engagement around Congress Heights than any other recreation center. And they were kept presenting these options, and reality was what the community wanted versus what the architect was able to put together to present to DGS to give to the community for RFP. It wasn't matching up, like a half a gym. It really didn't meet the needs, and they were saying they needed additional money to make that happen. And there's some who argued that their numbers are inflated, but nonetheless, we were trying to make sure we gave the community what they as much as they could get out of this project, I mean, as though we've been waiting for so long.
Okay. Oh, sorry. My last question around playground equipment in the DPR capital budget. I noticed that you guys did some reductions in the proposal around 1.25 million. Is this going to delay any of the playgrounds that are currently slated for equipment refreshes?
So that reduction was an error in the capital tables provided by the budget office, from what I know.
Oh, okay, great. All right, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
All right.
Thank you. Are there questions? Anita and then Charles.
Yes, thank you, Chairman. And thank you, Councilmember White, for this presentation. I had just two questions. One, regarding this, the so-called sweep or transfer of this 13 million from the Southeast Tennis and Learning Center to the Congress Heights Recreation Center. Is there any thought as to how this money would be replaced in subsequent years? Or have you given thought to that?
Yes, so let me just back up a little bit. I do want to note that in 2013, the Tennis and Learning Center received $17 million for this facility, right? This facility is really not that old. And I know that under the leadership of Cole Masters-Berry, she's trying to build another facility on the backside on Valley Avenue in a part of the park that we don't even own. It's a federal government land. And it's not even ready to go yet. It won't be ready to go into based on up to 2020. The design won't even start to 2023. And we've already seen that their DGS project is behind even further than that. And so we are going to work to put the money back into the budget. But I do want to also note that during the hearings, there were a lot of people who spoke against this particular facility, including residents and ANC Commissioner Absalom Jordan. As we talk about the number of general recreation centers that got removed, and we're talking about building another tennis and learning facility, and there were residents complaining about having access to the facility and number of issues.
Okay, all right. Well, thank you for that updated information. Can you also just speak a little bit about, you mentioned Deanwood, and I'm hoping you mentioned Deanwood Library, but I suspect that you mentioned Deanwood Recreation Center. So can you repeat what the committee has done with Deanwood?
So there is going to be a standalone Deanwood Library. Currently is in the recreation center.
Currently is in the recreation center and not in the little kiosk that sits there on the avenue, in which I well know. Okay, and so do we have resources allocated for moving the library to a actual facility, or is the thinking that the library will remain within the recreation center?
Well, the vision is to move the library to a standalone facility, no longer in the recreation center.
Okay, all right. And any planning money allocated towards that?
Yes, it's in the budget.
All right, okay. Thank you. Thank you very much.
No problem.
Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you. Charles?
Thanks, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Councilmember White, for all the work here. I had a couple of questions on libraries, so I'm just going to focus there for a second. So as I'm thinking back to last year, and I believe, correct me if I'm wrong, but last year I think this was under Councilmember Grasso in that committee oversight. I remember as part of the COVID elements, we had to take, or there were reductions to DCPL's budget because they were closed, had reduced hours, and so they were able to absorb some pretty significant reductions. I think it was like $1.5 million, 1.7 million. But now that they're reopening, I think one of the concerns I'm hearing or that I have is that are we restoring their PS budget in a way that they could expand those hours? I think I keep hearing that perhaps they actually would be having to be reducing their hours given the PS budget, because they already absorbed a big decrease last year. But since we're getting back to the place of reopening, we should be building off almost from 2 years ago budget. So Councilor, could you just kind of walk through for us a little bit of how you're thinking that they have the PS budget that they will need to not only just keep their hours, but actually be able to expand them?
So I agree with you on that. And we didn't cut anything from the personnel budget. And we last I spoke to my staff, we were looking to work with the council to try to figure that out, what that looks like, but we didn't cut anything to that.
Yeah, no, I'm sorry. I'm not suggesting that. What I'm trying to think of is, did the mayor put enough budget in, basically not just building off the previous year, but actually thinking back to 2 years ago, because last year was such a different year for the library system overall. So, and perhaps that's flagging just to kind of work with the budget office and the chairman's team.
Yeah, we should look at that. You asked me, do we have enough? Is that what you're asking?
Yeah.
No, I say we can always have more.
Yeah. Okay, I appreciate that. The other element that I was thinking about is this is at least the experience I've seen with the libraries, is that the digital circulation. So we think about their circulation budget or their collections budget. I mean, the digital circulation increased dramatically because people weren't going into the library branches anymore. So many ebooks and things like that, and they have to purchase all those through licenses. But the demand has gone up significantly for that. And I don't know, again, I think last year they ended up having to absorb a big collections budget. And I don't know if the mayor had proposed enough funding in the budget to be able to get the collections budget to meet where we see the demand in those digital and ebook collections budget. And I was curious if you had any kind of look at that, or if that one more area we need to kind of look through with the budget office in the weeks to come.
Well, we want to work with the budget office to do that. We did ask that, and I do know there is an emergency contract coming out to address the high need in digital services, and I think that we do need more resources for that. Okay.
And then last piece, and this is it's a fairly small piece, but my understanding is there was a reduction in the proposed budget to the Sing, Talk, and Read program of about $50,000. It's a really small program, but that $50,000 I think makes a really big difference. This is the group that goes out and does a lot of high intensity work with low literacy households, low literacy families, low literacy communities. They do everything from the Books from Birth program to a lot of just really intensive work on early literacy as well as adult literacy. So it's a fairly small item, but I guess flagging that for the budget office as well, as if we're able to help restore that roughly, I think it was $50,000 or so.
Yeah, we saw that late. I guess that was tied into DCPL's communications budget. But it wasn't obvious to us. And so we're trying to dial back to work with DCPL to try to figure out how we can fix that or find something else to kind of work with in the budget. Okay. Don't cut that. Yeah, it was in communications part of their budget.
Great. All right. Well, thank you, Councilmember. I appreciate it. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Robert. And Brian, do you have your hand up? You'll be next.
Thank you. Thank you, Councilmember White. The only thing, and this has come up, but I just want to make sure I was clear. The funding for the expansion of the Southeast Tennis and Learning Center, I guess my concern is that if they are supposed to do their planning in 23, do we have a way to make sure they have the funding in time for that process to be kind of secure? So they're going to have to contract with somebody at some point before then to start that planning process. And I just want to make sure we're not kind of putting them on an impossible timeline.
I guess my short answer is yes. And they don't require, I think last time we did planning, they had a previous allotment already. That's still there, and whatever additional resources they have for additional planning, we will make sure they have. But I believe they had additional money allocated already over the years for the planning money.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Brian.
Thank you, Tran. I just want to follow up on the discussion you were having with Christina about the grants authority. What's the thinking behind removing the grants authority from DPR? Do you have concerns about something?
Can you say that again for me, please?
Sure. You had stricken the grant making authority for DPR, and I was wondering what the thinking was there, if you had some specific concerns.
I think it was subtitles, but I also heard the council member say.
Oh, okay. Yeah, we wasn't sure that it had a budget nexus.
Oh, I see. Okay.
Yeah,
well, we gave you.
The
Don't worry.
I'm sorry.
we gave you a budget nexus for your offering
right.
when we sent you the grant money. So that solves that.
So we're
But,
gonna fix that.
Yeah. So, okay, cool. That was it. I got you. Trying to be very clean with the BSA. Makes perfect sense. And yeah, let's work with you on that so that, because we are really excited about the mini grants that we're going to be doing with you. So great. Thank you.
Can you hear me? Okay.
Is there anybody else who wants to, has questions or wants to speak with regard to recreation, libraries, and youth affairs? Then we will move on. And I believe the next committee is the Committee on Health.
Correct.
Yes, and I have to turn my computer off so that there's not feedback. You're on.
Great. I think we're set up. Councilmember Gray?
Councilmember Gray, you're on mute.
I do that constantly. Sorry, guys. Can you hear me now? Okay, thank you. The Committee on Health approved a number of reallocations focused on enhancing funding for birth to 3 programs and securing long-term funding for the DC Health Care Alliance. The Committee on Health eliminated 7 vacant FTEs at the Department of Health, 3 vacant FTEs at the Department of Behavioral Health, and 26 vacant positions at the Department of Healthcare Finance. We're open to working with these agencies between now and the first reading of the budget. If they have acceptable non-personal services reductions that they would like to substitute in order for them to retain these positions. We were able to increase funding for 2 important health-related birth to 3 programs. We added $416,000 to expand the DBH Healthy Futures program, which provides wraparound and behavioral health services to at-risk children and families. As students continue to deal with the trauma of COVID and the stress of returning to in-person learning in the fall, these supports will be crucial. The committee also added $300,000 to expand birth to 3 Healthy Steps services to the clinic in wards 5, 7, and 8, which we know desperately need these services. We know that these communities are underserved, and we're delighted to be able to do what we're doing to be able to augment those services. The committee added $215,923 to fully fund the Certified Midwife Credential Amendment Act of 2021. This important legislation will expand birthing options for all women, but this will be particularly important for medically underserved communities, because this bill will also allow for Medicaid reimbursement for midwifery services as well. The committee also added $143,984 in recurring local funds to personal services to continue hiring more school nurses in accordance with DC Law 22-61. I worked closely with Councilmember Che to allocate a portion of the federal payment funds to spread support for a wider array of food programs, including $250,000 for Healthy Corners store partnership, $250,000 for Joyful Food Markets, and $291,000 to eliminate the waiting list at the Produce Plus program, and $250,000 for Food and Friends, which we've supported over time annually. Additionally, we shifted the $500,000 for the Produce X program back to the Department of Healthcare Finance again this year, which we think makes perfect sense. We fully funded the DC Law 23-132, the Postpartum Coverage Expansion Amendment Act of 2020, with $255,905 in local funds. This important legislation extends inpatient and outpatient benefits up to a year for women after the birth of their child. One thing the committee was not able to fully fund yet was the school-based mental health program. And we spent lots of time and discussion about this issue. This needs another $1,872,000 to ensure that we can support grants to hire another 83 clinicians while maintaining adequate reimbursements to keep providers stable. I directed my committee director to provide a detailed written description of this issue, which he's now transmitted this morning. However, I will quickly summarize the key points. During fiscal year 21, the executive branch paid clinicians in the school-based mental health program a $10,000 add-on due to the fact that COVID-19 had disrupted the appointment and billing cycles of school-based clinicians. Without the $10,000 add-on, which totaled $1.5 million, the program would no longer have been financially viable for program providers during COVID. When the mayor proposed a total of $722,000, 22 enhancement to expand school-based mental health to all schools. The advocacy community celebrated, but recommended an additional $841,000 be added by the council to provide the $10,000 add-on to clinicians at these 83 new schools. For those who attended our hearing, you probably heard repeated discussion about the $841,000, and we worked with advocates in the aftermath to try to address that. What the advocates did not realize at the time was that the mayor's proposed base budget for the existing schools in the school-based mental health program also did not contain the $10,000 add-on in fiscal year 2022. Upon realizing that the add-on funding was not continued, the request of the advocacy community increased to $2.341 million, which reflected the continuation of the $10,000 add-on funding that I mentioned previously for all the existing 83 new schools in the program. The executive branch has stated that they believe they can expand the 83 remaining DC public schools and public charter schools without any add-on funding in fiscal year 2022. This would require nearly 100% return to in-person schooling at the beginning of the school year and virtually almost no disruption to provider appointments and billing from the lingering impacts of COVID. The provider community has consistently said that it is not realistic to think we can expand all 23 remaining schools without an add-on in fiscal year 2022. And we would risk destabilizing current providers in the course of all of this. The committee settled on a number of $8,000 rather than 10, recognizing that providers should be able to bill more in fiscal year 22 than the previous fiscal year. But that appointment billing would not fully return to pre-COVID levels. Yet at the markup, the committee reallocated, $1,872,800 within the mayor's enhancement to give the providers an add-on of $8,000 as well. Unfortunately, as of today, I have not yet been able to identify the additional $1,872,800 in one-time funds needed to do both the $8,000 add-on and fully fund the expansion to the remaining 27 schools in fiscal year 22-23 school year. However, I fully support adding this additional funding at the committee of the whole level. And I look forward to continuing to work with every one of you, the executive and the provider community on this this continuing issue. And we will look forward to working with all of you between now and the first reading of the budget. As we continue on now with our slides, the committee made reductions at the Department of Healthcare Finance within the Managed Care Organization Program to align funding between Medicaid program and Alliance program as well in a manner that would more closely reflect the historical enrollment and rate payments extant with the services, and they're used to fund the reforms that we've talked about over and over and over again. And many of you have talked about it with me. In fact, Councilmember Nadeau, I want to thank her for her work with us in being able to address the Healthcare Alliance issues. And so thank you again, Councilmember Nadeau, for all you did to work with us on this. I want to commend the mayor and the deputy mayor Turnage for reforms to the Healthcare Alliance as well that were implemented during the COVID-19 pandemic. These reforms have eliminated in-person certification requirements, extended coverage beyond a year during the public health emergency, and eliminated disparate treatment in health insurance for undocumented residents, which for those who attended those hearings, that's certainly an issue we heard over and over and over again. The committee continues to grapple with this fact that the OCFO's fiscal impact statement for the cost of implementing the Alliance reforms, we think is overstated, possibly by as much as 50%, based on the Alliance enrollment data for the past year. The fiscal impact statement appears to be especially overstated in the out years of the financial plan, where we see projected growth to the Alliance program that is very hard to justify from a statistical, financial perspective, ladies and gentlemen. The committee made a series of offsetting reductions in the financial plan to make the Alliance reforms permanent and bring equitable enrollment procedures to this health insurance program, which now almost exclusively serves the district's undocumented community. As the mayor references in her letter, one place the committee secured out-year savings was the conversion of 101 full-time equivalent positions to not exceed term positions at the Department of Behavioral Health. To be clear, the committee did not cut any of these positions in fiscal year 2022, but instead designated them as term positions, similar to what we see with federal grant-funded positions or positions funded through the American Rescue Plan dollars for 3 years. The Office of the Chief Financial Officer initially said it would certify this approach for generate financial plan savings. However, after the markup, CFO switched its stance on the issue and said it would no longer certify this approach. CFO certification reversal on this issue meant that the Committee on Health had to remove the positions from its committee report. Therefore, the concern raised by the executive is already moot. Unfortunately, the loss of these out-year savings leaves the Alliance reforms only partially fully funded for shifting the enrollment process from a 6-month to annual recertification. And we still need to do additional work to fully eliminate any face-to-face recertification requirements in fiscal year 2023, fiscal year 2024, and fiscal year 2025. I look forward to working with council members, any council member, and Councilmember Nadeau in particular, and other colleagues to fully fund the Alliance reforms on a permanent basis, so that hopefully we can tackle this effectively with the the forthcoming vote on the budget as we move forward. As I move now to the last slide, the committee accepted transfers from other committees, including $1.4 million from the Committee of the Whole for the Department of Healthcare Finance to support the maternal health resources from Access Act 2021, which was championed by Councilmember Christina Henderson, and $150,000 of one-time funding from the Committee on Human Services for the Department of Health to support Councilmember Nadeau's leveraging for our future the Future Amendment Act of 2021. We supported the mayor's budget support act subtitles, although we may take a second look at the Medicaid reserve subtitle as it relates to the DC Healthcare Alliance. We moved the MCO contract from the list of waivers in the healthcare finance solicitations subtitle, but did not remove the MMIS and DCAS contract because rebidding carried a fiscal impact that the committee could not cover, at least in the budget for which we were responsible. Let me move now to the next area. That is, we recommended, excuse me, the BSA subtitles, including the following: the Stevie Sellows, direct support professionals, quality improvements, which allowed additional flexibility in fund payments. The First Time Mothers Home Visiting Program gave additional funding to leveraging for our future grant in those areas. The Maternal Health Resources and Access subtitle, which Councilmember Henderson's doula legislation is now involved with, which I mentioned earlier in my presentation. Department of Healthcare Finance grant program, which provided the Department of Healthcare finance grant making for telehealth, assuming they decide to involve in this way again this year. The last subtitle, the Managed Care Contract Fiscal Limitation, was initially requested by OCFO, but determined later to be unnecessary and will be removed. Finally, I'd like to mention that although it does not appear on the slides, the committee fully supported the continued capital funding of $365.87 million to build a comprehensive healthcare system on the east end of the District of Columbia, which is the first time ever. We've had such an endeavor in the District of Columbia. This will also include 2 urgent care centers, one in Ward 8, one in maybe 2 possibly, but certainly one in Ward 7, one in Ward 8, and also will include an ambulatory care pavilion as well, and as well a full service community hospital on the St. Elizabeth's campus to open in fiscal year 24. If we're lucky, maybe it'll open earlier than that. We met with Wayne Turner, the Deputy Mayor Turner, and some of his staff just 2 days ago around this. We expect them to be releasing the work that's already been done on the rendering for the hospital. I think people are going to be very excited about what it is that we are developing there and the services that will be provided for folks. I didn't mention these, but
Vince, I've let you go over your 15 minutes, but you're now at 22 minutes.
Okay, could I just finish real quickly, Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. We are working on grocery stores also, and maybe Kenya McDuffie is going to mention that in his presentation. And two, Trayon White mentioned the Deanwood Library, which is in the budget for $24 million, a brand new library which is going to be developed in Ward 7 in Deanwood, and we're excited about that as well. Okay, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. So I'm going to ask the same questions of you that I've asked of the other committees. Are there some items that the committee is asking for from the committee of the whole?
Well, yeah, I mentioned those during my presentation, Mr. Chairman. Some of those that I mentioned, I won't go over those completely again, but that would be helpful. That would be helpful to us, which I mentioned already, Mr. Chairman. I won't repeat things that we've already talked about. So,
Well, that's kind of what I was asking for. So I remember you're saying school-based mental health. I don't remember how much that was.
let me see, Mr. Chairman. Let me turn back to my notes if you don't mind. As to what areas we want. Yeah, can you have just a minute, Mr. Chairman?
Yeah, or if your if your staff is texting you, maybe they can text you the list.
Yeah, let me ask them to do that, Mr. Chairman. They have some of
Okay.
the numbers in front of me that I don't have at this point.
Okay.
We're looking for, I think, to be able to fill 101 positions. And I can give you the exact numbers for those, Mr. Chairman.
That's related to the Alliance, I believe.
Yep, and the Alliance was $1.9 million to be able to address that. And we're hopeful, Mr. Chairman, that we can finally address this issue in a fashion that will allow us not to have any more hearings where people are coming and constantly talking about the problems that they have going and recertifying their Alliance.
Okay, so I have a list at the moment of two things. One is the school-based mental health, but you can't give me, you can't tell me repeat what the number is, and the Alliance recertification. Let me ask you about the mayor's letter. So the mayor's letter starts with your markup. Position changes at Department of Behavioral Health are reckless and threaten critical programs. Position changes at the Department of Healthcare Finance threaten continued progress in healthcare provision to DC residents. Position changes at the Department of Health weaken a critical regulatory agency and will lead to an immediate spending pressure in FY22. Can you speak to those?
Yeah, let me go back to the school-based mental health program, which we're looking for. I think it's 83 additional clinicians, which would allow us to maintain the level of support that we have now, and that's around $1.9 million, Mr. Chairman, that we're looking for help from the from the committee as a whole to be able to get that additional money.
Okay. So the mayor's letter says position changes at Department of Behavioral Health are reckless and threaten critical programs. I think that's a reduction of 104, 101 positions.
Yeah, it was 103 positions, Mr. Chairman.
Now, the email that your staff sent out today said the concern raised by the executive is already moot.
There's no out year cuts to DBH. Let me give you, there may be some additional information I want to give you, Mr. Chairman, in the aftermath of this meeting today, if you don't mind.
You mean give to me after the meeting?
Yes, I mean quickly after the meeting.
Okay. Would that be?
Before you finish the session today.
Would that be as well with the mayor's letter? Position changes at the Department of Healthcare Finance threaten continued progress in healthcare provision to DC residents.
Yeah, well, we'd like to work with the Department of Healthcare Finance on some of the changes that we've proposed. And perhaps in working with them, Mr. Chairman, we might be able to come to some meeting of the minds with them on what the changes are that we're proposing. I think we had 26 vacancies that we were proposing in DHCF. And again, we'd like to work with them and see if we can find something that will accommodate them as well as us.
And the mayor's letter says it's vital that DHCF maintain at a minimum 23 of the proposed 26 FTE reductions. The reductions in FTEs at Department of Behavioral Health and at Healthcare Finance are all related to you're trying to get funding with regard to the Alliance recertification. Is that correct? I understand.
Yeah, excuse me, Mr. Chairman, I'm looking at something while you're also talking, so forgive me for not fully paying attention to the questions that you're asking, but
Sorry.
I go back to healthcare finance for a second, which you went back to. There are 26 vacant positions at DHCF that we would like to work with DHCF on, with Wayne Turnage and others, to be able to address those potential cuts.
Am I correct in my understanding, though, that these FTE cuts to Department of Behavioral Health and to Healthcare Finance are to fund the Alliance, changing the Alliance recertification?
Yeah. Hold on a second. The OCFO certification.
Yeah, I'm not asking that.
Okay.
The FTE cuts that your committee sought or is seeking are to fund changes in the Alliance recertification. The mayor's letter says this: the committee proposed these changes to fund changes in the Alliance program, but my proposed budget supports and funds the DC Healthcare Alliance Program Recertification Simplification Amendment Act of 2017, which eliminates face-to-face recertification for Alliance participants and requires recertification just one time a year. The Committee on Health makes these changes unnecessarily to solve a problem that does not exist.
I'm not sure that I concur with that, Mr. Chairman. I would like to work with them, try to see if we can come to some concurrence with them on what it is that the mayor is proposing at this stage. So if you let me get back to you, Mr. Chairman, I'd like to be able to do that after our consultation with them.
Okay. The last thing in the mayor's letter, I don't think I'm skipping anything. She devotes 4 pages to your markup. Position changes at the Department of Health weaken a critical regulatory agency and will lead to an immediate spending pressure in FY 2022. This concerns the Committee on Health's proposal to eliminate 7 FTEs within the Health Regulation and Licensing Administration. How do you respond to that?
Again, Mr. Chairman, we believe that what we have proposed is eminently doable, and yeah, we proposed 7 vacancies in the Department of Health, and if they have a different approach, Mr. Chairman, we'd like to hear from them about that. We don't think that we're going to create any untoward problems in the Department of Health for the elimination of 7 vacancies, which we don't think will have a deleterious effect on the department at all. But again, I'd like to hear one more time from them exactly what they say will be the problems that will be associated with that. We don't see that. We're not in agreement with that.
And in the case of these 7 positions at Department of Health, those are currently vacant. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
All right, let me turn to members if members have any concerns or questions or comments. Who?
5 people hands are up, Chairman.
All right, I don't see any hands up. I see Councilmember Che. Whoa, now I'm seeing some hands. All right, Councilmember Che, then Henderson, then Louis George, then Silverman.
Okay, thank you very much. First of all, thank you very much, Councilmember Gray, for all of the help with the nutrition programs. They're really vital, and they're expanded in the way that the Committee on Health has done will make a big difference. But I do have one concern, which I noted at the committee markup. The budget you voted on, and some of this may have been something that you, Mr. Chairman, were trying to get underneath, voted to fund the Prescription Drug Monitoring Program Query and Omnibus Health Amendment Act of 2020, including improvements to the Healthcare Alliance program. So that may be part of that. And I support all of that, but I was just concerned about the method, if this is explained, of converting recurring personal service dollars within DBH to, in some cases, one-time money, and that this will result in spending pressures in the next fiscal years as funding will have to be found to continue those positions beyond the next fiscal year. I don't know where that stands from when we had the committee meeting, but it is a concern I have if that can be addressed.
Well, I'd like to work with you, at least continue to work with you as we get to the end of this process, Councilmember Che, to look at the issues that you are raising concerns about. We'd like to be able to do that directly with you if you're amenable to that.
Okay.
Anything further, Councilmember Che?
No, thank you.
Thank you for working with us on the work that we did along with you on the food issues in the healthcare budget and health budget, excuse me. So anyway, thank you for working with us on that, and we know that's an important function to be able to fulfill.
Councilmember Henderson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have a similar question, sort of piggyback back off of what Councilmember Che was saying. Perhaps I'll ask it a little bit differently and actually ask it to the budget office folks. So obviously we got the letter from Eric about the certification issues that we've been having with the CFO. And then Eric says the situation is moot. So my question is for two parts. One, he says that for the out years, the CFO would not certify those positions. Okay, we'll set that to a side. But for FY22, are those positions, those 101 positions at DBH still considered temporary and one-time at this point?
I think that they're actually, I think those position cuts are out. But I'll be happy to get with you in a matter of hours, just to absolutely corroborate that that's the case, Councilmember Henderson. So can I get back to you on that?
Sure, but Jen's here, so she could say, yes, it's been certified, or no, it hasn't. Jen?
Yeah, let me get back to you to be absolutely sure, okay?
I'm going to step in before Jen says anything. And if you could mute. There have been some issues with regard to the Committee on Health, what the Committee on Health did. But I think at this point, as we go to the full council-wide deliberation, that what we need to be looking at is what we want to do and what the mayor is saying, whether she agrees that we can do it or not. Look at it that way rather than whether the CFO certified certain things. In the end, what I look at is whether the CFO will certify the committee of the whole print that I'll circulate on the 19th.
I can appreciate that, Mr. Chairman, but really my question is, and this is something that I don't want to see happen, I don't want those positions to be term because it effectively hinders the ability of the agency to hire not just the school-based positions, but clinical, St. Elizabeth's, we're doing an alternative to 911 program. That's a lot. So if I understand in the out years, they have said we can't do it, but if at FY22, if they can't hire, but for term positions, then what are we doing?
Well,
And
I'm trying to run a little,
changes I do, but I just want clarification on what we're doing here.
I'm trying to run a little interference here, which may or may not be appropriate.
Okay.
Whether we convert positions to term or not, I believe is a policy decision by the council. It doesn't mean it's a good thing to do. But in the end, in my view, if the CFO says that we can't change positions to term, I would fight him on that because that's a policy decision on our part. And that's why I'm trying to get away from whether the CFO certified something last week or this week. I'd rather wait until we get to council-wide and then have that have that discussion.
So then I'll just state for the record that I would like to see those positions not be term as we move forward for the council. And then also add to the conversation that, I said this at the markup, but this was also raised at the hearing as it pertains to the alliance piece, which I think everyone agrees with, that we've had issues in terms of the face-to-face recertification process. But the deputy mayor said they could absorb the cost in FY22 for a one-time, not in-face recertification, and that they would use the data from the last 2 years to go back to the CFO to redo the FIS, which I think we all can acknowledge can sometimes be bloated. And so I just want to put that out there as a possible way forward out of this, but I'll stop there.
Well, I think I'm debating too much here, but I will repeat what's in the mayor's letter, and I will quote, "My proposed budget supports and funds the DC Healthcare Alliance Program Recertification and Simplification Amendment Act of 2017, which eliminates face-to-face recertification for Alliance participants and requires recertification just one time a year." When I spoke with the city administrator and the budget director yesterday about this, the mayor's budget director, they spoke orally about how that's where their commitment is and where they're going. So that speaks to, I think, part of what you just said, Councilmember Henderson.
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
Do you still want Jen to speak?
No, it's fine. It's okay. I think I made my point.
Thank you. Councilmember Lewis George.
Thank you, Chairman. I will just reiterate the ditto that those positions should not be term, and I absolutely agree with Councilmember Henderson's on that point as well. Wanted to say, Ward 4 has more residents enrolled in the and still we have residents left uninsured. And I know the Alliance is a lifeline for immigrant residents in this city. And so, I'm grateful for your leadership, Councilmember Gray, on working so hard over many years to cut through the red tape of the barriers, that keep our residents from the healthcare that they need and deserve. I think there's no excuse for any resident in the city who wants affordable healthcare to not have it. And it is vital to our recovery and our resilience for every government actor to work together to fund the expansion of the Alliance and remove the unnecessary hurdles to enrolling. I think we can't afford to delay any longer on permanent solutions. So I hope the conversation today about Alliance will be about collaborative problem solving for this, since the CFO has raised concerns about certification. So with that framing, I want to ask, where do we go from here to accomplish the goal of funding and expanding the Alliance? Councilmember Gray.
Well, we believe that the funding was actually there, Councilmember Lewis George, and we've had this over and over and over again with the mayor's staff, with the mayor about this issue. And we'll continue to fight this issue that we're fighting now. So I'm assuming that you and I are in the same place on this, and that is that there is such an important role to be played by the Alliance, and that we believe the dollars are actually there to be able to make that happen. So I would look forward to working with you on behalf of your constituents to be able to accomplish that.
Yeah, thank you.
If you had nothing else, Councilmember, then I'll turn to Councilmember Silverman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Here's what I'll say is that the Health Committee's budget changes, we've already discussed the 100 behavioral health positions, are policy decisions that I argue are contrary to our goals of building a healthy, equitable city. And I know that Councilmember Gray has worked very hard for this, but if I'm understanding the state of play here, the Health Committee Director, Mr. Goulet, now says the committee doesn't suggest turning these positions, which are FTE positions, into one-year term positions, but it's still the recommendations of the committee. I'm just thoroughly confused what we're doing here, but I want to say that this is not the only budget trick in this committee report. And I'm just going to remind all of us that we've seen these budget tricks and gimmicks before. UMC. And here's what happens. People get hurt. And in fact, our most vulnerable get hurt by these budget schemes. And I know it's not done with malice, but that's in the end what happens here. And just 2 months ago, we had to clean up the UMC shenanigans that were in the Health Committee 2 years ago. And I just want to say, we've seen this movie. Let's not do this again. We got an email, I got an email, I think everyone did, from the Health Committee Director that there's a brand new plan that's never been voted on. I'm not sure how much the Health Committee members know about. I just will say, I think enough is enough with kind of these budget schemes, even if they're meant to do something helpful, which is keep people on the Alliance. But we should do that and do it with intention and not through, what I think amounts to a gimmick. I'll just say these aren't just numbers to balance. These are people. And I think what is so difficult for me to understand is that after we've come out of a pandemic that has tremendous impact on the mental health of all of us, but particularly on our young people and their social emotional development, how can we create behavioral health positions that are only 1 year? This really, I think, handicaps the ability of DBH to hire competent people. But as well, I just want to spend a moment on school-based mental health services. I want to say that to the mayor's credit, she proposed a budget that provides full funding for school-based mental health services at every DCPS school. And I think that should be the minimum. I mean, what I understand from what's going on in the Health Committee is that some of this funding is diverted. The reasoning is that some of this will not be in place by the beginning of the fiscal year. I think that's what Mr. Goulet is saying. But, if we divert the money, we know there won't be enough funding to expand services to every school this fall. And, that's where I would say some of these moves seem contrary to our goals as a council of creating a healthy, equitable city. And perhaps it's just last minute decisions to make the numbers balance. But I do think we really need to be careful here. And I know there's a lot of hard work put into this, but I think we should be careful about mental health services, especially in this budget cycle, given the impact of the pandemic. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Well, I appreciate your comments, Councilmember Silverman. I always appreciate your comments. So if you have some thoughts on how we should reapproach the issue of school-based mental health services, I'd be happy to talk with you about those. If you believe they should be different than what we propose now, please share them with me, and I'll be happy to work with you on those.
I will take you up on that offer, Vince. Just one other question from what you said about the subtitle about the contract appeals board and the Medicaid decision. Now, I thought I heard that you were recommending removal of that subtitle, but did I hear that incorrectly?
No, I think that's correct. We don't have it in there.
Okay,
Councilmember.
very good. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Is there a, yeah, okay. I'm excited about that. Don't want to sound disappointed. Councilmember Robert White and then Brianne.
Thank you. The issue has been raised, but I do just want to add to the course the demand for and need for mental health services is going to be unprecedented as we go into this year, which as I know you know. So I did have concerns about the what looked to me like a rollback of the expansion of the school-based mental health. That's going to be critically important to our students if they're going to get back on track, no matter how well the teachers do in the classroom. If they don't have those mental health supports across the system, our kids are going to be in a lot of trouble. And so kind of any clarity you can give, Vince, on your kind of intention there, where it is you want us to go or achieve, when that would be helpful for me. And then the what looked like the reduction of 101 positions at DBH, including clinical staff at the emergency psychiatric clinic, members of the community response team, and school-based and healthy futures clinicians. There are several more. I do have concerns about those. So if you could just clarify on those 2 points where you're trying to get us.
Well, let me double back with you, Councilmember White. I'll be happy to speak with you further about this, so that the questions that have been raised are as clear as they possibly can be. So will you give me a little bit of time to be able to make sure that the information we're providing to you is as clear as it should be on this. We've had many conversations with the advocates. I mean, we don't believe, I was talking to my staff again, we don't believe that there are going to be any cuts that remain of the 101 positions that were originally going to be cut. So would you allow me to get back to you, Councilmember White, on that, so that there is no absence of clarity about the positions that are involved?
Certainly. Thank you, Vince. I'd appreciate that.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, Brianne.
Yes, thank you, Chairman. Vince, thanks for all your hard work on this. I really appreciate the opportunity to work with you on Alliance. 2 things. One is, has been raised before, is the school-based mental health. It's my understanding that we need to identify $1.9 million, it's just 1.9 million more, just to ensure that all the schools are funded adequately. Is that right? Are you looking for that still?
I think that's right, Councilmember Nadeau. We can corroborate that, but I'm pretty sure that's close to right in terms of what we need to get to the next place.
And that would get us a practitioner for every school funded at the level that they've been funded at, which had like a one-time bump last year, but then the mayor brought it back down, if I'm understanding it correctly.
Yeah, that's what we would like to do too. We've had our concerns as well with the advocates about whether in fact they can fill all the positions that will be included in what they want to include and what we think can actually be accomplished. So we'll be happy to provide to you too, additional information on that. But yeah, we think that the approach that we're taking and trying to continue to get to, will be addressed in this budget.
And then the other thing is, I know we've been talking a little bit about the subtitles here. The DCAS contract, I think is the one that I'm looking at. No, sorry, the MMIS one. I think you said in your presentation that you couldn't remove that because it would have a FIS that you couldn't balance out. Am I understanding that right?
Yeah, I think that's right, Councilmember Nadeau.
So it's a matter of just figuring that out at the committee of the whole, or do you think there's a policy reason to keep the MMIS in there, subtitle in there?
Well, the MMIS, it was in there in the first place. That's one of the issues that that the folks involved with healthcare finance were working on with us. So if there are changes in that, which I don't think there will be, I'll be happy to get back to you ASAP in the same time frame that I spoke to a couple of the other members about as well.
Okay. I think there is some interest in striking that one, and I'm just, just trying to get a sense of whether or not you think it should remain, or if you believe it should be stricken, and whether that FIS was really the reason, or if there was more of an agreement with the executive on that you wanted to keep it.
Yeah, well, if there's going to be a change in that, Councilwoman Nadeau, give me a chance to get back to you also as to what those changes might be, because I don't want to leave any confusion, about where we are with this.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I did not see any other hands. And if there are any, they are between us and taking a break for lunch. I'm going to propose, because we're talking about lunch, usually a break would be like 15 minutes, that we come back at 1:30. That would be 31 minutes from now. Log off and see you all at 1:30. We pick up then with the Committee on Labor, I believe. So eat some donuts, Alyssa, so that you're well charged.
For those in the Wilson building, there's pizza. We've moved on to lunch, Mr. Chairman.
See you all at 1:30. right, let's see if people are around. Well, there's one member besides me. Alyssa, you may speak to an empty room. Oh, 3, 4.
I love how, Chairman, how when you're on time, you make it seem like normally you're the one waiting for the rest of us.
When I'm on time, I am waiting for everybody.
I'll give you a gold star for this time.
You know, those gold stars could start accumulating value like Bitcoins.
Yeah, I'm still waiting on you to tell us what they're redeemable for, because I've got quite the stockpile.
No, you don't have quite the stockpile. You've gotten a few. Let's see, give a minute for a few other people. Are you saying that, Brianne, that I shouldn't be excited when I'm on time?
Very proud of you. I just don't think you should disparage others.
Well, when you put it that way, you're correct.
So Phil, we're just reversing any.
We have 9 members. Alyssa, you want to go now or you want to wait to see if we can get up to 10 or 11?
Hang on, Mr. Chairman.
Well, now we're up to 10.
Okay, I'm ready to go when you are, Mr. Chairman.
All right, I'm going to mute for a moment while Jen says whatever she's going to say.
I think we have the first slide up. Council member, you'd like to start? But I don't have it.
Should I start, Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
Okay, great. Hope everyone had a delicious lunch. So I want to start talking about the Labor Committee's unanimous recommendations by talking about a DC resident named Jean. So Jean is a real person. She's a Ward 4 resident. She lost her job in the laundry department of a DC hotel due to the public health emergency and her hotel closing. She's worked for this hotel for 3 decades before getting laid off. And when she wrote me, she said she had $6 in her bank account because she wasn't able to get the unemployment benefits that she deserved. She needed money for rent and other basic needs. And when I asked her whether she had applied for Stay DC, Our rental housing assistance program, she didn't know anything about it. So given Jean's age and where she is in her working life, Jean isn't going to benefit, let's be honest, from reskilling for IT. Jean needs her job back. And I'll just say I have talked about Jean because Jean's my North Star for this budget. That's why the Labor Committee strategically directed dollars to those workers like Jean and the businesses that employ people like Jean who were hurt the most in the pandemic and might have a tough time recovering. And I will say that especially in Jean's case, we need to act with urgency. And we need to activate the dollars we have, both our own local dollars and the American Rescue Plan funds, as quickly as possible to put these dollars into the hands of workers and businesses to get rent paid, to get workers back on the payroll, and to help the workers, maybe not like Jean, who would benefit from reskilling to get the training they need to get jobs that are in demand right now in our city, in IT, in nursing, in home health care, in infrastructure. Okay, so now we'll start looking at the beautiful slides the budget office created. Okay, so first, and I'm going to address Mr. Chairman in this, the mayor's letter. So first, the committee does take a different approach to the money in the paid leave trust fund. And right up front, I want to note that many of you have heard about $400 million in the trust fund in reserves. And I'm just going to say this is due to the wildly inaccurate assumptions about the cost of benefits from our CFO, and also that 200,000 workers filed for some type of unemployment and couldn't access paid leave because they weren't employed anymore. But I'll talk about this at the end. The point I want to emphasize is that the Labor Committee was only allowed to deal with about half of that 400 million, and the other half, the 200 million or so, is in the CAL, but still deals with unemployment. So I'm going to leave that for the end. So the biggest part of the paid leave fund the Labor Committee dealt with is the mayor's tax cut. This is under the modifications to Universal Paid Leave Fund. And the committee's view is that this is an untargeted cut, that the mayor gives the same tax break to those businesses that saw stable and even increased revenue. And the chairman always makes fun of me for using Arnold and Porter, so I'll use Covington. Let's say this approach gives a tax cut to Covington law firm, and the same tax cut to Covington that's given to restaurants and hotels in our city that got totally decimated by the pandemic. I don't think that's a strategic use of our dollars. So here's what we propose instead. First, $30 million for targeted grants to small, local, and minority-owned businesses in the restaurant, retail, and hospitality sectors that saw significant revenue loss. This is money to help these businesses pay back rent and get workers back on the payroll, workers like Jean. $29 million to permanently make unemployment insurance exempt from DC income tax. I'll remind you, Jean had $6 in her bank account. Our unemployed workers need every single dollar to help pay for essentials to keep their households afloat. Many states already exempt UI from their local income tax. And my recommendation and our unanimous recommendation from the committee is for the district to join this group of states. We put $20 million for the Excluded Workers Fund that's run out of Events DC. And this actually totals $35 million. The mayor put $15 million toward excluded workers in her proposal. And I just want to emphasize, these are workers, many of whom are critical to our economy in our industries like the hotel industry, like the restaurant industry, but they have no economic safety net. They haven't gotten a dime from unemployment and some of our other federal safety net programs. I just will add in that 13,000 residents have accessed funds for excluded workers from Events DC so far. So there is a big need for this money. We put $15 million for payments to DCUI claimants who have endured extraordinarily long wait times before receiving their benefits. I don't think I need to tell all the members about district residents who have waited weeks, if not months, Jean being among them, for unemployment benefits to hit their bank accounts. And while waiting, many residents have had to max out credit cards, borrow from family, and do other things to put food on the table. And the idea behind this is compensation to help pay those debts. We talked about this in the Human Services Committee, but we put $5 million for incentive payments to unemployed district residents to complete these state DC rental assistance applications. We talk about this every week or most of the recent weeks on our COVID call, that we got to get $350 million out the door. I think $135 million by September. But we don't have that many completed applications, and we know the need is great. And I'll say once again, when I asked Jean, have you applied for rental assistance? She didn't even know about it. So the idea here is that it spreads word of mouth and actually just puts money in the pockets of people who need it. We also put $98 million to expand universal paid leave medical benefits from 2 weeks to 6 weeks for FY22. And then with a BSA subtitle, we have a path for permanently expanding benefits for the program. Now, I'll admit, I was surprised by how much medical leave has been used in the past year. And I think one really interesting fact is that Black workers used it at a rate of twice the rate of white workers. There's a real need for medical leave, and that's why we did the increase. Let me address the two paid leave expansions the mayor proposed. First, I guess I have to say I'm excited that the mayor is supporting the paid leave program. And I will say that the committee did retain the mayor's proposal for 2 weeks of prenatal leave. I guess we're on the next, I don't know if we're on the next slide. I'm sorry, I was trying to keep pace with you, Jen. So what the committee did here is just made improvements to the prenatal leave and tailors it more for medical leave. On helping our residents who are domestic violence survivors, the mayor's letter is a bit incorrect. We actually transferred $3 million to judiciary to OVSJG, and we have worked with the DV advocacy community, and we believe that this allocation will meet the need. Let's see. Let me talk about our youth, and now I think this goes to the next slide, Jen. The Labor Committee recommends funding for a permanent school year internship program for 350 students. So to our young people who testified in droves to our committee about creating not just summer youth employment, but year-round employment, we heard them, we agreed with them, and we decided to make what was a pilot in last year's budget a permanent school year high school internship program. And I think this is a great thing for our young people that I hope we can expand in future years. Let me talk for a second about what we call a jobs first approach. So the mayor's proposal puts a lot of resources into temporary subsidized employment that pays a sub-minimum wage. But our residents want permanent jobs that pay at least the minimum wage. So for next year, our unanimous recommendation of our committee is to pilot what's called the Jobs First approach that puts returning citizens and residents with housing instability into immediate, full-time, permanent employment. You know, what are we talking about? Programs like Friendship Place and Jubilee Jobs. This would be a competitive grant, but we're talking about getting, instead of having temporary employment, putting people into employment that's permanent and that pays at least the minimum wage. In her letter, the mayor mentions reduction of training / project empowerment and DCIA, and I want to address this very directly and be very clear. There is no funding, whatever Councilmember Allen would like me to call it, cut, transfer, whatever. The funding for DCIA and project empowerment is not touched in FY22. What we do, and this goes to a principle of mine in this budget, is activate money now. So we take some ARPA money that is from future, from the out years, and we activate it to help fund these programs. You know, and this is an example. I would say that the Labor Committee and the mayor have the same goal. We want to get people to work, but it's just a different approach. You know, and again, what it does is it gives people permanent jobs that pay the minimum wage as opposed to only a guarantee of 12 months of employment at a $10 minimum wage. So let me talk about Rapid, why we chose to make a different choice around reskilling our workers. So the mayor mentions the Rapid Reskilling Fund, and we do have a different approach here. And I'm trying to keep up with the slides. Jen, I think Rapid Reskilling might be on another one. But let me talk about that for a moment because it's in the mayor's letter. So Rapid Reskilling, we need to put our residents into jobs in our high demand industries, healthcare, IT. And this shouldn't be a flash in the pan 1 year approach. We got to permanently build infrastructure to get our residents, our high school graduates into jobs, not Maryland and Virginia high school graduates into our jobs. No offense. And obviously I have family in Maryland. So what do we do instead? What we do is use those rapid reskilling funds that the mayor proposes to really build the infrastructure we need to meet the demand for IT and nursing jobs. So $3 million goes to UDC Community College and community training providers to train district residents, our people, in IT credentials and create an IT advisory board similar to what we did with the healthcare sector partnership in last budget, which has been wildly successful. We also put $2.2 million for the community college and training providers to train district residents as certified nursing assistants, home healthcare aides, licensed practical nurses, and registered nurses. Let's talk, you know, and this is work with other committees. We're asking people to age in place, but we don't have any home healthcare aides to help people age in place. And then we don't have a path for those home healthcare aides to actually build careers and living wage employment. This is what that does. And I'm happy to answer more questions about that. But I'm trying to keep it nice and breezy right now. Okay. And let me just pause for a second on the need for healthcare training. So we all remember that first round of vaccine distribution, when 3 out of 4 doses went to non-district residents. And why is that? Because 75% of our healthcare workers were not DC residents. We got to turn that around. And that's what and I think this gets to changing, you know, some of the structural inequity issues in our economy. And that's what we plan to do here. Now, Jen's slide mentions non-competes. I think that's at the bottom here. Let me talk for a moment about this because it's very newsworthy. So everyone on this council passed the non-competes law. The mayor signed it into law. And we fund it in this budget. Now, we do have a hearing on an amendment that we have proposed this law has gotten a lot of pushback from big business, not a surprise. And what's newsworthy is that yesterday, the Biden administration said to the FTC, let's look at banning or at least severely limiting non-competes. So I'm just going to say to you guys, once again, here's the council taking the lead on an important issue to workers. What we do is we fund the bill, but then we push back the applicability date to April so that we can iron out the legitimate issues that big business, and I include the universities in our big business community, have. Okay, I think we're on to the next slide here, Jen. $5 million for heroes pay. This is to thank and reward thousands of DC workers in essential jobs. And Mr. Chairman, let me anticipate your question about asks. I think the ask of our labor community is $20 million for heroes pay. So the labor committee puts 25% of that amount, so $5 million in the pot. But I think the ask is for $20 million. Okay, now usually I stay in my lane on jobs and workforce in my committee, but we do have two really big housing initiatives in here that I want to highlight, and I think they are on one of these slides, but I'll talk about them anyway. First, we already talked about this Stay DC incentive. I'm just going to point out that usually Yesham Taylor and I and the DC Policy Center aren't like simpatico all the time, but this is actually one of the things that Yesham testified to. She thinks it's a very smart investment of $5 million to get back $350 million in free federal money, basically, for rental assistance. The second initiative is a $1.5 million transfer we make to the Judiciary Committee for an eviction diversion program. So this program is going to help renters and rental property owners address whatever problems might have used to gone to court, but actually can be worked out through mediation in a more humane way. And the DC Bar Foundation, who runs the Access to Justice program, is going to do this work. I want to mention that this is actually, eviction diversion is a recommendation from the mayor's Saving Rental Housing Strike Force. And to be clear, this is a new program component. I think Councilmember Allen is going to talk about access to justice in his committee report. This is not part of the $20 million, but I certainly support the $20 million request as well. So I'm not sure where I am on time, Mr. Chairman, but I'll keep going given I don't hear anything from you. So I just want to take a moment to talk about the other $200 million in the paid family leave trust fund.
Councilmember, since you called on me, you're over by about,
I'm over.
So just kind of wind it up.
Wrap up? Okay, I will. So let me just say, on the other 200 million, the mayor put about 114 million into the UI trust fund. And what I would say is, I think there's a more strategic use of 2 out of 3 of those buckets. 49 million is to avoid taking out a loan. Let me just say, many states take out a loan. There's nothing wrong with it. And the advantage of doing that is then we can take that 49 million and help workers like Jean now. I'm gonna say I'll give the mayor the 32 million to avoid a tax increase. What I'm really focused on is the 49 and the 33 million, which frankly just sits in the trust fund. It doesn't do anything. It doesn't help Jean. Let's help Jean. Mr. Chairman, I will leave it at that. We have a lot of Budget Support Act subtitles, I think, that are on our final slide. And many of those were covered. They are the legal language to help us with the appropriations, but I'm happy to answer any questions about those. And thank you very much.
Thank you. So I've asked everybody so far about responding to the mayor's letter, but you tried to incorporate that into your presentation. And I think, there were a couple of things like, I'm looking here, the Committee on Labor significantly weakens the Office of Wage Hour and undermines the agency's ability to carry out its mission. Want to respond to that?
Happy to, Mr. Chairman. So we want to make sure that when we put money into wage and hour enforcement, that it actually leads to results for workers. And what we don't think that putting money into DOES in this division leads to results for workers. What we have found leads to results is putting money at OAG. And I think along with Councilmember Allen, we have teamed up. I think we have funded at least 3 positions at OAG that has brought forth wage theft lawsuits. And we also are moving a program in this budget from DOES to OAG, which OAG wants, because they are very energetic about enforcing the law and workers' rights. And we think it's a much better use to put money with Mr. Racine, and it's gotten results.
I think that was the only thing I saw in her letter that you hadn't spoken to. Your asks of the Committee of the Whole, not that I want to encourage any member to ask of the Committee of the Whole, but you mentioned the heroes pay. Was there anything else?
I think just to keep everything intact from the unanimously passed recommendations of our committee.
I think that's implicit in every committee's recommendation. Thank you. So let me see if members have any questions. I see Brooke.
Thanks so much. And thank you, Alyssa, for this really robust and wonderful set of recommendations. I just want to note on the non-compete issue and really appreciate all of your work on that issue to, as you noted, iron out some of the outstanding details. It's my understanding that President Biden's forthcoming executive order is really geared to address allowing workers moving on to a competitor, as opposed to some of the outstanding issues we're seeing with our version limiting simultaneous employment. So just want to note that, but looking forward to the hearing next week. Question on the $5 million incentive pay for Stay DC. And I hear your points about you agreeing with people who you may not always agree with. But your example is that, one of the examples you used is that when people are calling you and you're recommending they apply for this funding, they are unaware of it. And so that would tell me that it may be a better use of our Stay DC resources to bolster our advertising and education of the program. How are we anticipating that providing incentives to apply to a program that neighbors don't know about is going to help them become aware of the program?
So I think we see with the vaccine incentives that when people get money, that spreads word of mouth. And you can win a college scholarship or even apparently a $51 Visa gift card, that makes a difference. So the idea here, Councilmember Pinto, is that, and as well, let me make a point that actually Maya Brennan on my staff made, is that when people get their back rent covered, that just goes to their landlord. This gives them an extra $500 that's theirs. And, we all make a 6-figure salary, right? So $500 might not mean that much to us, but for somebody who's making $30,000 or $40,000 or trying to pull money out of DOES from their unemployment benefits, $500 means a whole lot. And we think this will do several things, which is what the DC Policy Center thinks too, which is, first of all, it's going to spread word of mouth about Stay DC. And we think it's going to be an incentive to complete the application, because we see a lot of people start the application, but they don't complete it. And I'll just be honest, I think we have siloed thinking in our government. Most of the people who can't pay rent are my UI people. And so this is an attempt to tie these together, because I'm just frustrated, Brooke, but I keep asking, to the director of DOES, okay, well, have we promoted state DC? And then I talked to our unemployed residents and they've never heard of it. So I will admit, maybe it's a little imperfect, but this is an attempt to say, we know who is having trouble paying rent and we're targeting an incentive to these folks.
Okay, and I'll just say, I don't think there's any argument that a $500 check can be extremely meaningful to people. But under that theory, we could make an argument that our direct payments to our excluded workers could be increased. So I'll just note there, but I appreciate the extra information, and thank
If
you
the
for.
chairman gives me more money, I'd be happy to put more money into excluded workers.
Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Brooke. Well, and as Alyssa knows, when I was begging for pizza and melon slices, that I don't have a lot of money in my pocket. I see Anita and then Christina.
Okay, thank you very much, Chairman. And Alyssa, thank you very much for this report. It gives us a great deal of insight, I believe, into our workforce across the district and what some of the needs are. Could you please just explain to me how the $15.5 million one-time payment to claimants for the longest unemployment compensation wait times, how do you see that being utilized? I mean, how do you see it getting to those persons?
Gotcha, Anita, good question. So I know there's a little skepticism here about DOES, but I will just note that the mayor gave, you might remember back in December, the mayor gave a $1,200 stimulus payment to all the PUA folks, and that got out the door lickety-split. So the idea here, Anita, is that, we would give this stimulus payment to those folks who, and I know when they email me, and I know they've emailed you, they're taking out, they're maxing their credit cards, taking out loans from families, and this would be just a way to compensate them to basically pay back money that they should have gotten from our government to begin with.
Okay, so it's basically a class of claimants that will actually be receiving this. And because they're on this list, they will automatically be able to benefit from this pot. Okay, all right, that was my main concern. I also wanted to ask, how do you see what we are proposing in the way of resources for our paid, our unemployed persons, navigating the fact that at some point soon we will be without this additional federal stimulus, and how will that really affect over the next, I'll say, 6 to 8 months for sure?
Sure. So great question again. That's why we put $30 million and, I'm just going to say it once to the federal city council, and the chamber maybe hasn't been so supportive of me. We put $30 million toward business. And the idea there, Anita, is that we need to make sure these businesses survive, they can pay their back rent, and they can get folks like Jean back on the payroll. So, this is a bunch of different solutions that we're proposing here, but one of them, to your point, is we need to get people back to work. And so 10 million of this money in our recommendation goes specifically for hotel industry workers, like the person I've talked about, to get her back to work so that she doesn't have to be on unemployment.
Okay, and so are you saying then that somewhere within this proposal, your committee's proposal, there are resources that would serve or can work as an incentive to get people back to the jobs, as opposed to, as we hear the national commentation that really, as long as you receive this free money, you don't really go back to your job. My question is really sincerely, how do we see our budget, this budget that you prepared, helping to get people back to work? And do they want to go to the same job?
Right.
You know, all of that is a concern of mine.
Yeah, so key question you ask, Anita. And so what the $30 million does is specifically address those industries that have been gut punched by the pandemic, to help them pay their back rent, to stabilize them, to help them bring workers back. Then we talked about the committee's approach to reskilling, which is pumping a lot of money, not just pumping money in, but creating permanent infrastructure through the community college and through our community providers to get people into permanent jobs in healthcare, in IT, and home healthcare aides. I mean, I'd specifically, you know, to our folks who are aging in place, like we heard from our long-term care community, from our villages, that they need home health care aides. And the problem is that these are really difficult jobs that pay really poorly. And so the idea here with our home health care aide career pathways is that we encourage people to go into that career, but then we move them along so that they can become RNs and get jobs in the healthcare field that pay living wages. So it's like a holistic approach.
Okay, well, I guess what I'm looking at is for, you have 1.6 million for DOES, and that's primarily related to creating new job training opportunities. And so I'm just wondering if there is enough in that pot. So that's really my question. Looking at the slides. I'm looking at the slides. Okay. I see your modifications, 105 million.
Yeah, I mean,
one time, but I'm speaking of the actual categories that you list on the second slide that speak to the training. I guess I can add to the 1.6, the 17.3 to the WIC. Is that how you're
These are
thinking?
enhancements, Anita. I don't mean to interrupt, but like the 1.6, for an example, is enhancements. But we're keeping, in 22, we're keeping the project empowerment money that is, I'm looking at my staff, like 30 or 40 million, 40 million. So like, this is only enhancements to the DOES budget. This is not what's in the DOES budget. This is just.
Okay, so the 40 million is not on this slide.
It is not, because we do not touch the mayor's proposal.
Okay, all right. Just want to make sure. All right. Thank you very much. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Christina.
Thanks, Phil. Alyssa, thank you so much for your work and the committee's work on this. It was a very, I thought, collaborative process coming out of the Labor and Workforce Committee, and I'm proud of the work that the committee report we put forth. There's one element of the committee's proposed changes to the mechanics of the PLF program that I'd like to call our colleagues' attention to, as it relates to leave options for expecting mothers that experience a stillbirth or a miscarriage, which is something that this came up earlier this year. We've decided to explicitly make women who have experienced a stillbirth eligible for personal medical leave, which is now expanded to 6 weeks. But unfortunately, we were not able to offer either the medical leave or the 2-week prenatal leave to women experiencing a miscarriage. Could you explain some of the challenges behind this decision? And are there ways we might redefine either the qualifying prenatal leave event or another term to offer a leave option to women who suffer a miscarriage? I believe the access to the 2-week prenatal leave makes the most sense, but I know that there were some challenges here that I wanted to give you an opportunity to speak to. You're on mute.
Sorry about that. So it was not a policy decision on our part, Councilmember Henderson. It was only because we couldn't get the CFO to score how much that would cost in time. So I guess what I would say, and maybe this is to add on to the committee's request to the chairman, is if we get that scored, we can figure out how much it would cost to do this in the full council.
Wonderful. And the last thing I wanted to note, as I noted during our markup, I appreciated the great significant investment that we made to workforce development, including high demand sectors and earn to learn programs. One missing piece of the workforce readiness puzzle that I want to raise for all of our colleagues to consider is around the role of adult public charter schools in supporting workers through GED and vocational programs. And as we discussed, I know there's money for, or beginning monies for this in the committee of the whole, but I hope that we can find further funds to ensure stabilization for adult charters, as well as the early childhood education programs in the bigger count.
Yes, and my understanding, Councilmember Henderson, is that the non-K through pre-K 3 through 12 got the stabilization money, and that was sort of my commitment to you. But if there needs to be further adult and early childhood stabilization money, that's the Labor Committee's focus, but I will say that I'm happy to work with you on K through 12 as well.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm beginning to get a little concerned about time. I have Councilmember Nadeau, and I think I saw Trayon White. Councilmember Nadeau and then Trayon White.
Thank you. I want to very quickly express my support for the Committee on Labor Workforce Development's proposal to expand and protect the paid family and medical leave program, specifically including the expansion of medical leave to 6 weeks this year, and also supporting efforts to strengthen job protection by conforming with federal FMLA so that workers who return to their job after the pandemic have the job protections they need, removing the waiting week and allowing retroactive leave claims, providing benefits to workers regardless of current employment status, and expanding the wage base used to determine the amount of benefits for 1 year post-pandemic. So thank you, and I look forward to supporting them at the Committee of the Whole.
Thank you. Trayon White?
Yes, thank you. Ditto to what she just said. I guess for you, Councilman Silverman, in reference to the additional $500 for unemployment, those who receive unemployment, does this go for those who were receiving and were discontinued? And what about those who were denied or maybe still in the queue who haven't received it? How does that work with that money?
So the $500 incentive payment would be for state EC, and on the state EC application, I believe it says I'm not sure if it's filed or collected for unemployment, but it's very clear who the unemployment claimants are in the state EC pool. I think you might be referring to the $1,500 stimulus payment that we have for the folks who had to wait a long time for their unemployment. Is that what you were asking about?
I think I'm referring to the additional money for those who receive unemployment benefits. I'm not sure the exact amount.
So for those who had to wait, and I know there are a lot of Ward 8 residents in this category because we talked about one or two of them. So these are for folks who had to wait an extraordinary long time to get their benefits. We give them this extra $1,500 payment.
Wow. Thank you.
Sure.
Thank you. Councilmember Robert White, did you want to be recognized?
Yes, thank you, Chairman. I want to thank Councilmember Silverman. I'm a part of the committee, and I think she and we collectively did a good job on these budget recommendations. And I find the approach, first to expanding paid family leave is the right direction, but also a more targeted approach to employment and training programs, and making sure we have a targeted approach to supporting our businesses. So I actually think we sharpened the mayor's proposal here. One question that I have, and I apologize, this came to me actually just in a meeting today. As everybody knows, there are folks advocating for $200 million for excluded workers. And I asked where the money might come from. And one of their proposals was using some of the paid family leave, $115 million of the paid family leave excess, and refilling the unemployment insurance pot by borrowing from the federal government, which they say would have a lower interest rate. And I want to know, Councilmember Silverman, if that is an idea you have examined, and if so, if you have a position on it.
So this is what I was talking. Thanks for your question, Councilmember White, and thank you. You've been integral to this committee recommendation. So this is the pot of money that is not in the Labor Committee's purview. The advocates are talking about the pot of money that's, I believe, in the COW, referred to the COW. And so that's what I was talking about. The mayor puts $114 million into the paid leave trust, from the paid leave trust fund into the UI trust fund. Very confusing. So it takes it out of paid leave, puts it into UI. And I agree that there are better uses. Now we can make a decision whether we should put it into excluded worker or not. But what I said earlier, I'll emphasize again, 49 of it, as they say, is just to avert a loan, which is a common thing that states do when monies in the UI trust fund are low. And, you know, the mayor makes a policy decision to use this money to divert a loan. I would argue, let's activate this money now to help families who need money now and take out the loan instead. There's also $33 million that's just put into the trust fund, the UI trust fund, to pay UI, but it's not needed. So let's do something better with that 49 and 33 million. Now there's also 32 million. So the 114 adds up, 49, 32, 33. 32 million is to avoid a tax increase in the UI system next year. You know, in the spirit of compromise, I would say, okay, fine. Let's do that. But I think there is, if my math is correct, 82 million that we can divert to other purposes that will help families right now. But that's in the chairman's purview, not in mine.
Okay, thank you. And I apologize. I was actually meeting with them during your presentation, so I missed that.
Oh my goodness, I'm not going to take offense because you're a member of the committee and
that's right.
Recommendation.
Yeah, and I didn't want them to feel pushed off, so I appreciate it. Thank you, Councilmember Silverman. Thank you.
I don't believe I saw any other hands.
I think Councilmember Lewis George has her hand up.
But not Charles Allen.
Yes. So we'll go with Janice and then Charles.
Thank you, Chairman. We got to find a way for you to be able to see our emoji hands. I'm gonna come to your office. We're gonna look at it. I really want to take a second to just again commend Councilmember Silverman and our entire committee on, I think, a smart, strategic, and innovative budget that centers the needs of our residents and workers. And, you know, I am relieved and grateful that we are making significant expansions to the paid leave benefits for medical leave, which we know will primarily help to benefit Black and brown and lower wage workers, and that we are making sure our paid leave program is competitive with benefits offered elsewhere in the country. And I think that's, I'm excited about that. And also the BSA titles on paid leave and the workplace right navigators grants are both important ways of protecting workers and creating more just workplaces in the district. And I particularly want to appreciate inclusion of benefit increased schedule, creating more flexibility for retroactive leave benefits to be paid, and creating flexibility for benefits to be paid when someone loses his job and where their family or medical situation would prohibit them from being eligible for unemployment compensation, many more. Because we didn't get into a ton of details on the paid leave subtitle on programmatic improvements, Councilmember Silverman, I wanted to see, can you speak to some of the challenges workers will face going back to work in terms of ability or eligibility to utilize paid leave after having potentially been out of work for months or over a year? And how does the paid leave BSA subtitle help to solve for those challenges so that our economy is better able to support these displaced workers if family or medical health emergencies are to arise? And why is this important fix in the budget?
Thank you, Councilmember Lewis, George. And in the interest of time, I'll just say that there's what's called a look back period. And it's true in unemployment and in paid leave. And if you're unemployed, your look back period is wages that are much lower than what are your normal wages. And so I think one of the biggest improvements we make is saying we need a much longer look back period. Let me stop using lingo. So when you return to work, when we assess your paid leave benefits, we'll be looking at your earnings from when you were working, as opposed to when you were not working. We also say that this should be a portable benefit. So a lot of the frustration of our businesses is that they paid into the paid leave fund, but then they had to lay off workers. And then those workers couldn't benefit from the money that they put into the fund. And I believe that the original intent of the law was for the benefit to be portable, so that if you lost your job in the pandemic, you still are entitled to paid leave benefits, and we address that in the subtitle as well.
Thank you.
Councilmember Allen.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. I'll try to be pretty brief here. Thank you, Alyssa, for the great report out and the great work that's going on here. In particular, I really appreciate your comments as you opened up on our paid family leave program and the, I would say, loaded estimates of what we thought costs would be. I think you gave just really real world practical understanding of exactly why we find ourselves in the position we are. I also completely agree with you. I had problems with the untargeted approach to creating kind of a, whatever we're going to call it, a tax holiday or whatever, that I think we do have local businesses that have really suffered this past year that might benefit from something like that. But at the same time, we got a lot of businesses that are doing better. And that untargeted approach just really didn't make sense to me. And I just appreciate you kind of flagging that as well. I also want to single out, of course, the partnership between our committees, the funding that you sent over as we work on how we help survivors of domestic violence and others. I'll talk more about that when I get through my committee, but just wanted to make sure I thanked you for that significant investment. Just the one piece I'll just note, I really appreciate you're trying to think creatively about how do we improve the state EC outreach. I have very similar experience when I've gone door knocking or gone out to community meetings and I talk to people who are struggling with rent, struggling with utilities. They just don't even know it exists. So I appreciate we're trying to think creatively about it. I'll just flag, for me at least, I'm a little skeptical of some of the incentives idea because I really haven't seen it work in terms of the vaccination space. We've only had a few hundred gift cards that have kind of been used that way. I appreciate the creativity around it. I'm not sure if it's achieving what we want. I've talked about this before, but one of the ideas that I think could really help us on this is creating something along the lines of like a recovery corps, where we're trying to get people hired, work with locally based organizations, mutual aid organizations, get granted dollars to go out with those trusted relationships to go door to door, use existing relationships, everything from vaccinations to state EC to digital equity to everything else. So I don't want to take away from the fact that you're really trying to propose a creative idea about it. So I really appreciate that. I just am not quite sure if that incentive idea works as well as we would want. So would be welcome to, kind of keep that conversation going, try to help think about how to get it done. But I appreciate it.
Thank you, Charles. I mean, I would say that they're not mutually exclusive. And, we could do both because the point is we want to take advantage of this $350 million. Let me just say finally, and I thank Councilmember Henderson for saying this, we really did have a collaborative approach in our committee, and I want to thank Councilmember White, both Councilmember Whites actually, Trayon and Robert, Councilmember Lewis, Georgia, and Henderson. This was a very collaborative committee. The ideas came from everywhere, from every member and every staff member. So thank you to my entire committee for your efforts. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. I don't see any other hands, so we're going to move on to the next committee. I want to note this. We budgeted a half an hour per committee, 15 minutes for presentation and 15 minutes for discussion. I've tried to be flexible on the discussion we've gone over, but we have 5 committees left, 2 for 5 committees left. So if we stick to a half an hour per committee, we'll be and the more we go over, the longer it will be. And I'm not serving dinner to anybody. So going to turn it to Jen, who I think is going to say next slide. And then Charles will speak, except Jen has to recognize him before he can speak. Jen? Go for it.
All right, I think we're set up. Councilmember Allen?
Thank you for recognizing me, Madam Budget Director. I appreciate it. Thanks. All right, I'll try to do this fast in less than 15 if I can. Quick framing around all of this. I mean, I know that all of us have felt this in all of our committees. COVID has dramatically impacted a lot of the agencies under the Committee of Judiciary and Public Safety in ways that will last for many, many years. So as we tackled this budget, that was certainly front of mind for a lot of folks. Obviously, we have a lot of frontline workers and the effect on health, wellness, our primary and secondary trauma from COVID, January 6th, direct health impacts, secondary, constant overtime. Many of the agencies have to fill seats in person, so there's a huge overtime challenge. And all of that has been significant. Also, if you take a look at the entire criminal justice system, for many, many months, it was effectively just shut down because of COVID, and only now is restarting. And that's both resulted in unprecedented decarceration and but also prolonged detention and pressures on Department of Corrections. And this is going to continue for some time, even as the courts get back up to speed. COVID's impact, of course, as we think about victims and survivors of crime, is going to result in a massive spike in need, especially as we think about domestic violence, sexual violence, child abuse. Those are all really significant needs that are compounded over this last year, year and a half. That economic insecurity that we've talked about in so many other committees as well. Already, what makes this already difficult are reentry challenges. Those legal needs are going to skyrocket over the next couple of years, including access to justice funding for legal services. And that was actually in the budget proposed as staying level. And then, of course, as we've all worked on, the increase in gun violence over the last year has been very troubling, specifically homicides. Most major cities are confronting this. It's been exacerbated by the holes in our social safety net, the economic downturn, the community conflict, and of course, just the disparity that we have seen in economics and poverty across our city. So with that as kind of the backdrop, I do think that the proposed budget was actually a very strong one, had a lot of funding and priority within evidence-based budgeting, particularly for our violence prevention programs, which was a really big change from the last couple of budget cycles. So I want to make sure I commend and thank the mayor and her team for putting a very significant investment in this violence prevention space. But I also note it's not just the judiciary budget. Every committee has a stake in public safety and violence prevention. I've talked with a lot of my colleagues about how their respective committees have played a role in this. And I think everyone's done a really wonderful job of helping have our respective budgets help reflect those relationships and priorities through this. The proposed budget begins to right-size our public health investments in violence prevention. Even though the Office of Neighborhood Safety Engagement, for example, is still only 5% of MPD's budget, it is still up 172% from last year. So significant investments there. So our major priority areas and investments in the committee have been focused on violence prevention, victim services, reentry services, our access to justice, and then shoring up all of our other needs. So with that, let me turn to the slides. I'm going to do my best, even though the font is very small here, because there's a lot here. You have it in front of you, so I'm not going to try to read every single item, but I do want to help highlight what I think are some of the major elements here. One is when we look at some of our reductions. I think that's what the first slide is looking at. We are eliminating 20 of the vacant and unfilled correction officer FTE positions at DOC. There's actually about 200 vacant correction officer positions right now. CFO, I think, would only let us take 20 of them. But that's one area that we continue to have pretty significant vacancy needs as well as overtime concerns there. We also have, because DFS, with the loss of its accreditation, there's a lot of savings to be found there. So it's about $750,000 in recurring vacancy savings that we're taking there. We have a little bit from NPD in terms of vacancy savings. The executive scrubbed that pretty clean this time compared to last year. So there's not a whole lot of additional funds there. We did find some different recurring spots throughout there, and I can touch on some of those in a little bit. One element that we did make a recommendation, we have, over the last 5 years, as we think about the cadet program, we've grown it from about 15 cadets per year to now 150 cadets. The mayor had proposed taking it from 100 to 200 cadets per year. Really had a lot of concerns about whether we could even get a complete doubling of the cadet program. So we are increasing it by 50 more positions, which is an important and significant increase as we think about this. And there's a lot of success stories that come out of our cadet program. But that's a tenfold increase in about 5 years. But that did realize some savings there. We did find a little bit left from, for example, Office of Campaign Finance. I think they were budgeting way too much in terms of what they were looking at for their Fair Elections Program debate budget. And so we trimmed that down. I think all of us have been in debates. They don't need that much money to put together just a good debate. And then continued to look at a few other places. There's some capital dollar reductions. For example, DFS doesn't need to have as much of their storage right now because, again, some of their different needs in their current space. And then as we look to, sorry, look at my notes here, as we look for some of the places that we've invested, let me walk through that. One is $1 million in recurring dollars to our Access to Justice grants. This is really important. I also want to, Councilmember Silverman talked about this earlier. The 1.5 million for eviction mediation is not included in this number because that's a transfer from the committee. But I've talked with Councilmember Mendelson about this before. The chairman has been a really great proponent of our ATJ grants. The needs, of course, while evictions are one of the biggest areas that we expect to see some significant needs, there are other ways in which our ATJ funds are used for a lot of our civil legal needs that are going to be very significant in the coming years. We're also increasing the funding for our hospital-based violence intervention program. So this is where when individuals who are victims and survivors of gun violence present at the hospital, it's an opportunity not only to, of course, address their physical wounds, but then to be able to also work on how we use that as a violence intervention method. And so they've had a lot of great success with the programs that are there. So we're looking to expand that. We also have additional funding for restorative justice grants for survivors of violent crimes post-conviction. One of the things we hear from our victims and survivors of crime is that, you know, after the gavel drops and that court process has ended, that's the end of their touch points with so many of our systems. And so being able to have a restorative justice grant so that survivors able to go through a post-conviction process is really important. We've increased our victim services grants, community-based reentry services for transgender returning citizens. We're continuing to work hard in the space of returning citizens, but in particular, our transgender returning citizens need more and more intentional support. We also have $100,000 in recurring funds for transportation subsidies for individuals that are being released from Central Cell Block and Superior Court. This is something that came up a lot in our hearings where individuals that may have their belongings that are actually held at district stations all around the city, but then when they are released from the Central Cell Block, oftentimes being no papered, but they've stayed over the weekend, so they're not moving forward in the court system. They don't have a way to get back to their things, even though they're being held at the district office. So it's a way to make sure that we've got a transportation subsidy for people that are getting out in that space. I want to highlight one very significant investment with the Office of the Attorney General, and that is a doubling of their restorative justice program, which has been highly successful. I think this is one of the biggest and most transformative investments we can make for the work that they do with juvenile cases. Currently, they handle about 20 to 40% of all the juvenile cases. This is going to increase that to 75%, 80%, and that's going to be a huge and significant piece. We're increasing funding for Cure the Streets to have additional sites. And then we also have I'm going to switch to Board of Elections. We have some funding for some IT infrastructure upgrades, polling equipment, things like that. We have additional funding for Fire and EMS for the O2X Personal Wellness Program. This is something that works with the members of our Fire and EMS units. And then one thing I wanted to highlight as well is our Office of Unified Communications. We have funding for an FTE and overtime to fund what I'll talk about in a second, our BSA subtitle for the alternative response to 911 calls for service, which is something we've been working on with the mayor's team and I think is going to really be an important part of the work that takes place there. Let me turn to the next slide just so we keep moving. In terms of funds that are transferred out, I'll just highlight a couple of them. We transfer out $279,000 in recurring funds to the Committee on Health so that DC Health can have sanitary and FTEs to inspect the conditions of the central cell block and the correctional treatment facility. We've heard a lot of complaints for the last year or two around conditions there, health, wellness. We've heard a lot of issues there. And so this will help make sure that both our central cell block, which is basically in the daily building, as well as our correctional treatment facility, we have the type of inspections that we need there. One thing that I'm excited about, and this is partnering with Councilmember Bonds, is $400,000 to go to the Strategic District-Wide Gun Violence Prevention Plan. If you'll remember, Building Blocks DC is actually housed within the City Administrator's Office. We created that position last year, which was our citywide gun violence prevention director. Linda Harley Harper is the director of that. And so this is now giving them more resources to be able to create a strategic citywide plan. So we're excited about that. We talked earlier about transfers out to GovOps, a little over $1 million to fully fund our the final provisions of our campaign finance reform. We also have the $137,000 in recurring funds for the FTE at the Office of Human Rights. This is frequently called our panic defense legislation. And then we also have some additional funds going to a couple other places with GovOps. And then, of course, we have a couple of funds that Councilor Tran White outlined in terms of some other public space improvements. I think I heard Councilor Robert White already mention this, but we also have the funding for the, these are transfers in for the OPC study, which will look at the bias and threat assessments. And we also have from Transportation and Environment, $125,000 for a new false claims trial attorney at OAG, which will help enforce our False Claims Act. And then we have a couple other from Labor and Workforce Development. I think Councilor Silverman outlined all those already. So just in the interest of time, I'm not going to go through all of those again. And then, of course, she had mentioned earlier the $3 million for flexible funding for survivors of intrafamily offenses, sexual abuse, stalking, and trafficking that'll go to OVSJG. And so let me turn to the last slide. And this is on our different BSA elements. So we approved the referred subtitles with some edits and then combined the two Fire and EMS subtitles. I'll run through the recommended ones that we put in there. One is on the fair elections clarification. We already moved this on emergency. So this is just basically building it into the BSA. This is on the authority to expend fair elections funds on childcare expenses, and it'll align with Councilmember Bond's amendment moving forward as well. This does not resolve the matching funds issue, and I'll talk about that in just a moment. Also we have OCME Child Fatality Review Committee. What this does is allows the Office of the Chief Medical Examiner to charge other entities fees for its services. And that broadens and deepens the work of the Fatality Review Committee and is consistent with the work that some of their sister agencies do. We also have the alternative responses for calls to service. What this does is takes our pilot program that we're creating and creates a structure for that current program, requires engagement for stakeholders and reporting the calls that are handled and the outcomes on that. So this is really baking that in to our system. This was also one of the top recommendations from the Police Reform Commission that the council created. And so I'm excited to see this move forward. I'll talk more about this or if anybody has questions around this. But reducing law enforcement presence in schools, I think, is one of our major recommendations as well. What this does is over a 4-year time period, it winds down and phases out MPD's School Safety Division over the next 4 years. And what it also does is it restricts SROs, which are school resource officers, from sharing students' alleged gang and crew affiliation to be used in crew and gang databases. That came actually from the hack of MPD. That took place, that data was then posted, which then showed that SROs had actually been taking students' alleged gang or crew affiliation and then sharing that and placing it into crew and gang databases. And so we want to stop that from taking place. That doesn't stop, obviously, some types of information sharing, but we don't want to be putting kids' information into crew and gang databases. It also significantly limits detentions and arrests in schools and on school grounds. Arrests in school and grounds are going to be only allowed for school-based offenses where it's a crime of violence, or if they're exigent circumstances, as well as for if there's non-school-based offenses where there is an exigent circumstance. And I can talk more about that if folks would like. We talked, Councilor Robert White already mentioned this, but one of the subtitles moved with GovOps requires CJCC to build on its root causes of youth crime report to report on intervention strategies. We also worked with, again, Councilor Silverman, with the Workplace Rights Grant Program, creating a workers' right education grant program at OAG. And then we have, of course, our subject to appropriation repeals that are included in there. And I think that's mostly it. We got it all into 3 slides, Jen. So that's the bulk of the recommendations there. It's very small font and print, but I'm happy to answer questions if you're there, Mr. Chairman.
You can't get rid of me that easily. Thank you. Let me see. Asks of the committee of the whole of the big council-wide, I'm assuming access to justice.
Yes, I would say that there's a couple of areas that are the significant asks. One would be the Access to Justice Initiative. I think that's a significant space. The other places that we had talked about was, and I talked about this previously, was the Office of Campaign Finance had incorrectly calculated fair elections based off of their misreading of the law. But the problem is they misread it and then baked it into their budget projections. And so that is, I think, a clear ask for the committee of the whole to be able to make that finalized. And then the Office of the Attorney General had several asks, one of which was on pay parity for the attorneys that work at OAG. And that was just a fiscal impact that we weren't able to solve within the committee. So there's a lot of asks, but I would say those are probably some of the top 3.
And how much are we talking about? I think Access to Justice asked for 20 million. You added 2 million to 12, 14, so that leaves 6 million.
Let me see if I can get my exact.
And if you want your staff to get back to you, so you get back to me. So I have dollars to put next to Access to Justice, Campaign Finance, and OAG pay parity.
Yes, we have all of that. Alyssa had also added another 1.5 million in one time. So there's a difference between the one time and the recurring, but we can absolutely follow up if you get the exact numbers.
Which your staff will do while we're still with you.
Probably.
In the next half hour or 15 minutes. How do you respond to a couple issues in the mayor's letter? Reduction to the expansion of the cadet program decreases pathways to the middle class and limits efforts to recruit DC officers who are DC residents, educated at DC schools, and thoroughly familiar with our residents and our neighborhoods.
Well, it doesn't reduce anything, it's growing it. So it's growing it by 50 additional positions. So the cadet program is growing, currently has 100 cadets per year. We're growing it to 150 cadets per year. So that is a very substantial increase. Sure, I mean, I guess if it's your proposal, anything different from your proposal, you're gonna say is a reduction, but we're actually increasing the cadet program by 50 additional slots. It's the right scale of growth rather than a complete doubling of a cadet program. I think 50 is the right number based on our conversations with the chief and with many others. And so that's what we're the policymakers, and that's what we recommend.
The other concern, she had 3, but one of them concerns the Department of For-Hire Vehicles. So I'll ask Mr. McDuffie that. So her third concern was is elimination of school resource officers. I know you spoke to this a bit. I'm going to throw it out. Elimination of school resource officers, limitations on their enforcement ability, and reduction to necessary training creates uncertainty for schools at a time when we are working collaboratively to engage all stakeholders on how best to create safe spaces for our students.
Well, so if we take a step back, we understand this is a conversation that's going on around our country right now. And certainly, of course, in our entire region about what is the role and how do we define safety within a school? We've just seen Montgomery County, Arlington, Alexandria, all take actions to eliminate their SROs and replace them by investing in behavioral health, counselors, other supports that students need. The Prince George's County took a different approach and did not do that. I would say that we're putting forward a path that winds down our SROs, but also gives all of our stakeholders a chance to help create what the vision is moving forward and how we invest in our schools. We've got some schools that have double, triple, 4 times the number of officers as opposed to counselors. And we're not giving the students what they need to be able to manage crisis, manage conflict. Now, in some schools, we have got some incredible examples of how the schools have invested in everything from restorative justice models to moot courts to other ways they help work to resolve conflict when it does occur. Now, the approach we're taking as well, and we heard this strongly from a lot of young people who testified before the committee, is that having officers go into schools to go make arrests that are not school related, going into a classroom to make an arrest of a student because they just happen to know that kid's going to be there, it does immense damage to that young person. It does immense damage to that young person for everybody who just watched them have a police officer walk into their classroom and pick them up. Even if at the end of the day, every charge is dismissed, that kid will never not have had that happen. And every classmate will never not have seen what just took place. And the bias and trauma they'll go with that just goes on forever. So we took an approach to say that, of course, if we're talking about a sexual assault has taken place, an act of violence has taken place, yes, MPD is able to make an arrest there. If there's an exigent circumstance, yes, we want MPD to be able to take an action there. But if you're just looking to make an arrest because you just know the kid's going to be there and you could have done it somewhere else, that's what we don't want, because that has a lot of harm and damage that gets done. So I think that we've really put this forward in a way that makes sense. There's a diversity of perspectives on what this is going to look like. And I think the way the committee laid this out to be able to have this transition over a couple of years also helps us work with MPD, work with DCPS, work with our charters, work with a lot of other stakeholders to really help shape and transition what we mean by saying we want a safe school, and help us then be able to actualize that.
Thank you. Questions from members? Mary.
Thank you very much. And thank you, Councilmember Allen, for an excellent report all around. I just have 2 items I wanted to raise, which I raised, in the committee. Now, and this is going to come to my committee as well. Talking about the cadet program, it is not a reduction. It is an expansion of 50 instead of the 100 that the mayor proposed. So let's get that out there. And it's been a steady increase over time. But I want to put my oar in the water here about saying that I really think we should try to reach for the 200. The best way we have, to have an improved police force is to have young people that we recruit, hire, and train that come from our communities. 100% of the cadets are district residents, almost 100% are people of color, more than 50% are women, and this is exactly what we need. So I would like us to err on the side of attempting to fill the 200 spaces. It's not a reduction. I'm not saying it's a reduction, it's an increase, but I would like to go that extra step. That's point 1. And then the second point has to do with the school resource officers. I'm so glad we're doing this in a step-by-step way, because in general, and I applaud all of this, we have to reimagine our police force and what the police do and where it's appropriate for them to be, where it's not appropriate for them to be. I just don't want there to be a vacuum as we move from one space to the other. And that's more an oversight role for the Judiciary Committee and for you in particular, Mr. Chairman. So this is just an observation. that that's what we need to do. We don't want to get ahead of ourselves in the sense of withdrawing officers, but not having a replacement ready to go. So those are my only 2 points. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Councilmember. I would add that on your second point, that is something that, because I think it's a shared responsibility with Chairman Mendelson from the Oversight of Education, is that this also gives us a chance to also work collaboratively with both committees on this, because obviously it is not just judiciary, because it's going to be impacting our schools. So therefore, there's a strong partnership there that has to happen with the committee of the whole. On your first point, I definitely appreciate the oar in the water. Thank you very much. It is a significant increase. It's a 50% increase in the number of cadets. The challenge, of course, is being able to, rarely do we actually fund something that we're not sure we can even attain. And that's one of the concerns, is that the challenge of being able to just overnight double an entire program. Think of the way we've invested in our violence prevention programs. We've worked very hard to grow them sustainably over a number of years. And likewise, I've done that, and we've done that with our cadet program, growing from 15 a year just 5 years ago to now 150, a 10-fold increase over 5 years. That is a significant growth. None of us, here's the great part about this is I don't hear anybody arguing against the cadet program. It's really about what is the right number and how do we grow it. That's a great thing, because all those metrics you read off, I agree with them. There's a lot of great things that work with our cadet program. But the 150 is what, after going through our hearings, going through oversight, this is the recommendation, because that's the right number for this year. And I would look forward to continuing the growth as we go, because I think it can be a great way that as we think about what that MPD of the future looks like, is a way that the cadets then become officers that are of and from the communities in which they serve.
I'm fine to move on to the next committee unless I see somebody else wanting to be recognized. I think we'll move on to the next committee. Thank you. Oh, you didn't get the numbers yet from your staff?
I will make sure I get that and get that over to you right away.
Okay, thank you. So the next committee is going to be the Committee on Housing and Executive Administration. And I will recognize Jen Budoff for another one of her glowing introductions.
Councilmember Bonds, I think you're set up. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. And thank you, colleagues, everyone. The Committee on Housing and Executive Administration voted our budget out of the committee on the 30th of June. The budget approved by the committee includes $826,534,594 in operating budget for FY22, and a capital budget of $127,947,745 for the agencies under its jurisdiction. I can very quickly review with you the budgets we have. Our local funding is $264,143,220. Federal payment, $381,862,122,100. Federal grants are $56 million. Federal Medicaid, $3 million. Special purpose revenue, $7.6 million. The enterprise fund through taxes is $73.3 million. And an enterprise fund otherwise is about $25 million. And then interdistrict transfers amount to $15 million. The committee approved the mayor's proposed budget with a few changes and recommendations to the agencies under its jurisdiction. The committee redirected, as you can, yes, redirected 395,000 within the Department of Housing and Community Development's budget to include 199,000 to fund the Voluntary Agreement Moratorium Amendment Act of 2020 and a $200,000 to fund a study on TOPA. The committee redirected these funds within the housing department to allow for the implementation of two pieces of important matters, including the moratorium on voluntary agreements, which are a type of rent stabilization petition that has resulted in the loss of many affordable units. The $200,000 for the TOPA study will provide funds to enter into an agreement with the CNHED to conduct a comprehensive study on outcomes of TOPA cases. This will provide the committee with valuable feedback on the TOPA process that continues to provide tenants with one of the best ways for guaranteed housing affordability and home ownership. On slide 2, we're there. Okay, the committee transferred $2.7 million, which will build a new DC archives in FY26 from the Committee on Government Operations and Facilities, which will invest in energy efficiency for district government buildings. Okay. The committee accepted the transfer from the Committee on Government Operations towards its capital budget for FY23 in order to accelerate the construction of the archives. As you've heard from the public witnesses during our testimony, the Office of Secretary indicated that the program had not really been planned for acceleration at this time. And so to ensure that the acceleration can move quickly, we're very happy to receive this money from the Government Operations and Facilities Committee. The committee accepted 4 other transfers from other committees. The committee accepted $1.3 million in operating funds also from the Government Operations and Facilities Committee that went to the DC Housing Authority. And they are, as articulated on the chart, $479 million for 20 targeted affordable housing special vouchers for our LGBTQ seniors, $479,000 for 20 targeted vouchers for returning citizens, and $359,000 for 15 of the special vouchers for seniors to move them off of the wait list. The mayor's proposed budget allocation included no new money for these special vouchers. And so we were very pleased to have these vouchers come to the committee. About 5 years ago, I began the process of allocating special vouchers. And when we had a little extra money, but the committee did not have extra money to make this allocation. So having this special allocation from the Government Operations and Facilities Committee is very, very important. The committee also received $400,000 from the Committee on Judiciary and Public Safety. It went to the Office of the City Administrator to fund a contract for the development of a strategic district-wide gun violence prevention plan. And this plan is so important because in all of the dollars that have been put forth for this office, we could not find monies that would indicate how we would construct a plan. And so again, to have this resource from the Judiciary and Public Safety Committee through Councilmember Allen is very, very important to the work of the Building Blocks program. Additionally, the committee accepted from the Committee on Transportation and the Environment, one of our very best friends, Councilmember Che, who always remembers our seniors, and we thank you immensely. The money went to DACL, or the Department on Aging and Community Living, to fund the following: $235 million for $235,000 for the Alzheimer's support services and programs, $205,000 for the elder care navigators, $250,000 for the hybrid senior programming, and $200,000 for senior center programming, which primarily is devoted to a program where it is responsible for non-English speaking seniors. And these transfers are very, very important, and they just really build and enhance on DACL senior programs that focus on targeted populations with specific needs. And then finally, the committee accepted $650,000 from the Committee on Government Operations and Facilities, whom I cannot say too much about. I mean, it's just a wonderful opportunity. They continue to help us out, and this money was devoted to the capital funds for the housing authorities, maintenance and rehabilitation of public housing. As you know, the mayor's proposed capital budget for the housing authority is 58% lower than in FY21. So any additional contribution to the capital fund is appreciated and will be further used to bring properties up to date and to bring properties units back online, and is a big investment in the resident safety and well-being. And then finally, on slide 3, the committee also approved recommended changes, including in 6 of the mayor's proposed BSA subtitles, with a couple of changes, and I'll try to go swiftly with this. The first subtitle, Real Property Tax Appeals Commission Membership Amendment Act of 2021. Of course, the purpose is to amend the composition of the commission through changes in the term of service and elimination of the appointment process. In particular, the current structure consists of full-time commissioners and part-time commissioners. And so the subtitle would change the part-time commissioner positions to, their titles would change to full-time temporary hearing examiners. And the current part-time commissioners are compensated per invoice. But with the title change, the hearing examiners would then be compensated as regular commission employees on a temporary 6-month basis to focus on assisting with cases within each tax cycle. Another change in the subtitle is to allow the commission to make new appointments of members, whereby currently only the Mayor's Office of Talent and Appointments is able to make these appointments. The Committee of the Whole made an additional change in this subtitle regarding the reporting of vacant and blighted properties, and so I'm sure they will present that. The committee, the Housing Committee, also proposed modifications to the Local Rent Supplement Program Enhancement Amendment Act of 2021. In coordination with the Committee on Human Services, we recommend 3 modifications to this subtitle. 1, to remove section 2042E4 from the subtitle. This section limits participation to families and individuals that are currently participating in the permanent supportive housing program, which is only one of the programs that has historically been linked to the local rent supplement program. And the committee does not want to limit individuals to access to services. And so in short, the implication is that individuals and families not eligible for permanent supportive housing will not be eligible for the referral. And secondly, we removed all unspent local support service dollars connected to tenant-based vouchers to be placed in the Department of Human Services non-lapsing rent supplement program tenant-based allocation fund at the end of each fiscal year. Thus, the subtitle creates non-lapsing funds for the housing dollars associated with the local rent supplement program. And this amendment ensures that the services that are funded through this process are paired with local rent supplement vouchers are also non-lapsing. And then thirdly, requires the Department of Human Services to submit a quarterly report to the council about the administration of the rent supplement program tenant-based allocation fund. Currently, the subtitle only requires that the Housing Authority and DHCD report to the council. Then the third BSA title was the Housing Production Trust Fund Pipeline Advancement Amendment Act of 2021. The subtitle allows the Housing Department to enter into contracts with Housing Production Trust Fund in the year prior to which funding is appropriated. Currently, the agency can solicit proposals and rank recipients in the year prior to which funding is appropriated. However, the recipient cannot enter into contracts at that time. The purpose of this subtitle is to allow the agency to send Housing Production Trust Fund projects forward to the council for approval prior to the start of a new fiscal year. Currently, the projects must wait until the next new fiscal year starts for approval, resulting in projects piling up and not closing until November or December of the next fiscal year. And under the subtitle, the projects would be sent to the council for approval, subject to appropriations. Each agreement has an anti-deficiency clause attached to it. And the fourth subtitle is the Property Tax Relief for Low-Income Housing Harmonization Act of 2021. This BSA subtitle amends DC Code 47-1005, subsection A, to include property that is owned or leased, whereas the current code only provides tax relief to buildings or grounds that are owned by an institution, organization, or other entity. Further, these properties shall be exempt from tax relief under Chapter 8 and 10 of Title 47 if the property is one being used to provide rental housing, affordable housing developed or to be developed, and has received assistance from the Housing Production Trust Fund or other district government financing assistance to provide housing that is affordable to households earning not in excess of 80% AMI. And thirdly, financial assistance was awarded after the effective date of the Property Tax Relief Low Income Housing Harmonization Act of 2021. And 4, certification of property has been made. And 5th, the property is subject to restrictive covenants governing the income of residents occupying or will occupy the affordable housing units or units to be developed on the property. This subtitle further requires that the mayor must certify to the Office of Tax and Revenue each property and owner or leasee is eligible for an exemption. And then 5th subtitle is Section 108, Debt Reserve Account Establishment Act of 2021. This subtitle requires the Office of the Chief Financial Officer to create a fund or an account either within the district government or at an outside financial institution to hold money in reserve in case of default on a Section 108 loan. And then number 6, the 6th and final of the mayor's proposed BSA subtitles is the DC Low Income Housing Tax Credit Amendment Act of 2021. And this subtitle amends the current code by changing the tax credit eligibility from equal to 25% to change it to up to 25% of the value of the federal low-income housing tax credit. And this subtitle further amends the eligibility standards on qualified project to qualified project if approved for such District of Columbia credit by the mayor based upon an analysis of the financial feasibility of the project, taking into account all of the funding sources available for the project. And please, colleagues, forgive me for going on for so long, but these are subtitles that I want you to understand what we're attempting to do here. Now, get to these last two. One, I'll start with the one at the bottom. The committee, let me get my papers here. The committee is making a proposed change to the District of Columbia Housing Authority Board of Commissioners. It is the Board of Commissioners Reform Amendment Act of 2021. And the mayor actually spoke to it in her letter today. But there was a error in the original copy that was changing words. And so the subtitle is, it amends the District of Columbia Housing Authority Act of 1999 by increasing, not changing, but by increasing the number of Board of Commissioners by 2 members that would be appointed by the council with very specific duties that include within their experience, expertise, and competence in public housing, subsidized or nonprofit housing, community-based redevelopment, social services provided to affordable housing tenants or housing development and construction. This subtitle does not change the current qualifications for those members appointed by the mayor. And we feel the subtitle is necessary because the Board of Commissioners plays an important role in determining the quality of our city's public housing properties and our public housing neighbors' day-to-day living experience. This board is incredibly important to the city and its residents. And moreover, since the district authority receives an infusion of local dollars annually towards the renovation of public housing properties, we feel very strongly that having at least 2 members of the 11-member body appointed by the council are within our justification. We know that concerns have been raised about the legality of this amendment, but General Counsel has clarified to my staff that there is no separation of powers issues in this legislation, and separation of powers requires only that the legislative branch cannot exercise undue influence over an executive agency. And by adding 2 council-appointed seats does not cross that line mathematically or theoretically. And so my final additional subtitle
Councilmember,
is,
you've been about 21 minutes.
all right, if I could have 30 seconds.
Go on.
It is on your chart, and that is the subtitle that would grant the $200,000 to the Coalition for Nonprofit Housing and Economic Development for the purpose of a TOPA study. And finally, I just want to say that I'm proud of the budget that we've put forth in the committee today and look forward to working with colleagues to put more money in critical housing programs. And if there are questions about the Housing Authority, please, I refer you to the email that you received today from the agency. And thank you, Chairman. I'm sorry, but I wanted to try and answer as many questions with the presentation as possible.
Thank you. So you largely spoke to the one objection that the mayor had in her letter. The one objection had to do with the Housing Authority. the change to the board. And I did not hear in your presentation any asks of the committee of the whole, which is fine. I just double.
Correction, sir. There is no ask, but we do recognize a couple of needs, and we identified 7 positions at the Department of Housing and Community Development, which are vacant. However, we were informed, of course, by the agency that they need those in order to move forward expeditiously to spend the $400 million. But we understand that they frequently, that agency frequently does not move as quickly as we believe that they can to fill the position. So we would at least like to have one of those positions to have a dual purpose of being ombudsman to the I guess the clergies that are busy trying very hard to create affordable residential housing throughout the city with the properties that they own, and also to use the other 50% of that staffers' time devoted to working with the small landlords throughout the city. We think that would be a very good use of their time. As you know, the ombudsman position is still open and hasn't been filled, so we wait for that to be filled, but that would be a position that would generally work with all of the developers and with the tenants. So thank you.
Is that in your committee report?
No, it is not. What
All right,
we are
could you
trying to
then-
do is to move within the monies that we have.
So could you send me an email that explains this in a little bit more detail?
Yes, thank you.
All right, are
Thank
there
you very
questions from members? Janice and then Brooke?
Thank you, Chairman, and thank you, Councilmember Bonds, and your committee for all the work that you put into this, into your report. There was one section that I wanted to note, and that was regarding the Office of the Tenant Advocate. I know Office of Tenant Advocate is doing such vital and quality work to support tenants right now. And I was really impressed by the increased services proposal they brought to their budget oversight hearing. But it doesn't look like we were able to fund any increase for their work. And I'm hoping that's something that can be remedied in the full council budget, where there's a little more opportunity with resources than at the committee level. Specifically, I wanted to note a few items. The federal funds, the $268K being allocated for 4 additional lawyer positions is too low to be competitive salaries for attorneys and to make sure those positions are actually filled. We need more funding, I think, to attract high quality candidates or any candidates. At the current pace, the total compensation package would be about $83K, per lawyer hire when accounting for salary. That's about $67K per person, and the fringe is about $16.5 per person in the budget. By comparison, a quick search of DC lawyer salaries on Glassdoor says average base salary is $137K. So for full compensation, it's probably like $160K. I think the Office of Tenant Advocate, they do a lot of work. I imagine as we are in recovery, they are going to have to do even more work. And they need these additional attorneys, but finding an attorney who's willing to do the amount of work that OTA lawyers have to do, we're talking large caseloads at a $67K salary, is unrealistic for the district. It's unrealistic in general to survive in the district, but for specifically for that work. And so I hope that in the full package, as we look at this as a council and the important work of the tenant advocate, that we can increase the salary range there for attorneys. The other piece for OTA is, I think the federal funds are temporary positions and the office needs more permanent capacity. And so I think we should be working to fund the full proposal by Director Shreve presented, which would be just under $1 million, I think, according to Dr. Shreve's estimates. And the last piece on that is at the hearing, we heard that the mayor's budget perhaps had a drafting error. We brought that up. It was 100K plus in the Educational Institute division, which cuts the funding almost in half and removes a staffing position at the Educational Institute division. And I don't think that was able to be addressed at the committee level. So we should probably, we should fix that at the full council level. So I wanted to, that's something that we can work on to greatly improve and increase capacity at the Office of Tenant Advocate. And then my last piece here is, are there any options available to us to increase funding for public housing repairs? I got lots of emails overnight with an ask of at least 60 million for repairs. I'm sure other council members probably got those same flood of emails. And so I just wanted to put that out there as well. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Chairman, may I respond? Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you very much, Councilwoman. Let me start with what is very obvious to everyone, and that is public housing. One of the reasons for you receiving the email from the Housing Authority is to point out that if there were questions about how the previous allocation of $50 million was or was not spent, to show that it is spent, it's obligated. And I believe if we were to have additional dollars allocated to the authority for the purpose of continuing work on the transformation plan, then we would spend it. And I would recommend at least 50 million, but I have no place to get this money from at this time. And so I think creatively, if we could put more money into public housing transformation, the major renovations, it would make a big difference. And I believe the money could be spent. Now, the interim director, Brenda Donnell, has a history of saying what she means and doing what she says throughout this government. She's been, an officer for a decade or so. And she's totally committed to doing just that, to get the contracts moving. The bungling of the contracts is one way that it will work a little faster. And so I'm looking forward to her actually coming to the council at some point in the coming months and asking for more money. But if we could allocate additional monies for that, it would work. So thank you very much for advocating strongly for that. On the Office of Tenant Advocate, I have had a conversation with the director, and I'm sure she appreciates your passionate plea for certainly more money for her lawyers and what have you. But the truth be told, we actually, throughout the housing committee, have monies, additional dollars that are going for legal assistance. And so, and not to discount at all the very valuable work that the office does. I really see that office being more of a coordinating point than actually having to do all the responses that we might get from tenants. And would like for the tenants to continue to utilize the community-based organizations and the various legal services that we do fund. And so if we can find additional money, we can certainly put it into OTA. So thank you again for that as well.
Let me jump in here. Janice, you enumerated several asks. Could you put those in an email to me? And it doesn't have to be a long email. I was unable to keep up. And with regard to the public housing repairs, I don't know if our budget director can speak to that. She's having some problems accessing a database, but I know that when the committee of the whole had its hearing, its hearing on the overall budget on June 25th, that as of that date, the Public Housing Authority had spent roughly 25% of the money that we had budgeted, even though we were more than halfway through the fiscal year. Now, I also know that the authority testified before the Housing Committee, well, they were going to spend all of it by August 8th or something like that. But, you know, what an agency says and what they do aren't always consistent. And I think we have to know what's actually going on with the financial system. So let me see if Jen can add to this.
I think you did speak to it. I did follow up with the CFO's office last week to see if there were any additional requests that had been sent to the sent to the OCFO from the Housing Authority, in addition to what has already been reflected in the system, which is that roughly 11 million that's been obligated against the 50 million, and they haven't received any additional requests for expenditure against that 50 million as of last week.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
May I just really add to that? I think one of the questions that you may have is of the Office of the Chief Financial Officer and the way in which they're processing these requests. Apparently, there is some requirement that the requests do not go through unless they go through a filter. So if you would please talk with that office and find out, why it's taking so long for requests that have been pending for some time to not yet be processed. I would greatly appreciate it. But I can assure you the document that you received indicates the requests that have gone forward and are pending actual allocation of the monies.
You just referred to the document that I'd received. I haven't received any document.
Okay, you should have received an email from Brenda Donald that came in at 10:27 this morning.
You mean while I was sitting here presiding?
Yes. While we all were sitting here. Yes, sir. That's correct.
Okay. Well, I've not been going through my emails. That sounds a little annoyed. I am a little annoyed. I'm not annoyed with you, council member.
All right.
I mean, it kind of reminds me, when I want to get money out of the bank, I have to fill out a piece of paper. It's either a check or it's a withdrawal slip, and then I have to go to the teller, and then the teller will give me the money. There's a process, and the Housing Authority has been around a long time, and they know what the process is. And it's probably a little bit more complicated than just going to a bank teller, but they know what that process is. If they're not following that process, then the bank teller, in this case, the OCFO, is not going to have the withdrawal slip. Now, maybe what I need to do is convene a meeting. I love meetings in my office with you, Councilmember Bonds, and the head of the housing agency and the CFO, and get them all looking at each other and talking. Maybe we need to do that. But I just have to say, because I've been around long enough to know that it's easy for one agency to blame another agency. The OCFO, if there's money in the bank, and here there's 50 million, the OCFO doesn't care whether or not to process a withdrawal slip when it gets a withdrawal slip. It goes ahead and does it, as long as the money's in the bank. So I'm inclined to favor the OCFO, which is telling Jen Budoff that the money hasn't been requested, but I will ask for a meeting of some folks.
Thank you, Chairman. Thank you very much.
In the end, and maybe I'm giving the speech to more than just colleagues here, I don't believe that we should be budgeting money that isn't going to be spent.
I agree.
I actually heard this from a couple other members today in presenting their budgets. So If they can spend the 50 million, we should give them 50. If they can spend 60, we should give them 60. If they can't spend the 50, then I don't support giving them 50.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I agree.
I saw Councilmember Silverman and Pinto.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I use an ATM machine mostly, so I'm a little confused about this withdrawal slip stuff. But here,
You have to present your card to the machine, and you also have to put it in the appropriate slot in the machine. So if you put it in where the receipts come out, just telling you, Councilmember Silverman, because I've had some experience with ATMs, not much. Put it in the wrong slot, you won't get your money.
There's an app for that. You can just do it all on your phone, Phil.
this
But
reminds me of
Councilmember Silverman gives you an ATM machine.
yeah, this reminds me of a Schitt's Creek episode, but let's not go there right now.
And let's
wait.
watch your language,
We'll
Councilmember.
wait for it's a program. Okay, so let's start with thank you to Councilmember Bonds so we need to reform our Public Housing Authority Board, which is basically just an arm of DENPED right now. And that doesn't really serve the interests of our public housing residents, in my opinion. So I want to thank Councilmember Bonds for this subtitle. And I just have a question, Councilmember Bonds, because I was just reading the mayor's letter. So it would be 2 council appointed members, and the other issue that won't surprise you that I bring up is we need people with public finance and housing experience on the board. We have people with a lot of great experiences, but they don't have housing finance experience. So do we get at that with this subtitle?
Yes, we do. In fact, very much so. And that's the intention, to really augment the board with some additional qualifications, which is needed, and not to distract or take anything from, public administration and, social work. That's all very important because we are talking about the human element. These are people who live in these properties. So the goal is to just add a few more that can really assist in thinking through projects and development and timelines, moving things a little faster.
Okay, great. Thank you, Councilmember Bonds. The second point I wanted to make, which does go to this withdrawal slip discussion, is that I believe there's a change that we're making in this budget that the leftover project-based LRSP, which has in previous budgets or the last few budgets gone to public housing repairs, will no longer go to public housing repairs. And I guess what I'm saying here, Mr. Chairman, is we need to devote money to public housing repairs. Councilmember Bonds might have asked as well, but I remember specifically asking Brenda Donald about this issue of the public housing repair money. And, I can only echo what she said, which is the money has been encumbered. But here's the deal. Public housing is our best asset to house our working families who earn the minimum wage. And if we don't put money into public housing repairs, we have properties that go vacant and that are unusable and unsafe. And that it ends up being more expensive for us in the end. So I don't disagree with you, Mr. Chairman, that we need to make sure these monies are efficiently spent, but we need to put money into public housing repairs because in the end, I think it's an efficient use of our money to house our families that are at 0 to 30%. And we know that's the most expensive housing to subsidize. So I echo what Councilmember Louis George said. Second, on the Office of Tenant Advocate, I'm going to put a little bit of a different spin. I'm not a lawyer, so I don't know how much lawyers, I know they make a lot sometimes. But what I think we need to put money into is outreach. And I think I remember Councilmember Bonds like agreeing with the tenant, I don't know, chief advocate, Ms. Shreve, about this issue. And I specifically remember because I asked her, tell me about the people who are coming to the Office of the Tenant Advocate. And she told a story about going to a Ward 4 apartment building. And I think the issue, I can't remember what the issue was, but it actually wasn't about non-payment of rent. It was some other issue. And then she asked people, and I think there were 8 tenants there, how many people are behind on rent? And I think she said that either 6 or all 8 hands went up. And then again, no one knew about State EC. That's the major theme here. And so I think part of that 1.25 million she was asking for was for outreach. And, you know, if we say, oh, well, we put money into access to justice and Charles's committee, okay, I'll concede that, but we really need money in OTA to help tenants understand what is available in terms of rental assistance. And we're not just talking State EC, we're talking ERAP, and their rights. So I think what Ms. Shreve was asking for, especially given the pandemic, and maybe this can be one-time money, you know, these might be term positions, 1 or 2 years. I think that's an appropriate use of term positions, I will say, because this is specifically to pandemic outreach for tenants. So I don't know if I can get on Councilmember Louis George's list there, but I think, you know, we should be putting money toward OTA for outreach, and Director Shreve said she could use that money. Thank you very much.
Now, maybe I should keep quiet, but I feel like you disregarded what I said, which was, I'm going to put together a meeting, but I now have something in front of me, which says that Brenda Donald, I guess her, testified 10.7 million has been dispersed. She also said the remaining 16.9, which by the way doesn't add up to 50, is awaiting OCFO approval. But what the OCFO has told Jen Budoff is that they don't have any 16.9 million awaiting their approval. And then it says the remaining 22.4 million will be submitted by August 16th. We will have been well into the 4th quarter of the fiscal year. So we will see, we will have a meeting. And this is also, if I remember correctly, capital money. So it doesn't lapse at the end of the year, it holds over.
I mean, I'll just say, Mr. Chairman,
was
she
very
said it was
rude.
encumbered. So I don't know if that's CFO approval or whatever, but she said what I took her to mean as encumbered was saying we have this money slated for various projects.
I have the slideshow right here.
I
And the
can't read
slideshow
that.
doesn't use the word
Yeah.
encumbered. And I was very rude to Councilmember Pinto because I believe I said I would recognize her after Janine
Okay.
George. So I apologize. Brooke?
Well, thanks, Phil, and not a problem. I was hoping that one of my primary questions would be resolved by the time we did get to me, but unfortunately, I don't think it is, and I wonder if others in the public are very confused. But when it comes to public housing repairs, it was my understanding that DCHA confirmed that there are $60 million of outstanding repairs, and that we have about 25% of our units that are still vacant, in large part due to the state of disrepair. And so I know it's my view, the view of many who have written in, and it sounds like some of our colleagues, that we need to put more money into repairs. And so am I understanding, I guess you, Phil, as opposed to Anita, correctly, when you say we're waiting to make sure that the money we put in can actually be spent this year before we commit to more funding?
Something like that. The need has been estimated, but I don't believe that a final study has been done. Maybe wrong on that. The need has been estimated at $1 billion or $2 billion. There's no question that there's a need. And what Councilmember Silverman said earlier about this is a very efficient way of providing housing, affordable housing, all of that is true. The question is, well, I had said earlier whether they're actually withdrawing money from the CFO, but there's another way of putting it, which is, are they spending the money? We shouldn't give them more money than they can spend. Not need, spend, ability to spend. And it may be that next year they can spend 50 million. If they only spend 20 million this year, then they've already got 30 million for next year. This is
Okay,
what Councilmember Bonds and I will meet with, and I think Councilmember Bonds has gotten an email from me on this already. We will have a meeting to try to figure this out, because I don't think anybody is opposed to getting more money to public housing. I could ask for a show of hands. Everybody's opposed to getting money for housing repairs. Don't see any hands going up. The question is, how much?
mhm. Okay. And then Anita, is it right that the committee recommends $650,000 for repairs? And if that's the
Yes.
number, how did you all come up with that number?
Oh, okay. It is, no, it is the money, that 650,000 is a transfer in from the Government Operations and Facilities Committee.
I
So
see,
it's
okay.
on top of, yes, on top of the approximate usual about 7 to 8 million that's left over from the local rent supplement program. So
Gotcha. Thank you for clarifying that.
yes, definitely.
Okay, and then just lastly, it is my sincere hope that a lot of the programs and incentives that we're using to get people and businesses back downtown are successful, and that we have a return to much more in-person activity downtown. But there still are a lot of vacant units. And I continue to believe that these pilot programs to convert and incentivize some office conversions to affordable residential and residential units will be sought after by various developers. And I'm hoping that we'll all be able to work together to identify $125,000 to support the expansion of the HANTA program through a distinct pilot to make sure that there's affordable units included in the downtown core.
We are working on it. In fact, I had a conversation with Councilmember Robert White yesterday about maybe a process that we want to propose. And so we'll bring it to the committee and we'll see how we can get it moving forward. But thank you very much for that.
Great, thanks so much. Would love to work with you on that.
Definitely,
Thank you all, that's it for me.
definitely.
Thank you. Robert.
Thank you, Chairman, and thank you, Councilmember Bonds. I did want to add my voice on the issue of public housing repairs. I mean, we know that they need more money, and the testimony from the director, as others have stated, is that all of the money has been obligated. But I also think we trip ourselves up when there's not a sort of pipeline of money, because they find out, in July or August what they're going to be getting when the fiscal year starts in a couple months. And as we all know, it takes some real time to, develop those contracts, to develop a work plan. If they don't know until a couple months before they get the money that how much they're going to get, it really does make it difficult for the agency to keep these projects moving. It's something that we saw when we were struggling with the Housing Production Trust Fund. As we gave more certainty, certainly the market reacted. And so I think we have to make sure we continue to increase that funding to at least 50 million. When I asked the director of the 14 properties that the previous director said were uninhabitable, how many of those were still had people living in them? And her answer, I believe, was all of them. And none of them have yet been repaired. So the situation is pretty dire with respect to public housing. And I think we have to make sure we are putting the money in, but also making sure they spend it. But it appears they are spending the money at this point. Do also want to mention, again, the need for more funding for housing vouchers to address homelessness. LSRP vouchers that provide people on DC housing authorities waiting lists with permanent housing are particularly important in the targeted affordable housing. particularly for families as they exit rapid rehousing and permanent supportive housing for individuals. We just have to push those housing numbers up. And I guess finally, I would say, and Councilmember Bonds alluded to this, is something that we've spoken about. I do hope that we can identify at least a small pot of money to do some innovative things with respect to creating affordable housing. We have every tool that anybody in the country has in their toolbox. We have them all, but we're still fighting a losing battle. And so if ever there was an opportunity to say, you know what, we're going to pilot a new idea or two, I think now would be the time. So I know Councilmember Bonds and I have had some very productive conversations about that. This is something that I think this is probably the most realistic budget to try to move that forward. So I hope that we can identify a small pot of money, about $5 million, to start to make that happen. And I know Councilmember Bonds and I both have ideas about pretty mature ideas about what we can do there. So thank you, Councilmember Bonds, to you and your team.
Well, thank you very much, Councilmember White and Chairman. I will include the strategy that Councilmember White and I discussed yesterday about how we might utilize a pilot amount of $5 million to create maybe as many as 500 affordable units, like immediately. So we'll include that in the discussion, if you don't mind. Thank you, Chairman. Thank you,
Included
Councilmember
in
White.
what discussion?
Well, I'm going to follow up with you, as all of my colleagues, regarding various information that they have shared in this setting. We'll follow up with you, because once we leave this setting, the budget then comes to you. You become the guru. You are the honcho. And so we all are going to come to you and try to follow up on much of the discussion that we've had, to make sure that if there are any dollars anywhere, that you will move mountain and rivers and satellites and get us what is needed in this once in a lifetime opportunity before our great community as we move towards statehood.
Okay, I will get over being called a guru. If there are no other hands on this, I think I had said 2 hours for the first break, which we did 3 hours, and then lunch, and then 90 minutes for the next break, and it has now been over 2 hours. So why don't we take a 15-minute break? If you're in the Wilson building, I think Alyssa still has donuts. 15 minutes. So we will be back at 4:05.
And pizza.
I think we're at 4:06. And I think that means it's time for Jen Budoff to do another one of her introductions of a council member, in this case, Committee on Business and Economic Development. The only problem is that Jen's not here. So, and we also don't have the slideshow. And I also don't see Councilmember McDuffie.
I'm here, just waiting.
Excellent. Kenyon, if you are here, why don't you start with the presentation?
I'm ready. I am here, and I will begin. Just as a threshold, I'll say that the Committee on Business and Economic Development really looked at our work and the budget as proposed by the mayor in a way to try to position the district and our residents, workers, and small businesses to move forward after 15 months of tremendous uncertainty brought about by the catastrophic impact of COVID-19 pandemic on our residents' lives and on the livelihoods of small businesses across the district. And it's through that lens and through a lens of equity that we produced the budget that we did in committee. And I appreciate my colleagues for supporting that budget in our markup. And on this first slide, you'll get a sense of some of the things that we've done. I won't go through every slide. I'm assuming that folks had the opportunity to look perhaps at some of these things already. But we reduced some of the vacant positions in the agencies under our cluster, including the DIMPED. Okay, I just moved it on accident. We did some really innovative things by supporting with $1.5 million guaranteed income pilot programs. We allocated $10 million for a new commercial acquisition fund for equity and impact enterprises, which is a designation that the committee created last fiscal year and was supported by the entire council. $6 million for grants for local community development financial institutions and minority deposit institutions. We also set aside, and I'll get to this a little bit further down on my presentation, $9 million as a portion and contribution to funding the Child Wealth Building Act, also known as baby bonds. And we're hoping that that's going to be supported at the council-wide level as a entire council priority. We also, working with various colleagues, put money at DSLBD for certain enhancements to main streets. We further supported some of the clean teams across the District of Columbia as well. You can go to the next slide. Is Jen here or whoever's controlling the slides? There are a number of, let me switch actually to my other document because I think I like that better. There were a number of notable transfers from other committees, and I want to, I've kind of been saving my feedback for my opportunity for this to really lift up some of the things that were done in other committees, and including in transportation, environment, human services, recreations, libraries, and youth affairs. And the members of those committees, I appreciate the transfers including $250,000 to develop a Ward 8 Community Investment Fund, money to support clean teams in Main Streets in Ward 3, money to enhance Main Street programs in Ward 1, including Columbia Heights, Mount Pleasant, as well as to expand the Lower Georgia Avenue clean teams. So we appreciate all those transfers in. I think the biggest highlight, though, and again, shout out to Councilmember Alyssa Silverman. She talked about this during her presentation, so I won't go into too much of the detail, but significant investments to the tune of about $30 million to fund additional round of bridge fund grants for small businesses in retail, restaurants, and hotel sectors. $28 million to exempt unemployment compensation from local income taxes for tax year 2021, which I think is huge. $20 million by the Labor and Workforce Development Committee to support excluded workers. And so I wanted to highlight those transfers in. And we made some transfers to other committees, including $2 million to Labor and Workforce Development for Career Pathways Program for residents of Ward 7 and 8. $1 million to the Transportation Environment Committee for air quality testing equipment and streetscape and traffic safety improvements throughout Ward 5. You all have heard me talk extensively about some of the challenges with the PDR or industrial land in Ward 5 and the concentrations that impact communities throughout Ward 5, including in neighborhoods like Brentwood, Ivy City, Eckington, as well as neighborhoods like Michigan Park. And so I appreciate Councilmember Che and the members of the committee accepting that. We also transferred $200,000 to Recreation, Libraries, and Youth Affairs, a portion of which would augment funding for our go-go economy through the work of the Office of Cable Television, Film, Music, and Entertainment. We really appreciate what Angie Gates is doing there, as well as the others who are administering the go-go funds from this fiscal year, but we wanted to definitely augment the work that she's doing. We also are providing $100,000 to fund support for our youth sports teams and travel for those DC-based teams, many of which cannot afford to attend a lot of the traveling events with their teams. And so they play their hearts out for an entire season. They win their local, regional tournaments. And then when they get the opportunity, the privilege to make it to a national tournament, they find themselves begging, pleading for funding to do so. My daughter just competed just this past weekend in the National AAU tournament in Pennsylvania. And fortunately, her team was able to afford to go and have that experience. But there are a lot of teams who don't. I know, for example, there's one team in particular who's already reached out to me. I don't know if they reached out to other council members, but they are short $7,000 to travel to AAUs. And we want to be able to support those types of opportunities. And so that I appreciate Councilmember Trayon White understanding the need for that and for working with us in that area. Let's see what's on the next slide. We provided a number of comments on some of the subtitles in the mayor's proposed BSA, but rather than go through all of those, it might be more productive to try to anticipate some of the questions you might ask, Mr. Chairman, about the mayor's letter. I will just say briefly, though, with QHCC, we added language. I know it's been a subject of interest at this council in the past, and so we added language that requires entities interested in receiving the QHCC incentive to register with the mayor, and upon receiving a certificate, filing that certificate with OCFO to receive the benefit. Essentially, we wanted to add transparency language that outlines the process that the mayor must adhere to in order to effectively monitor and assess the benefits received over time. I think everybody would probably agree that there was absolutely a lack of transparency in that incentive program, which contributed, I think, to some of the council actions we took last year. And so we wanted to address that with the BSA title that the mayor sent down. And the supermarket tax incentive may be one of the other areas that I think people are interested. We struck certain provisions of that subtitle that would have allowed the mayor to fund projects in or abutting opportunity zones in areas where 20% of the residents participate in SNAP and areas that the mayor selects. The committee instead left in the definition of eligible area that includes low-income census tracts to ensure this benefit encourages investment in communities that lack access to fresh foods and healthy food options. And I know the mayor's letter raises some concerns there, and I'm prepared to go into more detail if there are questions from my colleagues about it, but I wanted to note that. Let me skip down and try to quickly go through. Let me see how much time I have, Mr. Chairman. Oh, we've got 20 minutes, so I've got at least 5 more minutes before we get to question and answers. Let me try to address some of the things that the mayor raised in her letter to the council. There was a technical assistance fund that came down with the mayor's proposed budget. And as you all know, there are several agencies that already provide technical assistance funding, and we left all of that exists already intact. The committee's budget instead recommends including funding for new programs that provide technical assistance to minority-owned small businesses, such as a $6 million investment in local community development financial institutions and minority depository institutions, as well as $2 million for the Equity Impact Fund, both of which we think are going to provide technical assistance in the administration of their programs. And I think the committee recommends also the creation of a $10 million property acquisition fund to help local female-owned and minority-owned businesses purchase their spaces within which they operate, looking at how we want to recover from this pandemic and not simply go back to normal. We thought it was an opportunity for the council to really take some bold steps to address some of the things that contribute to our racial wealth gap, some of the structural barriers that inhibited entrepreneurs from really advancing, growing their businesses and hiring more residents, especially in areas like wards 5, 7, and 8. And so the committee did do that in our markup. I want to also address the Vitality Fund because the mayor references that in her letter. And the committee made a reduction to that fund, which was proposed at $10 million. And while I think the committee understood the critical nature of reinvigorating our downtown and the impact that it has on our workers, our small businesses, and how it would help to generate revenue to fund many of the programs and services that our most vulnerable population rely on. And we certainly support doing that. However, we made the decision to cut it in part because as related to the committee, the agency's vision for this fund lacked clarity or a strategic plan for spending and the use of these funds. And it was absent details on how it would lead to the type of job creation that the mayor and deputy mayor asserted or that the mayor indicates in her letter. And so we have since had a number of conversations with people in the business community, and I really want to thank them for reaching out to give us some of their insights, which I think was helpful. And so we are willing to work with our colleagues and with you, Chairman Mendelson, to address the cuts that we made if the council believes that those cuts should be restored to $10 million. And so I'm going to actually give back 2 minutes on the question and answer because I imagine there might be some things that come colleagues want to talk about, but let me just end though on baby bonds. So I mentioned earlier that we contributed $9 million through our committee, but I don't know if you all received this today, but the CFO did just produce and provide us with a FIS, and it puts the amount at $32 million over the four-year financial plan. So we're talking about $23 million in addition to the $9 million that we already included in the committee's markup. And I hesitate to say this data, but I'm going to, just for people who are listening who perhaps don't know it, the median wealth of white families, according to the Federal Reserve in the United States, is 8 times that of a black family. Here in the city, in the nation's capital, in our city, the median wealth of a white family in a household is 81 times that of a black household. And that translates to $284,000 in wealth for white families, to $3,500 for the median black family. And so I think we all know that this inequity is structural in nature, and it is not accidental. It is the result of decades of systemic racism. In fact, purposeful exclusion of Black people from wealth-building opportunities, both public and private. And many of these structural barriers remain present in our society today. And I think that this is an opportunity for us to be bold, as we discuss frequently. And frankly, this council has, over the last several years, taken bold steps around racial equity, social justice, and economic inclusion. And so I think with this budget, we got a once in a generation opportunity to try to help children from lower income households and communities of color have access to some investments to use to grow their wealth and improve their lives, and perhaps in the cycle of poverty in their families. And so I think this is one of those things that we can look at today as an investment in the future, where we can really begin to move the needle on some of the generational poverty that exists in our city, and to finally chip away at the stark racial wealth gap that exists in the District of Columbia. And so I believe deeply that this is a real way for this council to do that. And I hope that we can get the support of you all to find the $23 million that's needed to fund that. So I'm gonna stop right there, Mr. Chairman, and see if there are any questions.
All right, well, you promised, you left us all very hopeful when you said you would leave us about 17 minutes, 20 minutes. On the council asks, the only ask I heard from you was the baby bonds.
That's not the only ask.
How much is the baby bonds?
The baby bonds is a total of $32 million. And that's what me tailoring it to 300% of the federal poverty level. So essentially Medicaid eligible recipients. It was initially drafted at 500%, but working with the CFO's office, we did tailor it a bit.
So 32 million is the total, and you put some money aside. How much did you put aside?
$9 million.
So 23 is still needed.
Yes. There is a council-wide ask for more investment for our downtown, and we put this in our committee report, but we're asking, given that the downtown core faces, I think, really unique challenges, with office vacancy rates above 15%, and in some submarkets in the city, they're as high as 30%, that we want to support them. And we're asking for $100 million investment for hotels, for small businesses, including restaurants. And you all know that these businesses are and have been significant contributors to the district's revenues, including our property and our sales taxes. And so I think we should be supporting them as underlying drivers of our local economy in order to continue to do the programs that we know are vital to our most vulnerable residents.
I believe that the Labor Committee put aside like 35 million, so that would be 135 million or 100 million total?
We're talking 100 million total.
Including that, am I right that it was 35 million?
It was, because it was 20 initially and then it was additional 15. So I think you're right at that. I'm looking for my notes.
Alyssa?
Yep, it was 30 million for the bridge
It's
fund.
30 million
30 million.
for business.
30
Yes.
million in for the bridge fund specifically.
So it's 100 million, including the 30 million already.
So 70 more million.
Got it. All right. That's it on asks. You're welcome to leave the list at 2.
I'll leave the list at 2.
In the mayor's letter, there were a couple of things I don't think you touched on. One of them, elimination of, I can't believe how much money this is. Elimination of $150,000 for building blocks. DC Transportation Services threatens progress to reduce gun violence. The 150,000 proposed for the Department for Hire Vehicles.
You can stop there, Mr. Chairman. It's not been eliminated. That may have been in the draft of one of the budgets versions that came out, but I was not comfortable with doing that, and that has not been eliminated.
So that was an error. I think actually Jen told me before the meeting began.
Yep.
In the letter had been, all right. And the other is you had a new Park Morton subtitle, and my understanding or my reading of the mayor's letter is she doesn't object to the subtitle, but the wording of it. Maybe there's not so much a question here as there is that as we develop the committee print, we're going to want to make sure we get the subtitle correct. And Councilmember Nadeau looks very concerned, but I'm assuming that we're all on the same page here, that we want to make sure that Park Morton goes forward as it's been planned, and so where the intent of the subtitle is okay.
Yeah, we think it is okay what it is drafted, but we're clearly our objective is to support the residents in Ward 1, the residents of Park Morton, and the council member there. And we've been working with Councilmember Nadeau all along, even with the initial proposed budget that the mayor sent down to make modifications. So to the extent we think as a council that there needs to be additional adjustments, we're happy to work with you all to make those adjustments. Ultimately, we want to facilitate the development of this important project.
Okay. Anybody have questions or comments? Brooke?
Thanks, Phil, and thank you so much, Kenyon, for this entire report. I agree with you that I think this is a real opportunity to make transformational change, particularly with the baby bonds and the universal basic income. I just wanted to note for the previous discussion for the bridge fund that the small business back rent payment, as well as for the hotel industry, I think a high degree of flexibility is really needed to make sure that the particular business can use those funds for their particular needs. I do just want to ask you, Kenyon, about the Innovation District for the Golden Triangle bid. I think this is a really exciting opportunity for our city to become a leader, particularly in the tech space, and expand our reach to other industries further than the traditional governmental entities. And there's a lot of progress that's being made in this area, and there's been a proposed reduction from $4 million to $2 million in the committee report. And I just wanted to understand your thinking around that reduction.
Yeah, we looked at the overall contributions that was being proposed in the mayor's budget to do various things, including in downtown and other parts of the city. And obviously we support the overall goal of trying to reopen and recover. But we did shift $2 million, both from Golden Triangle as well as Southwest Waterfront, and we shifted $2 million from the Anacostia bid as well. And so I want to let everybody know that there was funds that had been shifted from each of those things. But specifically, we use some of the shifts that we made in Golden Triangle for investments in the downtown core. And so I'm looking for the specific note from my team on that. But here we go. It was directed in part to support the effort around the community development financial institutions and the minority depository institutions. And for folks who might be unfamiliar with those terms listening, CDFIs, they're specialized. First of all, they're designated by the federal government and the CDFI fund, and they're specialized organizations that provide financial services in low-income communities and to people who lack access to financing. Minority depository institutions are federally insured depository institutions for which 51% or more of the voting stock is owned by minority individuals, or a minority of the board of directors is minority, and the community that the institution serves is predominantly minority. And so I wanted to put that out there. I don't want to take too much of your time, Councilmember Pinto, but we did use a portion of that to fund some of the priorities that we work with you on around downtown, including some of the funds for businesses that would otherwise qualify for Great Streets grants.
Okay, and I really appreciate all of that. Just to your earlier comments about addressing the particular needs of downtown and the Golden Triangle and the vacancy issues. The Golden Triangle has the highest rate of vacancy in the city and only has 38 residents who live there. So the vacancies that are experienced by the area really need city support to make sure that they recover, because there aren't residents moving around supporting those local businesses without that injection of support. So I just want to note also, as we're kind of collecting asks, Chairman, if I may, for a short-term rental bill that will actually, BSA subtitle actually, that will bring in some additional revenue. It's just a slight change to the definition of how we handle short-term rental to make sure we're including homes that are listed under an LLC. That's just a structure that some families have opted into, as well as additional funding that's still needed for the Ford's Theater, which is a wonderful art resource, as you know, and they're hoping to expand their programming to accommodate more school groups and have additional learning opportunities. And then lastly, I think we still need more funding for our excluded workers. So that's it for me. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Brooke. Mary.
I agree with whoever said that we have to check your electronics and the hand raised function. But in any case, Councilmember McDuffie, I wanted to raise a couple of concerns about something you also brought up, namely the subtitle on the supermarket tax incentives, to more carefully limit them to low food access communities, because the incentives under the current program have gone beyond the areas I think originally intended under the law. And there are 3 criteria essentially in the mayor's subtitle that would narrow it: properties in opportunity zones, neighborhoods with over 20% SNAP or other public assistance programs participation, and properties in low income census tracts where the residents are more than a half a mile from the nearest supermarket. And the committee revised that to remove the first 2 criteria, stating that the third would by definition include the neighborhoods with high public assistance program participation, et cetera. But actually, my staff looked at this, and it appears the change would remove several SNAP eligible census tracts, including eligible areas in Ward 5, 7, and 8. These areas don't fully overlap. With respect to the opportunity zones, low income, low access census tract, that criterion on its own would be under inclusive. It only includes 33% of residents who live more than half a mile from a large grocery store, meaning that in excluded tracts, up to 32% of the residents could exceed that distance. So my question and concern is, would you consider putting back those parts of this that are not in fact an overlap, but in fact distinct, particularly these several SNAP eligible census tracts?
Yeah, I'm willing to work with you, Councilmember, on this. The reason we tailored it the way that we did was because in our analysis, some of the areas that would have been included in the subtitle proposed by the mayor would not have be targeted to those most in need. And as you know, and I think others do as well, while most of the opportunity zones in the district track with high poverty areas, all of them don't. And so I think it was sort of representative of the broader brush used to draft the initial subtitle and the way that the incentive perhaps would have been used. And so we think the way that we tailored it is going to produce the outcome that will get to the people who are most in need. If there are specific SNAP eligible areas that you think don't track with the low income census tracts in the way that we drafted it, then we're happy to work with you on that. Ultimately, we did not foreclose the opportunity for the mayor to propose to provide a tax credit in a location outside of a low income census tract. But we put in a structure that would require her to submit that and have the council have an opportunity to review it passively.
Well, thank you for that. And I agree completely that it had to be narrowed. It was beyond even what we had intended with that law. But there are these several SNAP eligible census tracts, as I said, in 5, 7, and 8, that if we could figure out a way, because I think that they're ones you'd want to include,
Yeah,
back.
That might be the case. No, certainly might be the case. We're willing to work with you on that.
Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Anyone else with questions for Trayon?
Thank you. I don't have a question, I have a comment. I want to speak in support of Councilman McDuffie's baby bond proposal and just ask that it be substantiated in the budget cycle. I just believe this proposal has the ability to reduce the racial gaps in the district. It gives residents a leg up. And when we talk about equity and building wealth in our city, especially at an early age, for most Americans, the ability to build wealth stands to receive a transfer of wealth, mostly from their parents or assets handed down. The accounts proposed in this program can be used for a down payment on a home, financial education, and starting a small business, from what I know. The nation's long history of racial oppression has limited the ability for many residents like myself and others who look like me to accumulate wealth and pass it down from generation to the next. As we heard, even in the testimony or in the article that came out about the 81% wealth gap in the district alone. For my entire time on the council, I've talked about bridging the equity gaps, and it's not about giving a handout, but being innovative about giving a hand up and creating leverage. And I believe this is one opportunity to do that, to put our money where our mouth is, man. So I want to thank Councilmember McDuffie for introducing this and trying to figure out ways that we can be supportive and think about more ways to change the narrative, especially this is the nation's capital, Washington, D.C., the most powerful nation in the world. And so we can't do it here and then where. Thank you.
Thank you, Robert.
Thank you, Kenyon. So I do want to support the commercial acquisitions for small businesses. When we were at the Check It press conference a few months ago, I had announced that I was working on a bill to help small businesses buy their properties the way that we have been able to help Check It. And I think this, I know this is a large piece of it, and I think there'll be a couple other pieces that will be necessary to help these businesses buy their property. So I'm hoping we can really look at the uptake of this, but also look at some other possible pieces that will come through the committee that we might be able to add to this over time.
No, absolutely. And just in response to both council members, Whites, yeah, I mean, I think what we were able to accomplish with Check It, I think is an example of the types of things that the council can be doing, working with the executive to keep small businesses in place and to really try to push back against potential gentrification in areas that not only displace people, but also displace small businesses. And in conversations that I've had with you, with Councilmember Trayon White, and with other members of this council, including Councilmember Lewis George, there are a lot more opportunities to proactively work with small business owners who happen to be located in areas that I think are ripe for displacement, commercial displacement. And so the same way that we as a council have been making investments to keep people in place and not allowing them to be displaced from their communities, we should be doing the same thing. In my conversations over the last several years across the district and wards parts of Ward 4, parts of Ward 5, 6, 7, and 8. Parts of Ward 1. I used the example, I think I may have mentioned this to Councilman Nadeau. I've definitely talked to the Main Street up there, but Hella's Bakery is one of the places that my mom speaks about fondly. I was on Mount Pleasant. And, businesses leave for various reasons. I'm saying this is an opportunity for the city to proactively work with folks who wish to acquire their buildings. Not only keep them there, but give them the opportunity to generate some real wealth and pass that down and live, give, I think, true meaning to the American dream. And so I appreciate you mentioning that. And to Councilmember Trayon White, Mr. Chairman, he's absolutely right. This is a meaningful step that we can take, given, I think, some of the laws that have been in place that have restricted the ability of minorities, Blacks and Latinos, to build wealth in our city. And so I appreciate your support, Councilmember Trayon White, and hopefully we can get broader support as a council to do this baby bonds proposal.
Trayon, I'm sorry, Robert, that was it from you?
Yes.
I believe next is Janice, and before I actually recognize her, I want to note that I think a few people have suggested that I'm still in the last century in terms of technology. So my staff has come over here to look at why I'm so behind. And it turns out they didn't quite put it this way, that they've intentionally kept my technology out of date so that I'm not seeing the blue hands that people are putting up. So it's not my fault. Janice.
Thank you. I wanted to reiterate some of the points that Councilmember Trayon White made. And I also just wanted to thank on the record Councilmember McDuffie and his staff for their support for Ward 4 businesses in Tacoma and in Petworth to ensure small, local, minority-owned businesses, women-owned businesses are able to have vibrant recoveries, and that is reflected in this budget. And so I wanted to go on record and also thank them for that work. And that's all I had to say. That's not really a question, more of just a statement. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you. Again, sorry I didn't recognize you sooner. Anita?
Thank you very much, Chairman. I just wanted to add my voice of thanks to the work that's gone into the baby bond proposal. And I think this is a great opportunity to maybe come up with a little additional millions that we can put in reserve for this program. I think it has so much potential to really change the way business moves forward in this city. And when I say business, the business of taking care of all of the residents, and particularly are very young. And so I want to commend Councilmember McDuffie and his team for moving this proposal forward. It's earth-shattering in some circles, as you well know, but I think it can really make a big difference here in the city. I did have a question regarding where you have reduced, it's only $850,000 in the capital budget for Lincoln Heights and Richardson dwellings. They were originally a part of the new communities, and I'm a little concerned about that. You and I haven't had much conversation about the new communities, which is physically in your committee, but we have been assigned some oversight of it. So I just wondered what was going on with that.
Yeah, that's money in the capital budget that had been sitting for quite some time. We obviously are not going to do a single thing to negatively impact any of the new communities projects. In fact, it's quite the opposite. We've tried to use oversight through the committee to support the development of the new communities projects, given some of the hiccups and challenges legally, but to move those projects forward. So this was capital money that had been sitting for some time, and so we did capture that.
Okay, you captured it, so does this mean that if and when this project moves forward, that we will be able to replenish this money? I thought this money might be for design purposes, but perhaps it isn't. The money is in your committee, so do you know?
I know it's in my committee.
I was sitting there.
It doesn't impact the Bill First or other housing initiatives that are part of the New Communities project.
Okay, can
If
you?
for some reason you have some information that you think is contrary to that, then I'm happy to work with you and address it. But it's our understanding that it would not impact the project from being built
Okay.
or moving forward.
Okay, so what does the budget chapter indicate it would have been used for, I guess is my real issue.
I'm happy to give you all the answers to the questions about this particular project and give you the budget chapter. But I think the essence of what I want to convey is that, and I'm being told by staff, it's silent on it. So there's nothing in that chapter that I can give you on it because it's silent on it. But this money is money that we saw that had not been expended and is not going to negatively impact the project. And if you have something contrary to that, as I mentioned earlier, I'm happy to work with you to address it. I mean, I understand the concern, and as we've been concerned, and we have had conversations about New Communities actually, but with all the projects over the years, because of the pace at which they moved and the fact that some of them have not come to fruition as they were originally envisioned years ago. I've had extensive conversations with Councilmember Nadeau, which is why we try to address some of the challenges at Park Morton. And so if you have some specific sense that this is somehow going to negatively impact this project, then I'm happy to talk with you about that. But that's not the sense that I have with my staff and working with the folks to identify that money as something that we could use.
Okay, thanks a lot.
I think that's everybody who asked to speak or have questions. So we're going to move to transportation and the environment. Should I introduce the budget director who will introduce the council member?
Thank you, Councilmember Che. Your slides are ready.
Thank you for that introduction. And thank you, Chairman Mendelson. I'd like to begin the discussion of my committee's recommendations with a reference to the committee's work on Vision Zero. I and many others were frustrated to see that the mayor's proposed budget included no funding for the recently passed Vision Zero Enhancement Omnibus Amendment Act. Instead, the mayor proposed her own investments in pedestrian and safety infrastructure, including her proposal for new automated traffic enforcement, the ATE cameras. As members know, it's critical that the Vision Zero bill be funded and fully implemented as soon as possible. Unfortunately, the cost for that is in the neighborhood of $40 million a year, which was a heavy lift for the committee from taking money from this, that, or the other needs. However, we did find a route to fund the bill, and the new ATE cameras that the mayor has proposed are likely to raise significant revenue. And because the revenue of the new cameras, it could be very variable depending upon where they're placed, what for, et cetera, the OCFO wouldn't certify any revenues from those new cameras that are coming. However, we figured out a way to put in the Budget Support Act a recommendation, including a subtitle dedicating the new ATE revenues for funding the Vision Zero bill. We don't know exactly how much will come in, but it's a good indicator from our other cameras that it could be quite significant. And of course, all of that money stems from unsafe driver behavior, and it's perfectly appropriate that it be used to fund Vision Zero legislation. And that's not the only investments we've been able to make in Vision Zero. Another pedestrian cyclist, and road improvements in our committee recommendations, including 1.7 million for the design and implementation of pedestrian and cyclist safety improvements on Georgia Avenue Northwest, one of the most dangerous corridors for the district's vulnerable road users. 2.2 million to support the full design costs of the Connecticut Avenue reversible lane study recommendations, which will enhance safety along that corridor and access for pedestrians and cyclists. $250,000 to support a pedestrian and public space study within the Downtown Improvement District, Business Improvement District, to explore how certain public spaces could be repurposed for use by pedestrians rather than cars. $580,000 in fiscal 22 and $2,320,000 over 4 years to fund the expansion of the Washington Area Bicycle Association Trail Rangers Program to ensure that the trail network continues to be safe and clean year-round. $500,000 to fund a study that analyzes multimodal transportation options for Georgetown. Funding provided by Councilmember McDuffie's committee to make safety enhancements to 2 Ward 5 neighborhoods. And I may have more detail about that in a minute. Thank you, Councilmember McDuffie. These investments will make a tremendous difference, I think, in the lives of residents, and in many instances will actually save lives, not just with respect to cyclists or pedestrians, but car drivers and all residents. And I'm pleased with the progress that we're poised to make in the 2022 budget. In terms of agency-specific changes, I'd like to offer some highlights on the committee's recommendations. For the Department of Public Works, we recommend $8 million plus over 4 years to fund the majority of the Zero Waste Omnibus Amendment Act of 2020 to help achieve the district's zero waste goal of diverting 80% of waste from landfill or incineration by 2032. It's allocated to several different agencies, including DPW, but also DOEE and DGS. The provisions funded by the committee include a donation and reuse program at DOEE, expanding efforts to reduce the use of single-use products, improving separation at commercial, multifamily, and district buildings, establishing an extended producer responsibility program for batteries, and ramping up our efforts to divert organic waste such as food waste. We really need to bring new life into our diversion efforts because, quite honestly, we have been stagnant over the past decade in this area. The mayor's budget would also convert 110 seasonal workers to full-time FTEs in 22 as part of the Building Blocks program. These workers weren't included as full FTEs in the overall agency FTE count. The committee rectifies that by adding 82.5 FTEs to the agency's FTE count and reduces overtime funding by $300,000 to account for those FTEs. And the committee is entirely supportive of the proposal to add the dedicated employees at DPW as part of Building Blocks to reduce gun violence. But it's been disappointing to see that the agency doesn't appear to have thought creatively about how these 110 new FTEs could be activated. We have some ideas about that, so we've asked the agency to submit a plan to align the Building Blocks initiative with the agency's waste diversions objectives by October 1st. In terms of revenue, I'll note for the members of the committee budget proposal, the recognized revenue from a recent update to DPW regulations charging $82.87 a ton for contaminated recyclables and raising DPW's waste diversion fee to $2 a ton and increasing the recycling fee by $20. That revenue allowed the committee to fully fund the Zero Waste Omnibus Bill and other waste-related initiatives. And these fee and rate increases are discussed at length in the committee report. It aims to right-size those fees, which are currently at below market. For the District Department of the Environment, the committee recommends a number of measures to enhance environmental safety in district residences, including funding to implement the new lead paint thresholds triggering remediation, a key part of the Residential Housing Environmental Safety Amendment Act of 2020. That said, I hope to work with colleagues at the COW to fund the remainder of this bill, which focuses on mold inspections and remediations. So Chairman, that's one item for the whole Council, a new BSA subtitle to expand relief provided through DOE's LPRAP program, which would at no additional cost result in 100 new lead line replacements each year. Funding to support replacement of brass pipes serving district homes, because they too, by the way, can release lead into drinking water. Funding sent to the COW to support the council undertaking an assessment of DC Water's lead pipe replacement plan, and establishing a lead service line replacement task force. There's a number of investments in the environment, including 150,000 in funding for DOE. I'm not seeing the clock. I hope I'm not going over. To offer competitive grants to remove trash and invasive species, maintain trails, engage residents in care of parklands, establishing a new protect local wildlife motor vehicle tag with revenue to support the district's wildlife rehab grant, full funding for the Energy Efficiency Standards Amendments Act, full funding for the Electric Vehicle Readiness Amendment Act, providing funding for the Commission on Climate Change and Resiliency to hire a dedicated staff member, which, by the way, is sorely needed. As members know, the issue of climate change and resiliency is only getting more and more urgent. Adding money for an expansion to UDC's Master Gardener program for 24 additional students from Wards 7 and 8, accepting funds from the Committee on Business and Economic Development to support the purchase of new air quality testing equipment. And Councilmember McDuffie, you had mentioned that, and thank you for that from your committee. The budget also includes $1,129,000 over 4 years to implement the Green Food Purchasing Amendment Act of 2021. For the Department of Transportation, I'd like to highlight again that the committee recommends amending the mayor's subtitle on the circulator to require that DDOT charge at least $1 fare for each ride. The mayor first proposed this in her fiscal 2020 budget, and at that time, the committee rejected the mayor's proposal, citing several concerns. And since that time, the mayor has failed to address those concerns. The mayor has yet to provide us with a study, survey, or data underscoring the demand for identifying the benefits from a free circulator. And the narrative that's included in her letter is not really credible in terms of who will benefit from that. It's basically subsidizing rides for non-residents. And I'm also concerned, again, contrary to the mayor's claim, that a free circulator will have a negative effect on other modes of public transit, such as WMATA and Capital Bike Share. Over 3/4 of circulator riders say they would have ridden another mode of transit, public transit or bicycle, if the circulator wasn't even available. So I'm especially worried about the effect on WMATA. Last year, the mayor highlighted the initiative as a way to recover from the pandemic. But again, for reasons I've stated, these benefits will primarily flow to non-residents. And the committee believes that there are more tailored, thoughtful ways to get relief to vulnerable residents rather than wiping out fares for riders of all income and need levels. So the committee recommends, again, rejecting the mayor's proposal. We're happy to revisit this if and when we have actual data that supports it. I'd also like to highlight transfers from the committee that the committee received from other committees, which dovetail with the committees. Could somebody tell me where I am on time? I don't want to go too far with this. From Business and Economic Development, $500,000 to fund streetscape enhancement in the Lamond Riggs community, $250,000 to fund streetscape enhancement and traffic safety improvement in the Langston and Carver communities. And as I noted earlier, funding to purchase equipment to conduct on-demand air quality testing. Again, thank you for these funds, Councilmember McDuffie. Finally, on transfers to other committees, I won't read through the list shown that we have on the slide. I've already described some of them in any event, and the committee is happy to work with other committees. I want to thank my colleagues for accepting the transfers, and I'd be happy to answer any questions that people have. Did I come within time? How come I don't see the clock? Where's the clock? Did I do well or poorly?
Yeah, the clock is somewhere, but you've still got 3 minutes.
Oh, okay, fine. One other issue that the mayor raised is about alleys. And here again, I want to echo Councilmember Allen and others who talk about, the mayor's narrative about calling reductions of her proposals actually cuts. They are not cuts. In terms of alleys, we have I think except for 1 year, over year after year after year, increased the money for alley repair and maintenance. The committee took a 4.1 million enhancement and took 3 million from that. So it's still a 1 million, I think 1.7 million enhancement, and certainly not a cut. Because the Alleys capital project was approved at 22.64 million in 22 over the capital plan. And again, the mayor said 4.4 million increase. We recommend an increase of 1.44 million. It's an enhancement, not a cut. And it will not, the committee believes, materially affect the ability to replace and repair alleys that are in poor condition. And then I think those are the two issues that were raised by the mayor, namely the circulator and the alleys. And I still have time, but I'm gonna open it to questions.
Did you want to speak to any of your subtitles?
Do I want to speak to any of my subtitles?
So what's more important, your subtitles or coming in a minute under?
Well, I like being a minute under, but yeah, let's go with the minute under.
Okay.
And I, like Councilmember Nadeau, want to know what these gold stars can be turned in for.
I'll have a conversation with you one-on-one after the meeting, so
okay.
You'll know. So you mentioned one ask of the committee of the whole, and that has to do with funding the mold abatement bill. Is that the bill that you and I did together?
I believe that's correct. Yes, that's one ask that we have. But you know what? I don't know if this comes up as an ask, but again, forgive me, Councilmember Allen. I really would like the money for the cadet program to be at the level of 200. But so those are my asks.
Okay, do you remember offhand the mold bill, how much is needed? Did you fund that? Do you have any money toward that or?
Well, we need about 3.8 million a year, and I'm looking to see if my my staff can tell me what we were able to do. 85,000 only, not a whole lot.
Not the 0.8 nor the 3 point.
No. So 3.8 is what we think we would need for that.
Okay, I'm looking at the mayor's letter. You spoke to the two issues she brought up, the circulator and the alleys. You spoke to both of those. I saw some hands and then they all went down. I see Brooke, Janice, Robert. Brooke?
Thank you so much. And thank you, Mary, for this amazing report. I am really excited about a lot in here, particularly using the automated traffic enforcement cameras to fund Vision Zero. I think it's a really creative and great idea and going to improve public safety. I wanted to ask a couple questions, but one about the residential pilot program. I believe you're familiar with this, but it would be a pilot to try out a new approach to parking, wherein your residents' unlimited parking would be limited to their A and C boundary, and then within the ward could park for 2 hours. And I've spoken to many of the bids, all of the A and Cs in my ward about this, and there seems to be a lot of enthusiasm, both because it would prioritize the residents who live within the boundary for their already limited parking, but also it would help with turnover for the small businesses. And it's my understanding that DDOT believes they need authorizing legislative language to do this year because it would cost some money. And the latest estimate I've seen is around $150,000. So Just wanted to see if that was something you contemplated including and if it's something you would support if we were able to find additional funding to get in this year's budget.
Well, my view of this, and we haven't been able to take it to the next step, is that that would need a hearing, and people would have to weigh in for us to do it right. So I'm reluctant to just do it through the budget process. And, we could work more closely with DDOT and the communities on that, but I'm certainly open to it, but I just don't think this is the vehicle, forgive me, for doing that.
Okay, well, thanks so much. And I just wanted to raise a couple of other priorities that I'm hoping we may be able to find additional funding for. One is for the electric vehicle charging station, 36th and M, which I think would be a great opportunity for our city to have a site for EV charging, both for residents with personal electric vehicles, but also for our rideshare companies, as well as our buses, to be able, as we encourage them to electrify their fleets, to be able to have a location in Georgetown to recharge. Another is for the C&O Canal. The current condition has left neighbors really open to flooding and other damage in the area. And I'm hoping we can at least include some funding for the first phase of this project as we move through the next couple of weeks.
Well, there is money in the budget for the charging stations. Whether it would include the one that you're referring to, I'm not sure, but we're keen to get charging stations. We're not going to be able to, until we have the infrastructure, both publicly and in multi-unit buildings, people are going to be reluctant, I think, to get electric vehicles. So that's part of it. And the other thing about I don't know that we have anything in there about the C&O Canal, and it's incredibly expensive. And shouldn't that be funded by the NPS and not the District of Columbia?
So NPS will provide the vast majority of the dollars for the C&O Canal, but because of its impact on visitors to Georgetown, what will become the Georgetown Visitor Center, as well as the exposure residents living around the area have to flooding, I think it's also in the district's interest to participate with some local dollars to the project as well, despite the fact that they will be receiving the vast majority of their funding through MPS and through privately raised dollars.
Okay, if I may, forgive me for this, Mr. Chairman, but I think you should talk to Phil about this. It would require lots of operating dollars, and it's too much for the committee to bear. Mr. Chairman, I'm sending them to you.
I'm sorry, my audio went off for a second.
She was calling up
nothing,
the
never
Honcho
mind.
again.
Never mind.
Understood, Mary. Thank you very much. That's it for me.
Thank you. Janice.
Thank you, Chairman. And I want to say thank you to Councilmember Che, her committee staff, the Transportation Environment Committee staff, as well as our committee for the collective work, which I think is a great budget that really seizes the moment for Vision Zero and what we have called for as a city and what advocates have been calling for. And I want to thank you specifically for funding the Georgia Avenue safety improvements as well. There was a discussion at the budget hearing of whether DDOT has enough traffic safety engineers to actually design and complete all of the capital improvements we're funding them for. And so I just wanted to ask you, are we confident that DDOT can complete this work given their capacity? And is there any need to expand capacity of traffic safety engineers to have, I guess, more efficient outcomes?
I would answer yes, but we'll be tracking it in any event, so we can keep an eye on it.
Okay. Okay. Thank you.
And you're right. I mean, Georgia Avenue, you remember when we went out there, and even when before I met up with you at the intersection, We tried to cross the street at marked crosswalks. Forget about it. But in any case, we'll be watching it.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Robert.
Thank you, Mary.
Thank you, Robert.
A couple things. I did want to support. There's a lot of good stuff in your budget, but I did want to just have my support for the DC Trail Rangers program that'll help, I think, promote the use of our trails, but also the maintenance. Obviously, we fund a lot on infrastructure and in keeping that infrastructure up, but also making sure that it's safe and usable is an important part of that we really shouldn't forget about. So I think it's a really important thing to do for really a low cost. I also wanted to support the grant for community-based groups that are working to remove trash and invasive species to make sure that our parks and trails are maintained and usable for residents. Again, you know, the old saying, an ounce of prevention is worth a pound of maintenance or something like that. I know the first
Pound of cure.
There we are. I knew you'd have it. And finally, I wanted to support your effort to increase the number of households eligible for full reimbursement of the lead water service line replacements. Folks who have studied this issue know that partial pipe replacements actually make a lot of the lead issues worse. We have an old water infrastructure in the city, and so we do need to assist as many residents as possible with getting this done. So I just wanted to add my note of thanks and support for those measures.
Well, thank you, Robert. And I want to say we need a lot more money, and there's a lot of hope being put on the federal infrastructure bill, which identifies this as one of the recipients for federal money. So everybody should keep their fingers crossed on that.
There's silence. That means that I blanked. Christina and then Anita.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And don't worry, I am pulled over, but I do ask my questions. Daycare pickup doesn't care that we're late, running late behind. One thing I wanted to express my support for, and Mary, I'm incredibly proud to be a member of your committee, and I feel like we've done an incredible amount of work here. One thing that I do want to echo on the council-wide side is around the need to fund more mold inspectors across the city. For some of our colleagues, this is not just an issue that has been raised on the DOEE side, but it's also an issue that has been persistent with DCRA. And frankly, as I think my staff sort of being able to count, I feel like we have maybe less than 2 inspectors in the district government who is responsible for mold inspections in the district right now. And I think that you guys all know, in some of our affordable housing buildings, DCHA, the whole 9, mold is it's not just about housing, but it also has incredible health impacts as well. And so I want to echo and add my support to that. Mary, I want to raise up here that you have a hearing scheduled on Friday as it relates to the pedestrian bridge in Ward 7. I know we weren't able to include any funding in the budget for replacing that bridge. And part of that is because we don't know how much that costs. And so I wanted to, I guess, get your thinking in terms of the conversations you've had with DDOT around what are the next steps after the roundtable on Friday as it pertains to that pedestrian bridge.
Well, we have to see whether they're going to commit to replacing it. There's been some question raised on the executive side about that. But in any case, we have asked them, and I hope an answer will come out tomorrow at the hearing about what the cost would be. And if not replacing that, what, and they're basing the numbers on the use, I think, of something quite dated. So we want to get an understanding of what the actual use is. And then in any event, if not to replace that bridge, well, what's the alternative? So I've asked DDOT for the cost. I can't give it to you now because I don't have it.
Okay, great. And So I just want to echo that for my colleagues. The DDOT numbers that they provided in terms of there's only 8 people that use the bridge or whatever, what have you. It was like 8 years old that they took that census. So I feel, and school's out, even if they did a manual census the week after the situation. The last thing I wanted to raise up is related to Vision Zero. If we could talk a little bit about traffic enforcement as it relates to our out-of-state partners and sort of whether or not we think realistically speaking we'll be able to make any sort of progress as on a reciprocity agreement given the information that we got from Deputy Mayor Babers. Or do we need to do other types of parking enforcement measures, especially when we consider that the vast majority of violations as it pertains to the traffic cameras are coming from residents from Maryland and Virginia. Hold on, Jordan.
Well, they're engaging in negotiations, so we'll see. But you're right, there are some other measures. They're not as effective, but if there's a car with more than 2 tickets and they don't hide in a garage, they can be towed. And that is likely to concentrate their minds wonderfully on paying back the money that they owe us. So you're right. Let's see if we can get some negotiations or some alternatives other than that. But there should be reciprocity. Millions and millions of dollars are owed to the district.
Thank you. That's all I have.
Okay.
Thank you. Councilmember Bonds.
Thank you, Chairman, and thanks to Councilmember Shea. Just wanted to add my voice in support of mole inspectors. We really do need them, and they can go a long way. Currently, most of the inspections for mole and lead are done through the Department of Energy, and so any additional persons that we can get to do that with skill sets would be great. And in fact, I'd like to see something created for that service, similar to what you're creating as it relates to this interagency led service line replacement task force. So if we could have a task force that would really work on that, I think it would bring that issue to the forefront so that all of the agencies that this particular thing affects, this thing called mole affects could be handled. Because I'm sure that where we have leaky air conditioning systems in some of our schools, they also affect it. I don't know whether we have cleared up all of that over the past couple of years, but I recall hearing about those. So I just think that paying closer attention to mold will help us to maintain our facilities and certainly our residential properties. So I certainly, whatever monies we can squeeze out, Mr. Chairman, I think would be to a great use. And also if we could just expand, I see here where you're incentivized for 100 more replacements each year. It would be great if we could think about 500 per year. I know that's a big tab, but the need is tremendous. Having clean quality water is so important to the health of everyone. And I recall a month ago joining with one of the national organizations to, and you signed on to my resolution that we presented. It actually went to the DNC and part of their package of platform measures to make sure that we can have clean water. So I'd love to see us do a little more here in the District of Columbia. So Mr. Chairman, if you can find a few more coins to go in that direction, I certainly would applaud it and support it. So thank you again, Councilwoman Shea, and thank you very much.
I think I've covered all the hands that were risen, or arose. or whatever the correct verb conjugation is.
Raised.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Professor. So I think then that gets us to the committee of the whole. I will note that it's 5:21. Jen, did you want to introduce me?
I was going to say, if I introduce everyone, I also have to introduce you. So I believe your slides are ready, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Jen Buda, for that wonderful introduction. So I think everybody knows what the Committee of the Whole did last week. And to tell you the truth, I haven't reviewed these slides, so I'm not quite sure what they say. We made minimal changes at the committee at the markup last week. We usually do the bulk of our work for the meeting that will come up on the 20th. We made some slight adjustments in the area of education. One of the things we're doing is we're creating a stabilization fund for the charters that would be similar, a little bit similar to the stabilization fund that the mayor's proposed for DCPS. We put about 5 million into that. In fact, it says here 5.7 million to non-departmental. We added money to the State Board of Education, not primarily, for the Office of the Ombudsman and for the Office of the Student Advocate to support additional FTEs. We put some additional money in. It says here 2 million for out of school time. I would like to see more money into out of school time. So if I ask myself the question, what does the COW ask of the COW? We want to see more money in out of school time. We want to see more money in the charter stabilization fund. We reallocated funds within the Commission on Arts and Humanities. This was discussed by several members at the at our markup. The main thing here is that we blew up the funding formula that we had adopted a couple years ago. What we had done a couple years ago, if I remember correctly, was to say that no less than 77% of the budget was available for grants, and then divided up how those grants were given out. And what I mean by that is 17% of the grants were for facilities, and something like 27% was for the National Capital Arts Cohort, which became very unpopular. And there were a couple other divisions. So we got rid of that. At least we got rid of the National Capital Arts Cohort. And instead, the formula that we have creates a much larger general operating support cohort. And that cohort is all arts organizations, regardless of size. Although there is language that says that the grant shall be tiered in proportion to the recipient's budget. So large organizations would get a larger grant than small organizations. But beyond that, if I remember correctly, it's something like 54% of the grants budget is for that general operating support. We reallocated money within the Office of Planning for the industrial land use study, that's PDR, and also money for a small area plan for Ivy City. And we reallocated money across the financial plan from OSSI to UDC to shift funding to the DC Futures Tuition Assistance Program. We transferred money to the Committee on Labor and Workforce Development to WIC for the career coaches. It's from DME, the Deputy Mayor for Education. And we also directed some money to the Committee on Health to fund the Maternal Health Resources and Access Act. I believe that's the bill that Councilmember Henderson introduced that hasn't been approved yet, but we're funding it so that when it is approved, it will be paid for. And I believe the Committee on Health has already spoken to that at the beginning of this, or earlier in this meeting. We accepted money from the Committee on Transportation on electric vehicle readiness. That would be under DCRA. I think that's to do with the building permitting process. And money regarding zero waste omnibus at OSSI and lead line audit that the council would be doing, and UDC Master Gardener Program, and money for COG for their food and agriculture regional, it says member here. I have to say, I didn't realize until Councilmember Chase spoke to this that the name of the committee, the acronym is FARM. Sometimes I'm a little slow, except I won't admit that. With regard to the mayor's subtitles, Anita already spoke to this, the RIPTAC, which is the Real Property Tax Appeals Commission. The mayor proposed changing the membership. We didn't touch that, but we did touch the legislation, the law, with regard to enabling DCRA to appeal. DCRA is involved in cases where it designates property as vacant or blighted and the property owner appeals. And if RIPTAC comes up with a indefensible decision, which they have, there's no ability for the government to appeal. So this would create that ability. We strike the Targeted Historic Preservation Assistance Amendment Act. There is a program through the Office of Planning, which is a grant program for homeowners in historic districts. It is income-based. If one is of moderate to low income means, and they have a house in a historic district and they need repairs, they can apply for a grant. I forget what the grant is. I think it's up to like $25,000 or $30,000. The mayor proposed expanding that to include apartment buildings, which at first blush might seem like a wonderful idea, but there's only so much money in the fund. And I just don't know to what extent expanding it to apartment buildings would how it would impact the fund. It turns out there's one building that the executive is trying to help. At least this is my understanding, and it's the Kennesaw Apartments on 16th Street by Irving. So I'm moving an emergency bill next Tuesday that would permit the grant program to be used for the Kennesaw. And if the mayor is serious about expanding the program, she should introduce a permanent bill and we'll have a hearing on it, so we could look at it more broadly. I should note that the emergency I'm moving on Tuesday, I'm co-introducing or co-moving with Councilmember Nadeau. I'm skipping down the list of the mayor's proposed subtitles. We proposed some changes to the universal paid leave subtitle. What we proposed was consistent with, but less than what the Labor Committee recommended. So I really have nothing to add with regard to our recommendation there. The WMATA Dedicated Funding Amendment Act actually is a reminder to me that I need to talk to our regional partners through COG, because when we adopted the dedicated funding several years ago, this was as a result of work done by the Chief Financial Officer for the region and for WMATA that showed that if there was dedicated funding of, I think, a total of about $500 million from the 3 jurisdictions, WMATA would be able to borrow something like, would be able to borrow against it and spend something like $1.5 billion a year. I might be off in my numbers, but it included a 3% escalation, which neither Maryland nor Virginia have budgeted. I think Virginia rejected the 3%. I might be wrong. It might have been Maryland. And nobody has, so nobody's funded that. So this subtitle takes that requirement out of our law. It probably should be put back in, not the subtitle, but that 3% escalator. But the 3 jurisdictions have to work together. And when I say jurisdictions, I'm talking about the District, Maryland, and Virginia. We recommend a number of new subtitles. The Equity in the Arts and Humanities Amendment Act speaks to that funding, that revised funding formula I already spoke of. The Green Building Fund Disbursement Amendment Act, I don't remember what that does.
That 50/50 to the Department of Energy and Environment and to DCRA after like 2 years. Yeah.
It's some split of money between Department of Environment and DCRA. I'm not sure what the revenues are from. So I'll keep moving. The University of the District of Columbia Fundraising Match Act, we do this every year. We put money in the budget. I think the mayor put it in this time. And it's to UDC, but they have to fundraise and match against it. And the match this year, I believe, is 1-for-1 or 2-for-1. I think it's 1-for-1. So if they raise $1 million, they get $1 million. And we've done this a number of years, and the result is that UDC has actually improved its ability to fundraise. The Student Activity Fund Theatrical and Music Performance Expenditure Act is resolving that financial issue for our local schools that we've been handling on an emergency basis for the last year. And the Learning Loss Grant Program Act, I don't have any notes here. I think that's just authorizing the grant making with regard to learning loss funds. The Public Charter School Equity Stabilization, that speaks to what I'd already spoken to, which is we've got $5 million in there. Our goal is to get more money in for stabilization. It would be focused on the adult education, the pre-K, and the residence charter schools. So it's not the entire charter sector, where they're concerned that enrollment will be substantially less than the current year, and as people are afraid to come back, and that it makes it very difficult for them to maintain staff. And the District of Columbia Retirement Board Leadership Amendment Act puts into permanent law the executive director pay that we approved through emergency legislation earlier this year. We avoided the controversial parts of that. So those are the subtitles we recommended. The mayor's letter, she raised 3 concerns. The first was additional programming at the Office of Planning puts the agency beyond staff capacity. Those are the studies that we mentioned, that I mentioned for industrial land and Ivy City. Her letter also mentions New York Avenue, but I thought New York Avenue was already funded in her budget. So we will look to see if we can add FTEs, which is what the mayor's letter is saying is needed. Striking, her second concern was striking the historic homeowners grant program expansion ignores inequities within multifamily residential communities. I already spoke to that. So the emergency will deal with Kennesaw apartment building. And if the mayor wants a broadening of the program, further broadening of the program, then she should introduce a permanent. We'll have a hearing on it. And the third concern she raised was not shifting the zoning capital project to FY 2022 will lead to delays in implementation. This was something that was not in her budget, but was in her errata letter. There's a slight fiscal impact to this, but I believe we can resolve this as we move to the full council on July 20th. So her first and third concerns, I think we'll have resolved when we get to the full council. Questions? Mary and then Brooke.
I still did the hand raise because I'm ever optimistic.
And I saw it too.
Oh, okay. Well, 2 things. One, and this comes at the 11th plus hour. I had a flurry of emails from people who have worked for many, many years in the school system as substitute teachers. And they were saying how really they haven't had an increase in their pay for many, many years. They get $15 an hour. I don't have a number. I don't even know, what the dimensions of that problem would be, but I wanted to bring it up because they tried to raise it, albeit, at this late moment. So that's number one. Number two, I was disappointed, to see that the committee didn't identify funding to ensure that every DCBS school has a full-time librarian. And many, many studies have shown the tremendous effect that a librarian can have on student learning and academic outcomes, especially, now with all this potential problem of learning loss. And just, to put some numbers on this, a full-time librarian cost is $112,600. To go to that point from a librarian tech, which is $59,638, if we gave every school without a librarian, if we gave them one, it would be less than 4 million, although perhaps in total 8 million if we had to provide an equal amount to public charters. But that said, I think it's an achievable amount. And I would ask, Mr. Chairman, if we couldn't support that.
I think the best I can say at the moment is this is definitely on our list, something we're looking at. If we fund it through the UPSFF, we would increase the UPSFF. Not that there's anything wrong with that. And as you noted, it wouldn't be 4 million, it would be roughly 8 million, roughly double. I don't know that that solves the problem for next year because schools pretty much have their personnel in place. And the reason why we're in this problem is because the chancellor has allowed schools to use their money other than having librarians.
Right.
So you understand what I'm saying there.
Right.
I've thought about whether we could legislate in this area, but to be honest, I'm very hesitant about passing a law that says every school has to have a librarian. Do we start actually legislating what the personnel should be in the school? And if we start with librarian, I don't think we could leave it with librarian. And then what happens after that? So I'm open to ideas. I have talked with the chancellor who's sounding more positive about this problem going away next year. That's not the budget year we have in front of us. So I'm open to suggestions there.
Well, I mean, one of the things, we could prescribe that, that it's non-negotiable. I mean, it's really a terrible choice some schools have to make, and it shouldn't be one that they should have to make. And so we should say that it's non-negotiable or something along those lines.
It's definitely on our list.
Okay.
Brooke.
Thank you so much. And thank you for all that was included in this recommendation. I just want to note a couple of things that we've discussed in the past. For museum funding, I mentioned Ford's Theater earlier, but still want to highlight the really dire need for the Children's Museum, the National Children's Museum, as well as the National Museum for Women in the Arts. The Children's Museum needs at least $1 million to pay back their debt and make sure that they get open. The National Museum for Women in the Arts needs at least $3 million this year. So hope we can work together on those in the next couple of weeks. I also want to note about the Duke Ellington teacher pay disparity. We continue to see that the teachers at Duke Ellington are paid less than all other DCPS teachers. And I'm hoping that's something that we can address in this budget to bring them up to par with what the other DCPS teachers are getting paid.
Yes, thank you for reminding me of Duke Ellington, because that is another problem within DCPS that I would like us to be able to address, although I have to be honest with you, turn to staff to see how we can do that.
Okay, well, thank you so much. And then we've spoken before about the need to build up a teacher pipeline for training purposes, and hope that can be incorporated into some of the workforce development programs that we're working on, particularly as Alyssa had mentioned around tech and healthcare, which are hugely important, and hope that we can include training for individuals to become teachers.
I think
then-
trying to do that through UDC. I think,
Right. Was that included in this report?
I don't know, but I think we're trying to do that through UDC.
Okay, okay, wonderful. And then just lastly, all of the women on the council and Councilmember Gray introduced the period products bill last year, which would require all of our DC schools to include access to free period products. And think that this is really important to make sure it's incorporated into this school year. And so, and as we talk about getting kids back to school and reducing absences, we find that this is a reason that young girls and trans boys stay home from school when they don't have access to these products. And so really hope that we can work together on including a BSA subtitle to ensure that that bill is funded this year.
Yes, that's on my list as well. But let me say regarding a BSA subtitle, we probably wouldn't do that. Usually what we do, which I think is what we're going to end up doing with the prenatal bill, is to put the money in non-departmental for the bill, so that then when the bill goes through the permanent process, it's funded.
Got it. Okay. Thank you
Is there
very much.
anything else?
That's it for me.
Brianne?
Sorry, we've been joined by the little people. I had one question. You made some moves in the Office of Planning from open streets and public spaces funding. And I just want to make sure those reductions aren't going to impact any programming. I know we, for one, in Ward 1 have a lot of planning coming up in Adams Morgan around the 18th Street pedestrian zone and some other things.
I might have missed part of the question because I was getting a text on teacher training. We didn't make reductions in the Office of Planning, I don't think. Maybe you need to ask the question again.
Sure. I think you used some funding from OP to pay for the PDR study. And I'm concerned about the open streets and public spaces funding.
Yeah. We did cut some of that money. That was ARPA money.
Okay, and you're not aware of any impact that would have to programs that are coming up?
We did not think that would, I mean, it obviously would impact what the mayor was planning, but it was grant money, and I think it's a new proposal by him, so. And there's still money left, as I recall.
Okay, Madeline seems to have a question as well. I apologize. Okay,
Yes, I need
and
a
I
language
do.
access interpreter to get her question.
Seriously. Similar concerns raised as Mary on the substitute teachers and also the librarians. I know you are hesitant to put into law that librarians are required. I believe we have done it for certain other positions in the past that we have wanted to prioritize at schools. So I would suggest, in my opinion, that librarians are equally important as some of the other things we've prioritized. And I would support making that a requirement in school budgets, and also making the pie bigger overall so that that doesn't put additional strain on school budgets. Thank you.
Do you remember what other positions?
Nope, it was before my time, but I recall we were doing it perhaps for arts and some other specials. I know we do have required positions because the principals complain about them, which is not helping me make my argument, but
Yeah, I think the required positions are required by the chancellor. And that's the rub here, is that the, at some point, I don't think it was really recent. I think it might have predated Chancellor Farabee. DCPS changed its guidance to the principals and allowed principals to apply to replace librarians. So I believe that's all internal. But as I said, librarians are definitely on my list because I share the concern that schools ought to have librarians.
great, thank you.
Alyssa?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. First, can you just help me understand, your committee has held several hearings on learning loss and social emotional development. So can you help me understand how this budget addresses the learning loss issue and mental health supports for young people?
There's a lot of money.
Okay.
The schools, as well as in the Deputy Mayor for Education, as well as in OSSI, for learning loss. There was something else you just said, which I can't remember. And then there's
mental health.
Mental health, I think that's primarily a DBH.
Okay.
For mental health in schools. It's, you know, to describe it generally, it's like spread around. And so if you look to see what is the big wow, if you will, you won't find it because it's a lot of money that's being spread around.
Well, do you agree? I guess I'm trying to understand, do you agree with what the mayor proposed? Or do you think there's a better way to address the learning loss issue?
I don't think there's an easy way to answer that. And I feel like this is getting a little bit more philosophical. I don't think that there's
isn't it about budget authority? I mean, we end up we're going to fund the things that we think are effective and that will address this issue. I'm, I guess, a little surprised to hear you say that.
Well, what I was going to say is that I don't think that there is a silver bullet strategy for learning loss that we are missing.
Okay.
The suggestions. There's been a lot of talk about focusing on high dosage tutoring. There's also some criticism that high dosage tutoring is being overrated. There's been a lot of talk about out of school time. Now, I indicated earlier that I want to increase to out of school time. There's been a lot of talk about, and this would not be in the Committee of the Whole's budgets, using Department of Recreation programming, and even DOES programming in the summer, like the summer youth employment, as strategies to try to overcome learning loss. They all have their supporters. I think they all are plausible. I don't feel like any one of them is going to be the bomb. Gosh.
Okay. Okay. So, Mr. Chairman.
So there are increases. I don't think, we see problems like, for instance, some of the schools. It's actually 3 fewer schools for next year than the current year that are going without librarians. So we see some problems like that, but we're not getting complaints that, oh gosh, the DCPS needs to do X, Y, and Z, and they're not, in terms of tens of millions, 20 millions, and so forth. It's most
Okay.
out of school time and additional tutoring, not just with reading, but with math. Just looking at known strategies and doing more of it.
Okay. I want to bring up one thing and then I want to bring up a non-school issue. So I just want to raise the issue around medically vulnerable students who will remote learn because of the threat to their health from COVID. And I'm just concerned, given the experience with virtual learning over the past 15 months, that we could be creating a kind of separate and unequal approach to education with the students who do have to learn remote. But let me bring up my other point, Mr. Chairman, and this has to do with something that advocates have talked about and you've raised yourself, which is the ability of the council to do its job. And that job is, oversight of agencies, constituent services, legislating. And I think we are handicapped because of our budget. And so this is a pitch to you as well as to my colleagues that I think we need to raise the council's budget in terms of keeping pace with the growth of our government and that we have enough staff and can pay staff competitively to do the essential work that we need to do. And I've had this full disclosure, I've already had this conversation with the chairman once, but I do want to do it in a public setting because the council's ability to do oversight has been raised. And I think you even raised it in your newsletter yesterday, Mr. Chairman, that I read, because I read every one of your newsletters very diligently. But
you can agree.
Yes. I like infographics, but that's just me. So, let me just give a number example to illustrate the point. So our local government, I think, has grown by 25% since I've been at the council. So that's been 7 really fun years. But the council's budget has not grown at that pace. And our salaries certainly don't keep pace. And I know maybe there's not a lot of sympathy of some of our residents. But I think Councilmember Louis George spoke about this earlier when it came to OTA. But, I've said this, I don't know how I have convinced my dedicated staff to work for me because they've all taken salary cuts. And we just can't keep pace with we can't compete with the executive. We can't be competitive with the feds. And we can't even keep competitive with some of the larger nonprofits in our city. And that really does affect our ability to do a good job for the taxpayers of the District of Columbia. So my pitch is, I hope we can increase the council's budget and number of FTEs this year. What I see on social media and at community meetings is people want a vigorous council to do our job, to do oversight of agencies. And I will argue that that is hard to do at the budget we're at and at the individual budgets that we have for our council offices. So my ask, because that was your question earlier, is for a $2 million increase to the council's budget, which would significantly increase salaries and FTE, at least give 1 extra FTE to each office. And I hope you'll support this, Mr. Chairman. I hope my colleagues will support this request too. Thank you.
Let me just say that you should stop reading social media, Alyssa, but I did not criticize the council's oversight. So that was something that I think somebody else said in response to my newsletter and then got retweeted and retweeted and retweeted.
I just said you addressed council oversight. I think you talked about it.
No,
But maybe
I didn't.
you did. I thought I read that you did.
No, I didn't.
Oh, okay. My
Never
apologies.
criticized the council publicly.
Okay.
I do want to say, before I recognize, I have a lineup here. After Alyssa, there'll be Janice, Charles, and Robert White. But I want to say, for the teacher prep pipeline, my staff is getting to me. We're trying to do a hybrid of UDC and the REP program. REP is what I think it's Empower Ed has recommended. And there's $41 million in the budget for high dosage tutoring in OSSI. And all Title I LEAs are required to use 20% of their ESSER III funding on learning loss, which totals over $69 million. Next on the list is Janice.
Thank you, Chairman. Councilmember Silverman already read my mind, but I do want to echo her ask for more funding for the council. I actually had drafted a letter up, so I love it. This is one of the items you and I discussed, Chairman, during our meeting to add staff capacity to ensure that this body is as responsive and accountable to our constituents as possible. I also believe more staffing for our support offices like CORE and budget office would go a long way to improve upon the already great work that they do. I will reiterate, I think there are a number of reasons why, including many of what Councilmember Silverman has already mentioned, as well as our staff in that support as well, but more importantly, our constituents and the service that we have to give to them. So I want to add to that piece. There were a few other items that I wanted to address. And so let me start with funding for, what's the plan for getting the Department of Buildings off the ground? I know last week during the hearing, I was on scene at the Kennedy Street and you had asked about the individual, and he was obviously able to be lifted out by our amazing fire and EMS, but he's now paralyzed, right? And so we have an urgent issue here that we need to address. So what's the plan? Where do we have the funding? When will this happen to get the Department of Buildings off the ground? I don't know if you want me to go question by question, then you answer, or you want me to get all the questions out? What do you prefer?
Why don't you get them all out?
Okay, got it. So that's my second question, is really how do we get that Department of Buildings off the ground? It is of critical importance that we do that. Funding for excluded workers has come up a number of times today, and I want to add my support and encouragement for this body to find the funding to meet the magnitude of need. Chairman, I know there's a lot of federal funding set aside for out years that could potentially do more good now, as well as funds allocated in this budget that could instead perhaps be covered by forthcoming infrastructure dollars. And so I wanted to understand, what are you looking at in terms of federal funding opportunities to make sure we fully support our immigrant residents and others in the excluded worker community as the other issue. In addition, I was encouraged to see support for a deputy auditor position for public safety within the auditor's office as one of your committee recommendations. And I hope we can get that role funded for first reading. And that's something that is part of the work that we do. I also was glad to see recommendations in your budget for UDC to further expand their pathways to early childhood education careers and help folks obtain their required credentials. But I am concerned funding for these efforts is not yet sufficient to support all educators we need in this career pipeline. I think both the educators currently in the early childhood workforce and the future educators we need to bring into the sector to meet the full need for all infants and toddlers in the city. And I know our dual language educators, many of whom live and teach in Ward 4, are particularly in need of more programmatic support here from UDC. And so I was wondering if you could say more about how we're funding these training programs at UDC and what more is needed for first votes. And then the last piece here is if you could say more on the charter stabilization funds and how those funds are intended to be used. I know the mayor's letter yesterday expressed strong opposition to this new subtitle. So I wanted to see if you had anything to add on that. So I covered it there. So council, I guess the categories are excluded workers, the Department of Buildings, the council, increasing our council staff, the public safety auditor's position, early childhood education, and UDC are my questions on the table. Thanks so much.
Thank you for the short list. On the council, what I'm going to do is I will sit down with the secretary, and I know she's got some thoughts, and come back with a proposal. I will say that a concern that I have, and I'm bringing this up not to argue it, but for folks to think about it, is that each of us is our own personnel authority. And so if we put money in the budget for hiring an additional staff person, that doesn't mean that Councilmember X will hire an additional staff person. Maybe that they just increase the pay for the ones that they have, just as an example. So, and it could also mean that a council member hires more constituent service and not more legislative, or more legislative and not more constituent service. But I will come back with something after I talk to the secretary. Regarding funding the Department of Buildings Act, if I remember correctly, the fiscal impact statement on the Department of Buildings Act was somewhere around $12 million a year. I think that's inflated, but we're going to try to fund that when I come back with the committee print. Excluded workers is on the list, but I'll be wanting to talk to members about that. The Deputy Auditor for Public Safety, we put in the report favorable language. I don't believe we funded it, so that will have to be funded as well. We may fund that through a non-departmental, because there will have to be separate legislation that will have to be adopted. The training at UDC, I think we're still working out whether additional money would have to be provided to UDC for that, but we want to, I want to, I guess the we means me and the committee staff in talking about this, to provide the resources there so that they can increase the number of individuals who can get the certificates or degrees for early childcare through UDC. There are actually several different proposals. One of them is the childcare. Another is these pipeline programs. There's some money that we talked about earlier with the Labor Committee. These are all, we're looking at, these are different ways that we can try to provide a better education or better training and do it going through UDC. So that would be part of that. On the charters, what my staff tells me, I said this before, pre-K residential and adults, those charter schools that have experienced large declines in their enrollment this past school year and expect the same with the upcoming school year. We're doing a fund and not tying it to projections. The only funding that charters will have for stabilization is what we put in non-departmental for it. So there won't be a spending pressure this year, which was one of the mayor's complaints. I have at the tip of my tongue what that means, and I can't remember exactly. But last year, the way we did it arguably created a spending pressure, and the way we're doing it this year would be different. And if I remember correctly, we've got about $5.7 million. I'm looking to see if we can increase that. We would put it in non-departmental, tie it to this enrollment stabilization, as I said, for just pre-K residential and adult charter schools. And money that's not spent by, I believe, the end of the calendar year would go over to, I believe, access to justice. I think that's the concept we have. So it's not like the money would drop to the bottom line or create a spending pressure. And as I said, I think that was one of the mayor's complaints. I think I've answered your questions.
Yes, thank you, Chairman.
Charles?
Thanks. I'll try to touch on a couple different themes. I had a couple of questions. Just jumping in on the conversation around our own council staffing. I'll just add my voice to that. I think we've had for the last 7 fiscal years, we've had a flat staffing level. And I think to Councilmember Silverman's point, when we've seen a 25% growth, I think I heard, that just hasn't lined up. I would say that I know that in previous versions of this conversation, the concern is, well, residents may not like it if we're putting taxpayer dollars, to increase staff at the council. On the flip side, I don't think residents are going to like when we don't have the staff capacity to be able to have the type of oversight work that needs to happen. So we have to choose one of those two things. And frankly, I would much rather defend better pay and salaries and prove to residents the investment that they're getting by being able to have the type of staff, be able to invest in our staff in a way that supports them and grows the right way. So I would also add, if the concern is that if there's an addition to each council member's offices and they choose to use some of that money to increase pay, it may be because we need to increase pay. And so that kind of is part of my thinking there. But I heard you say you're going to talk to the Secretary's office and come back to us. So I appreciate you doing that, Mr. Chairman. I wanted to note one question on the you were talking about the UDC piece, and I heard you reference Empower Ed. My understanding is that the proposal around the teacher cadet idea is very different than the UDC program. But you referenced Empower Ed's proposal. Are you aware that they, at least my understanding is that's not a path that they have proposed when they introduced this concept and idea?
I think the path they proposed was through DCPS.
I think it involved multiple universities, and I just don't think it was, I don't think it was limited to UDC. That's not to say that UDC doesn't have a role to play. I just don't think it was limited to run through UDC. So I would ask that, I think part of us thinking working through OSSI, but I think if you're open to continue those conversations, and it sounded like you were, I think that the idea behind it was a bit more robust in terms of that. So I think there's great ways to complement the work taking place at UDC and then ways to continue building on that. But I think that might be more consistent with the proposal that had been put forward.
All I can say at the moment is I'm open to it.
Okay, I appreciate that.
And Christina Sutlow on my staff is the person who's working on this.
Okay, thank you. I had a couple of other quick questions on, I've heard from some members from the humanities that there's something within the Cal budget that they believe is creating a decrease in our humanities funding. And I don't know if that rings a bell for you or if that's part of the different arts funding.
Give me a second here.
Sure. And just in brief, it was something around, I think the number that they had given me was around 20%. They were concerned that there was going to end up being about a 20% reduction in some of the grants and funding opportunities that came through the humanities. And I realize I may be picking a smaller, more obscure part of it. So sorry if I'm catching you off guard here.
Supposed to know everything.
You know a lot. You taught us all about how you go to a bank with a teller and a slip of paper. I've learned things today.
Well, yeah, and then one member tried to trip me up and start talking about ATMs, but I was able to regain my footing.
That's 2021 technology right there. You pivoted like that.
The question is whether you call it a PIN or a PIN number.
Well, PIN number would be duplicative, redundant, as they say. I'm sure you've never made that mistake, Councilmember Silverman. All right, so yes, this actually came up at the markup. What we do with the funding is one of the groups is when I say groups, there were several pots, if I can put it that way, and of the grants budget for the Commission on Arts and Humanities. And one of those pots is to the humanities. And we're making a couple of changes there. One is with regard to the formula, we're changing it from 5% to 4% set aside. I'm not quite sure where that 5% number came from. And I don't want to say that it's a mystery because I was in the thick of it. But I think when we were coming up with the allocations, we decided 5% for the humanities. It turns out that what that did was it increased from, in 2018, the amount that the humanities got, which was $196,000, to, in 2019, the amount that they got was $1,145,000, roughly $1 million increase, or roughly a 500% increase. Now, what the proposal is to change that from 5% to 4%, which, if you think about it, 5 to 4 is a 20% decrease. But in terms of dollars, the amount that they received in FY 2020, the amount that they received in 2021 this year is supposed to be 1.3 million, supposed to be. And with the 4%, the amount they will get is 1,277,749, or almost 1.3. So it's maybe a $30,000 or $40,000 reduction. The reality is that they haven't even gotten that money this year. They get it in 2 tranches. One tranche they got in March, and the other tranche they'll get next month. And all of it has to be spent by the end of this year, this fiscal year. So what we're also doing in the subtitle is changing the way they get paid so that they will get the money at the beginning of the fiscal year and they'll be able to spend all of it. So yes, it is a reduction. It's a reduction in a huge increase that they got as a result of the funding formula. I'd like to remind you, Councilmember Allen, because the irony is hitting me, whether it's a cut or not, because it's a reduction in the increase. But
wait a minute, you're saying it's a reduction to an increase from a couple of years ago. That would be a cut.
It's also a reduction in the increase.
Proposal is not a cut.
Yes, okay. Yeah, it's about a $20,000 increase out of maybe a $30,000 increase out of 1.3 million.
All right, so short version here is that you think they'll be getting a modestly less than what they were appropriated last year.
Minimally less is what I think.
But you believe you've structured it in a way that they would have a higher degree of confidence of getting the funds to then be able to get out to support their work.
Absolutely. And because it's all percentages, a percentage of the grants budget, which is a percentage of the commission's budget, which is based on dedicated funding, as the sales tax goes up, the amount of money they get will go up. In addition, if you look at the committee report, we looked at what other states' humanities councils are getting. The closest in terms of, maybe I could put it this way, on a per capita basis, the highest state per capita funding to the humanities is Connecticut at 50 cents per capita. We are at $1.78. That's almost 4 times more. Now, we got the most recent figures we could, which is several years ago, but things haven't changed that much. So we are funding way more on a per capita basis than any other states. We see dramatically.
I can move on to my other items. I'm good on this point. All right. So I appreciate that. I had 2 other quick items. One is you were asking about additional asks. I would certainly put our OST funds in that category. I think that you've been able to add some funds, which is wonderful, and thank you. It's going to go a long way to helping meet the needs. I'd say if there are ways, as we move through the big cow, of ways to continue putting more funds into OST, I think the demand on that is just continue to be there and be significant. So that's just one area that I continue to advocate for. And then lastly, I wanted to add my comments to the conversation we had around librarians earlier. I have no problem with legislation saying that they're required. I think that librarians are required. I don't think that's a controversial thing. A school without a librarian is not a complete school. And I think I'm really frustrated with this shift that we'll have. And I think I heard it said earlier today, and we've heard it certainly from the chancellor in hearings, is that, it's not his decision. It's, it's pushed off to the schools, and they're the ones that make these decisions. The only reason they make that decision in the first place is because we've made them make the decision. We've not supported them and funded them in a way to where the principal and the school community is left with nothing but to take that librarian position, and the instability that it creates. We lose very valuable librarians and educators that need to be in our schools. So I have no problem with us moving legislation to say that it is required, that every school should have a full-time librarian. I think that we are letting DCPS off the hook. I think we're letting others off the hook by just kind of saying, well, they've made this decision, and then we do real damage when we say, but we'll put it back on the back end. Because I talked about this all through the springs. I went through the hearings on this. I can look no further than my own school librarian, who looked like they were going to be removing it. And there's no amount of the chancellor saying, don't worry about it. Maybe we'll be able to restore it later this summer at some point. There are real life people. And so they brush up their resume, they look, and they leave. And so, that's school communities lose their librarian as a result of that, even if at the end of the day, maybe that position itself gets saved. We can't, there's no point in going through that. Let's make them required. I don't care if we do it by legislation. I'm fine with that. And put the chancellor on the hot spot, that it has to be done. And we've held hearings, we've talked about it, we've pounded the table, and it's not been done yet. So I'm fine with legislation. Let's make them permanent. Let's make them required, and call it a day.
Well, I haven't landed on the solution yet, so I'm still open. But Charles, if we legislate, put in the law, every school shall have a librarian, what does that say about all the other positions? Because even though Brianne said she thinks we've done this with other positions, I'm not aware of that. So then do we just say every school should have a librarian and not speak to other positions? And if we speak to other positions, where does that list end?
If we're going to follow the staffing model and formula that we've got, then yeah, I'm fine with it. And there may be other ways that we do that, but we've said that I think it's through the comprehensive staffing model. We've said that PE, art, language, music, those are.
I don't believe we adopted this comprehensive staffing model. Maybe I'm wrong. I'm new to this, but I've not seen a reference to that in the code. That's the chancellor.
I think if from an oversight perspective, if the chancellor doesn't do it, but it needs to be done, then I think that's where we have to step in. I think that amount of just let's cross our fingers and hope it works out just doesn't work. And I think we see the real results by not having librarians in our schools. And we've seen what happens. And you've been really diligent about this, and I appreciate that, of really being able to look at the equity argument of where we have and where we don't have librarians. The schools that don't have our librarians break the exact way we think they would. And I think that's you've been very attuned to that, and I appreciate it. I think that's something we've got to do, but it should be every school has a librarian.
Well, let me be clear, because I'm pushing back a little. I think every school should have a librarian. And I think the school system has not done, the DCPS has not done well by itself with this controversy. This controversy began a year ago. Did they figure it out or listen? No. So here we are again. The situation is actually a little better than a year ago, because I asked the chancellor for the schools. And when I say a year ago, for the school year that we just ended, there were 40 schools without librarians. For next school year, the chancellor indicated there are 37 schools without librarians.
That's 37 too many.
I'm just trying to figure out what the best solution is. I've got a text from my staff in all caps. We did not adopt the comprehensive staffing model into the code. So I'm looking for the best solution here. And I don't know that legislating, but maybe there's some angle there, and I'm happy to talk with you more on that. I've got 2 weeks to figure this out. So I'm not averse to requiring librarians. I just don't know the best way to do that.
I think, and I know we need to move on to others, so I'll just end on this. I I appreciate that. I'd love to work with you on this. I think at some point, we have to just say, this is it. We want a librarian to be there. The chancellor has not delivered on making sure there's a librarian in every school. And so we as the oversight body have a role to play. And I think there's a way that we can do that. Do I like legislating it? No. But do I feel like if that's the position that I'm left with, then that may be what we have to do. The chancellor can obviously stop us at any moment by just making sure every school has a librarian. But none of what you've talked about the efforts they've made to go from 40 that don't have a school to 40 schools that don't have a librarian to 37 schools that don't have a librarian, that also doesn't address the churn that takes place, like my own school librarian, where the uncertainty that gets created by the process that we have means that we're just churning out and we're losing people, we're losing talent, we're losing relationships. And at the end of the day, it's the kids that suffer. I've heard from teachers who suffer because they no longer have that librarian. So I think there's a greater urgency to this, and I'd love to work with you on it, but I'm not afraid to also say, time's up.
I hear you. Let me say, because I think you just enlarged this topic. We are looking to have a hearing in the fall on teacher principal turnover. So that would be all faculty. So we're looking to do that. And I've also been looking at changing the way that the school system develops its budget for schools. That would be for DCPS. Because that's part of the problem too. And actually, I have to say, Charles, that it was your comments to me maybe in March, beginning of March, when the chancellor came forward with the initial budgets, and you talked with me about what that was doing in your school and the churn that led me then to have a hearing on the budget, on the school budgets. 2 months before the mayor submitted the budget, I had a hearing on the school budgets to get out in the open the fact that these initial budgets cause teachers, maybe principals, but teachers, including librarians, to leave. I'd like to think that hearing then led to Christina introducing the legislation, the emergency legislation, which then led to the mayor saying, oh, we're going to restore the funding to all the schools, which was what, a month or 2 months after the school started to churn. So I'm just picking up on what you were saying about the churn, that it is a concern, and we're going to have a hearing on that. I think we also have to look at changing the budgeting process for schools. And I'll just leave it at that, and I've probably sparked some comments, but Christina's on the list. She's not next.
Well, I'll be quiet now. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate it. I think the hearings you've talked about and that you have done have made a difference are important. So thank you very much.
Thanks. Robert, you were next.
Thank you, Chairman. So I want to start with birth to 3. I think this is really one of the most important things we can do right now. The request that we've gotten from the advocate is 60 million. The key that I think most people are focusing on here, and what I think is the most important next step in birth to 3, is the pay parity aspect. It's still a little bit unclear whether that number for us to get that pay parity is 36 million for next year or 60, but it is somewhere in that range, and we can find out. And in fact, my office is working to find out from the CFO and from the budget office exactly what that number is. But it's achievable, and this is a major thing that the council could do if we imagine what type of stability we could add into early childhood education if the teachers there were making something similar to teachers in our schools. Not only would we be able to stabilize this really important beginning of the continuum for education, but we would, I think, see a significant expansion, which we need, and frankly, we really need if we're going to continue to keep families in the city. So I really hope that's something that we can figure out a way to fund. I do want to note a concern with high impact tutoring. I do think it's necessary for us within our budget responsibilities to have some type of accountability measure there. So if the mayor is proposing and we're going to fund $150 million, but when we had the hearing with OSSI, they couldn't tell us who's going to provide this tutoring, what's different between high dosage tutoring, high impact tutoring, and regular tutoring, when it's going to be before school, during school, after school. All that makes me really nervous that there's not really a plan. There's just kind of an idea that I think is frankly more marketing than substance, right? Because how can you vote against high impact tutoring? It sounds so good, but there's no substance there. And so if we're going to spend $150 million, we got to make sure it works. And so I think it's just a basic level of accountability there that I think will be really important for the BSA language. Our answer to everything education can't be money. The answer to everything is we're going to increase funding. We're going to increase funding. But at some point, results have to increase. That has to be what we're trying to do. And so I think that's incredibly important. On adult education, adult charter schools, as you know, and I think you even said, are not eligible for ESSER funds because they're not considered Title I schools. And so you established a $5.5 million fund that will provide stabilization funds for, among others, adult education campuses. But we do have to look at sort of additional and ongoing stabilization funds for adults education. Charles covered this, so I don't want to get too much into it, but I do think there's a difference between what's proposed in the Cal budget on the teacher cadet program and what Empower Ed proposed. And I thought their proposal was very strong. It was more expansive than UDC. Not that UDC shouldn't be part of that, but I don't think it should be sort of the only option for our cadet program, given the number and caliber of universities that we have here. Not to come to your defense on the school librarian issue, I do
come to my defense. Everybody should come to my defense. Please go on and you get a gold star.
There we go. I've been waiting my whole life. So I do think we should require librarians, but here's the thing, right? The reason librarians get cut is because you cannot cut the math teacher or the English teacher. And so what we'll do is we'll add librarians to that list of uncuttable positions, and then the counselors will be cut. So there is still an underlying issue that we have to address. If we just mandate that they keep the librarians, which again, I think is so important. We should not have a school without a full-time librarian, but that's going to put the pressure elsewhere. And so I do think we have to be cognizant of the approach we take and the overarching budgeting issue within our schools. I know I've asked you, or at least on a staff level, I wish in the BSA we would include a requirement for DCPS to calculate and let us know the cost of teacher turnover. The reason I think this is important is because we know we have a significant churn. We have more churn than almost any other jurisdiction. But when I've spoken to other jurisdictions that do calculate the cost of turnover, including in Northern Virginia, it was roughly $20 million every time, $20,000 every time a teacher leaves. And so I think it would be important for us as with our budget authority to really understand the financial impact of the churn. Because at some point, we're going to have to prioritize that and start to say, well, look, if we're spending tens of millions of dollars every year because we can't keep teachers, then we are going to have to start keeping teachers. And so I think knowing that number will shift our priorities in an important way and really kind of highlight what I think is a significant vulnerability in our public schools. On the issue of reporting that I really would like to see included in the BSA is I do wish we would mandate that DCPS share with us the raw data on the impact evaluation that they are doing. My understanding is that they only have 63 responses. To me, this indicates that they're not taking this seriously. And, if we're going to examine impact, let's do it, So I don't think it's a good program, but I'm also open to being wrong, So whether impact is the best way to evaluate teachers or not, We should know that, particularly given the teacher churn that we have. And so I hope that you'll require DCPS to share that data with us. I think that the chancellor's responses to my questions on that were insufficient. He said, "Oh, it's not our study," but no, it is. We commissioned AU to do it. So to say that he doesn't have access to that, I think is just not accurate. Finally, I do want to add and thank Councilmember Silverman for raising this issue about staff. I've been watching. I know you all have too. My staff is burnt out, and every day new issues come. And I can't say to constituents, "Well, look, my staff is really over capacity." We still have to take it on. For context, what I would say is we have a larger population than Vermont and Wyoming. Wyoming has a 90-person state legislature. Vermont has a 180-person legislature. That doesn't include their city councils and county councils. We have 13 people doing the same thing as those state legislatures and their city councils and county councils. And we are absolutely limited on our oversight ability. I think we're doing our best, but we could do a lot better for our residents. And frankly, we need a stronger legislative branch. Not to say that any of us or our staff isn't strong enough, but we have capacity limitations and we have difficulty keeping people because the pay is not on the higher side, but the demand is so rigorous that it is just really difficult to keep good staff. But I also do think that our staffs need to be larger given the size of DC government and our role as the state legislature, small though we are. So those are my small issues, Mr. Chairman. Obviously, I think they're all reasonable and doable.
The gold star is for reasonableness.
Actual gold star.
We have to get security. Can we get security? Alyssa's looking envious.
Wow.
And she's in the building, so she could come over and steal this. So we'll get security up here. I don't know if I can respond to all that. I took notes. Let me just say that on the education issues, questions about the child care and pay parity, Christina Setlow on my staff is handling that. And we are looking at it. She was actually in a meeting yesterday morning, I believe, with DOES and OSSI. Adult education is also, and the stabilization is with Christina. The high dosage tutoring, I think, is with Lakeisha. The librarians, Lakeisha Jordan on my staff. And we're working on these issues and trying to figure out how we can deal with them. The Empower Ed, I believe that's also Christina, as in Setlow. And so you should have your staff talk with them. They're into the details more than I am. And I do think, I know that there's a lot of support for the that Empower Ed rep proposal. And so we were looking to incorporate it, but as I said, with an emphasis through UDC, but I don't know the details. And I'm supportive of our being supportive of the child care providers. And that one gets really complicated very quickly. So again, I think staff to staff might be helpful there. Can I leave my response at that, Robert?
Thank you. We'll follow up with your staff.
Okay. Christina Henderson.
Thanks, Phil. A lot of, I think, what my colleagues have raised are some of the things I wanted to raise as well. I want to first say thank you for the increase to out of school time grants, and I appreciate that you're looking to make additional investments there. Obviously, read the mayor's letter. You were at the hearing, I was at the hearing, and I'll say again what I said there as they were arguing for the funding to stay with Family Coaches Program. Frankly, and if the coach is not going to provide childcare, I don't know how much good use a coach is to a family when they're having to decide, what do I do with my kid between the time that school is over versus when I can come pick them up. So we always have issues with out of school time. So I just want to echo support there as well. As well for the Rep DC program, I think that our teacher community has made an incredible, I think, campaign here, and reasonable, frankly. We invest a lot of money in pipeline programs in MPD and some other places. For instance, we're adding 100 or so positions at DPW and some other places around the building blocks. If education is important and growing our own is important, and not just that, but around the diversity piece as it pertains to the educator workforce in the district, getting it to reflect more the students for which they serve. I think that this is an incredible opportunity, and it doesn't cost that much. On the DCRA piece, Councilmember Louis George, pointed this out in her remarks at the Committee of the Whole last week. I guess my question for you, Mr. Chairman, is around again, sort of, I think I raised this earlier with Robert in terms of a FIS, but what do we do in these situations where the CFO gives us a FIS that incredibly seems bloated to the point because no one wants to do the thing that we want them to do? In his case, 2.5 million for a study on smaller halfway houses, and in your case, this large FIS to break up DCRA. But I think that more and more folks in the community are expressing concern around, I guess, the efficacy of an agency that large in terms of to actually deliver on behalf of residents across the district. I want to join in on Alyssa and what others have said around the council salary pieces. And I would just add some additional context if people from the public may be listening. Every other government agency was able to go back to the table to add COLA increases and things like that for their staff, and the council wasn't given the opportunity to do so, or to resubmit, rather, a new budget to the mayor's office. And so I think we can bring some adjustments there. And then finally, I want to raise the childcare piece. I was the one who called the meeting with OSSI and DOES yesterday around the birth to 3 issue, well, not issue, but the childcare educator workforce pay, issue. And I don't know when we talk about this as a group because it's complicated, and I want to make sure that we're doing right by all of our childcare workers across the city, by using the right language, by making sure we have the right money. And I'm frankly concerned, Mr. Chairman, that we may not be able to resolve the particulars in 2 weeks before we vote here. And so, yeah, I don't know. I know all my colleague boxes are dark because we've been doing this for a while. So I don't know if we could have a separate conversation on the birth to 3 and childcare piece, but I really do feel like we would benefit from a conversation about what we're doing here, and how we can advance it forward in a way that works.
I'm happy to have that conversation with you.
Okay.
Which could be with you or with the two of you, since I'm looking at two of you in the.
I will just say this, I think somebody requested an updated FIS for birth to 3, which is great because the FIS that we have currently is a bit out of date, but the complexity of issues around actual implementation, I think, is one that we should really discuss. Because I suggested a couple of other ways to get at it, but nobody wants to reopen the minimum wage law, it seems like. So, but anyway, I'll just put that out there.
Okay. Is there anything I can respond to? I think your comments are helpful with regard to the different issues. I will say this about the FIS's. FIS's fiscal impact statement for anybody who's watching. this has been a problem forever. If a member's working on a bill or a committee's working on a bill and they get a fiscal impact statement from the CFO that they think is too high, well, first of all, what my office does is oftentimes we will ask for a draft while we're developing the print, for instance, with dyslexia. So we got a draft of what the cost was, and then we negotiated with the CFO in the sense of saying, well, if we don't require everybody to get training, but only require reading teachers to get training, then what's the FIS? And in that way, we had a back and forth, and we're able to in that sense, negotiate the FIS. If a FIS comes out and you think it's too high, some members go back and argue with the CFO, and sometimes that's successful and sometimes it isn't. I don't know that I have another answer there. I think some of this is like the universal paid leave. We know in our heart of hearts that from a number of different perspectives that's overstated, and the CFO will not change that. So we live by it. And so we have a huge surplus this year. Well, yes, this year. I mean, I forget, but there was something like 100% uptake on the take up on one of the domestic violence. The CFO assumed that every victim of domestic violence would take 2 weeks in developing what their fiscal impact was for that. But as you know, Alyssa proposed a different approach with regard to victims of domestic violence. I mean, this is a challenge.
Yeah. I don't want to belabor, because I know, I think Councilmember Bonds wants to speak too, but I just say one last thing. I'm glad that someone flagged and raised the Duke Ellington issue. Frankly, the teacher parity at Duke Ellington has been a problem since even when I was a staffer at the council. I know there's some contract issues at play here, but if we could handle that in this process, I think that would be really great for the community over there. Thank you.
Thank you. Anita.
Thanks, Chairman. I just had a couple of things that I wanted to add voice to. And I'll start with, I wanted to identify with Robert's comments regarding the need for really for additional staff. I think I certainly could use an additional staff or two. That would be very, very helpful. The complexity of the assignment is extreme, and you really need one person to handle sometimes one portion of an agency in order to do effective oversight. So I certainly would like to join the chorus in supporting that. And if you can throw in a few extra dollars, I'm sure that would help too. I try to use the money when I have any left over in the way of bonuses. And that seems to keep people interested in maintaining their employment with the council. On two measures as it relates to education, I'm very concerned about learning loss and the tools that we have available to address that. And I think you mentioned it's about 69 million total that you can add up, or maybe 169. I hope it's 169 million, because we really need the money, but we need the money to be utilized in such a way that we can measure results. And I wanted to ask about the Family Coach program. It seems to me that could be a valuable tool, not just for non-English speaking families, but also for our families that are where we have our young people struggling in school. Seems to me that could be a sort of like almost like family counseling session to assist with hopefully having better outcomes from our students there. And then I would like to see this $150 million in tutoring to not flow until such time that we have a measurable plan from the administration as to how and what we will be looking for in the way of results. So I just wanted to share those thoughts with you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman.
I'm just looking at some notes from staff. I don't think anybody else wanted to be recognized. We are at 6:46 p.m. If we want, we could have a more generalized discussion for another hour or two. I'm not providing dinner. I'm actually supposed to be speaking at a group at 6:30, so I'm fine if I leave this to you all. And
Mr. Chairman, are we not going to talk about revenue? I'm just keeping it real. Like, I know my colleagues have been having conversations about new revenue. Is this not the time that we raise that?
we could talk about it. I'm not feeling it at the moment.
I understand. I read your newsletter too, but
And we could be, it's a very good newsletter, and we could be here for another half an hour or 45 minutes.
it's, when do we have the conversation? On July 20th? I mean, I'm part of the fight, but I'm not leading this fight. So I would encourage any of my other colleagues to speak up here if you want to continue on this.
Well, I think the conversation is that some members would like to see an increase in revenue and some members would not like to. And we could debate that now, and I doubt we will resolve it. We could take a vote, which we're not allowed to do, and that would resolve it. So I'm not sure where we go there. And it is late.
And I'll just hop in, Mr. Chairman, that I think the question is whether this budget truly meets the needs that we've identified. I mean, I have to say, I think there are some, I'm surprised at certain things, certain items that we aren't addressing, like the school-based mental health, for example, after talking about the impact on our kids, that we aren't fully funding that is crazy. And then on the housing issues, I mean, I'm just going to focus on the tents. But, you know, I hear from you that you're concerned about capacity, but, you know, do we have, you know, funding for vouchers for LRSP to get people off the wait list when we've had nobody come off that list in years, and, you know, PSH and the public housing repairs? I mean, you know, I guess the idea is, I think there are some things that I guess I'm surprised that we're not funding or funding adequately enough. And then, you know, whether we're truly going to have we keep talking about a transformational budget that's going to send our city in a different, more equitable direction. And the question is whether we're actually going to do that or not, with the $17 billion that we do have. I mean, that I think I'm glad Councilmember Henderson raises this. I mean, I think that is the conversation. And part of it is, well, if we don't have the funds in place already, then what do we do about that?
I mean, to add to what Alyssa is saying here, as an exercise, my staff has been keeping a Google Doc of all the extra ask from everyone. We are currently at roughly $382 million. And that's with some of our boxes empty because some folks didn't provide a number for what was being asked. So I think we should just
I'm trying to think of how to deal with this. I mean, I have a view, and I have a very strongly held view. And I think everybody knows that I have not supported raising taxes, but I don't know that it's really constructive for me to argue that here. Am I going to change anybody's mind? I don't think so. We went into this meeting this morning, theoretically at 9:30, with an eye toward better understanding what the committees did. Presumably, a member of a committee knew what their committee did, but nobody is a member of every committee. And so therefore, everybody presumably learned from going through all the different committees. And in our going through it, we also reviewed the mayor's concerns or objections. So we didn't really debate issues like, should we do more money for this or less money for that? We pretty much asked questions and tried to understand objections or heard requests for more. I think that's different than the posture if we're going to have a conversation about tax increases. So I'm not quite sure what we get out of spending another hour, which is probably what it would be, to debate taxes here. I think members need to have conversations with each other, which they will be doing. But as a group matter, I'm just not seeing that a discussion here will be of the same construct or benefit or outcome as are discussing what the 10 committees did and where we want to see more. I'm going to take out of this, as I said at the beginning, where I heard concerns being, seeing if we can't do more for, trying to think of the first committee that we heard from Human Services. And some of the things that were put out by each of the committee asking for more of something or objections raised to something. That's all going to help me in putting forward a recommendation for the 20th. I just think that having a debate now about whether or not we should be raising taxes is of a, of a different nature. And at almost 7 o'clock in the evening, I'd rather not go there.
Understood. I just wanted to, it is an elephant in our proverbial room, large room, big city room. And I just feel like we're not always helped by having these debates in the middle of a ledge meeting, or I won't even call it a debate, but a conversation, a real conversation about what are we prioritizing council-wide, right? The mayor has her priorities. She could spit those out. We worked individually amongst the committees to do some things, and some things they did together, but of the list of what is outstanding, and I respect your position here, Mr. Chairman, in terms of you have a difficult task ahead of you, but it doesn't seem as though anyone else can, I don't know. I just trying to figure out how we can have a more collaborative process so that it's not a big surprise on July 19th of what's really gonna happen. But I recognize that it's late. Clearly I have a little person and all that jazz. I'm just saying we have these conversations in silos, and I think we should at some point talk about the list and like what rises to the top here. That's okay.
Yeah. I do want to note the weekly call with the mayor has been moved tomorrow from 11 o'clock to, I believe it's 3:30. The mayor is having a cabinet meeting, I believe, in the morning. And that's why the executive asked to move the call. I will not be able to make the 3:30 meeting because I'm meeting, I believe, with budget staff. And so I'm going to ask Kenyon if he can preside, and if he can't, then I'll ask Mary if she can preside, and I'll kind of go down the list that way. So my having put a damper on the enthusiasm of a few people to talk about taxes, are we okay if we adjourn now at 6:55 p.m.? I see a couple of heads going yes. Those of you who get to enjoy your evening, thank me for that. Thank you all. This has been helpful. And please, on particular issues, reach out to my staff or to me, and we will be in touch, as they say. Thank you.